Chapter 2095 A 100,000 True Immortals 2 to 2095 A 100,000 True Immortals 2. Sect leader Zhang is trying to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the air? But this is too extravagant, isn't it? Of course it is. How many semi-divinity realm cultivators there are on the Forsaken Continent? That being said, as the energy released by those semi-divinity realm cultivators has been refined before, it is much easier to absorb and assimilate. That's indeed the case. However, the gap between pseudo-immortal realm to true immortal realm is a relatively high hurdle to overcome. There's a requirement on one's talents in order to reach true immortal realm, so not everyone will be able to make a breakthrough. I guess you're right. Without sufficient talent, it wouldn't matter no matter how ample one's cultivation resources are. After witnessing what had happened so far, the crowd widened their eyes in realization. They were finally able to grasp what Zhang Xian was trying to do. It was clear that he was trying to build a more favorable environment for these pseudo-immortals to make a breakthrough to true immortal realm, to disintegrate the corpses of over a dozen semi-divinity realm cultivators, and use their cultivation to help everyone to make a breakthrough. This was an extravagance unseen before on the Forsaken Continent. In fact, extravagance might be an understatement. Profligacy was a far more appropriate word. In terms of strategic importance, a single semi-divinity realm cultivator, even when dead, far surpassed that of all of the pseudo-immortals gathered beneath. Furthermore, while it wasn't a bad idea to raise the cultivation of these pseudo-immortals through such a method, the problem was that it was likely to be an insufficient solution. The 6 sects only devoted their cultivation resources to their most talented disciples was because it would be a waste to do otherwise. It was believed and proved time and time again that a cultivator could only go as far as the fundamental limitation brought about by one's talents. Even if a person were to come under the tutelage of a world-class coach, there would still be only a single gold medalist in the world. Without talents, no matter how diligent or resourceful one was, there would be an invisible glass ceiling limiting how far one could go. Of the 80,000 heavenly pseudo-immortals that were gathered here, it was unlikely that a tenth of them would eventually make a breakthrough in their entire lifetime. Thus, Zhang Xian's hopes were unlikely to be realized. But again, it was probably a desperate measure. It was worth a try rather than to sit around and despair over it. While the crowd was shaking their heads over the futility of the situation, Zhang Xian sat down in the midst of the sky, and a golden glow shimmered around his body. In this very moment, he looked like a Buddha. Right now, I will be imparting to you the crux of reaching true immortal realm. His voice echoed in the ears of every cultivator in the area, almost as if he was whispering right behind them. Listening to Zhang Xian's lecture from below, Wu Chuan narrowed his eyes. This is Kong Shi's simple words of profound wisdom? Given that the young master was a master teacher, there was no questioning his ability to impart knowledge to others. However, attempting to lecture 80,000 people at once was no easy feat. Every single cultivator had his own specific set of circumstances. So, when lecturing in large groups, the lecturer would have to make the content more generalized in order to remain relevant to everyone, but in the midst of doing so, it would make it harder for his words to resonate deeply with those listening. For this reason, cultivators on the master-teacher continent preferred having 1-2 consultations with master teachers to resolve their problems. Wu Chuan had no idea whether Kong Shi had lectured 80,000 people at once during his era, but this was definitely the first time he was witnessing such a grand sight. Simple yet profound words dissolved amidst the spiritual energy and descended from the sky, surging into the bodies of each and every cultivator. The crowd grew more and more excited as they savored every single word Zhang Xian said. Agitation gripped their bodies as they trembled wildly. Most aquatic creatures thought that the lecture would be meaningless to them as their physical constitution was vastly different from that of the humans. Yet, after listening for a short moment, they felt a shiver running down their spine as their pores and meridians opened wide to accept an influx of spiritual energy. What Zhang Xian had lectured wasn't a cultivation technique, but a set of principles that deconstructed and deciphered the hurdle that stood between a pseudo-immortal and a true immortal. It was an absolute logic of the world. Through understanding and overcoming every single aspect of the hurdle, Any life form would eventually be able to make a breakthrough to true immortal realm. Flower claws. This was the name of a certain crawfish amidst the crowd. Its name originated from the colorful pair of claws it was born with. It had been several decades since flower claws reached heavenly pseudo-immortal realm, but an accident had caused the foundation of its cultivation to stumble. Ever since then, it hadn't been able to push its cultivation any further. The person who had heard it back then was a true immortal realm disciple of the six sects. Back then, that darn fellow and his gang tried to capture it so as to braise it with spicy mala paste, but it managed to slip away. However, it had sustained severe injuries in the midst of doing so. It lost a claw, and several of its meridians snapped. It was already a miracle that it was able to maintain its current level of cultivation. Not too long ago, the three kings rallied all of them together at Starchaser Island. It was thinking that this was the opportune moment to cut that darn disciple into multiple slices and cook him in curry. But before it could even find that fellow, the master of three kings suddenly began on a lecture. It didn't pay any heed to the lecture initially, as it knew that there was no way it would be able to further its cultivation given its current state. But after listening for a while, its shell suddenly began glowing crimson as spiritual energy surged into its body. Before it knew it, its cultivation was rising like crazy. Honglong, true immortal realm. I made a breakthrough. Flower Claws broke down in tears. I won't have to live in fear of getting captured and being made its spicy mala crawfish anymore. With its cultivation reaching true immortal realm, it finally had the ability to protect itself. Since he's the master of the three kings, he's also the master of Flower Claws as well. From this day onward, I shall pledge my loyalty to him. Even if he tries to kill me and braise me with onion, I'll accept my fate. The little crawfish looked at the figure floating in the sky as it made up its mind. The same scene was happening amongst the other aquatic creatures too. Flower clams, scallops, oysters, razor shells. All of them managed to make a breakthrough too. I am hungry, little chick murmured as it looked at the aquatic creatures with saliva dripping from its lips. Amazing! In less than an hour, more than half of those who were at heavenly pseudo-immortal realm previously had already made a breakthrough. Han Jianxiu and the others were shocked beyond words. This ability to induce improvement in other cultivators was truly terrifying. A single lecture actually allowed more than 40,000 heavenly pseudo-immortals to make a breakthrough to true immortal realm. This was a feat that they would dare not imagine to be possible, but it was really happening right before their eyes. Seeing that he had finally reached the required amount, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Forcefully enduring his current exhaustion, he passed down an order. All right, gather all of those who have managed to make a breakthrough together with the other true immortals. Wu Chun, prepare the altar. We'll be holding the ritual soon. The zhenqi of semi-divinity realm cultivators was extremely pure, such that even absorbing a sliver of it was enough for a heavenly pseudo-immortal to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, he had used over a dozen semi-divinity realm corpses for this and further refined and mediated the energy released through the formation. Given the extent Zhang Xian had gone to for this, it would be difficult for the heavenly pseudo-immortals to not make a breakthrough. Of course, Zhang Xian's importation also played a vital role as well. Even if those heavenly pseudo-immortals had accumulated sufficient energy, it would still take most of them at least several years to make a breakthrough. The lecture reduced this lengthy duration to just a mere hour. More importantly, he had also won the loyalty of these 40,000 cultivators through this as well. Zhang Xian quickly immersed his cultivation into the great codex of spring and autumn to recover from his previous exertion. Nevertheless, it still took him a few minutes to recover. Within this period of time, Han Jianxiu and the others had finished gathering all of the true immortal realm cultivators, and Wu Chun had also finished preparing the altar for the ritual too. Let's begin. Even though all preparations were complete, Zhang Xian was in no rush to carry out the ritual. Instead, still floating in midair, he began carrying out another lecture. What I want to talk about now is the way to practice battle techniques. If he wished to unite the hearts of everyone together, he would have to first win their respect. Regarding that, he could think of no other ways than to impart his knowledge to them. If he could win their earnest gratitude, they would likely be more willing to help him cleanse the aura of divinity of its corruption. The way to practice battle techniques? Having witnessed the miracle Zhang Xian had pulled off earlier, the crowd immediately pricked up their ears upon hearing his words. Anticipation and excitement could be felt in the atmosphere. The key to battle techniques lie in, seeing that he had managed to gather everyone's attention, Zhang Xian smiled a little before beginning on his lecture. Every single word he spoke seemed to linger in the surroundings, filling the air with a peculiar yet natural vibe. It was the feeling of resonance with the world, the harmony with nature and one's surroundings. Don't you think that it's too late to only start raising your fighting prowess now? A dissonant voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. The sky shivered as a silhouette warped into existence before everyone's eyes. It was a person dressed in a flowing robe. He had a tall stature, and there was a hint of benevolence between his eyebrows. You. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. He halted his lecture and stood up. The person before him was no other than the man who had vanished after stealing the aura of divinity from him, Kong Shi. Kong Shi's aura seemed to have vanished completely, or to be more exact, he had managed to conceal it entirely within him, making it impossible to gauge the depth of his cultivation. However, his eyes still remained sharp as ever, inducing a feeling of helplessness in those facing him. There could only be a single possibility behind this. Kong Shi had managed to reach the level of the gods. Crawfishes are extremely popular in China, though they can also be extremely resilient at times. Chapter 2096 Precarious Predicament. T. Protect the sect leader. Han Jianxiu cried out. The high immortals from the four sects and the aquatic creatures swiftly rose into the air and stood between Zhang Xian and Kong Shi, forming a resolute wall. Feudal. Kong Shi harumphed coldly as he raised his hand. Voila! Many experts walked out from the warped space behind him. There were two notable figures among the group, namely Citadel Lord Bai Xuanqing from the Black Mirror Citadel and sect leader Gu Zhuiyun from the Evanescent Immortal sect. On top of that, there were several hundred high immortals as well. It was a force that could stand against the allied armies of the four sects and the aquatic creatures. They are the high immortals of the other two sects and the ethereal hall. Everyone felt their hearts tightening a little. The ethereal hall had remained at the top of the continent for the past several thousand years. Considering how they had over 20 semi-divinity realm experts, it did not come as a surprise that they had over 500 high immortals. Adding in the high immortals from the other two sects, it formed a frightening force that should not be underestimated. After bringing out his army, Kong Shi completely disregarded Han Jianxiu and everyone else, focusing his eyes only on Zhang Xian. With a slight curl of his lips, he remarked, "You must have been eagerly waiting for me to have even prepared an altar here." His next goal after reaching the level of the gods was to steal the heaven's imperfection within Zhang Xian. With his current strength, he could resort to other means to extract the fragment of the heavens, but it would take a huge toll on his body. Things would be much simpler if he had the altar with him. Han Jianxiu, you'll be leading all of the experts of the high immortal realm and above to defend against them. As for the rest of you, we'll be continuing with the lecture, Zhang Xian bellowed. After that, he turned to the 100,000 true immortal realm cultivators beneath and continued. The crux of battle techniques. His voice was steady and unhurried. Despite the clashes occurring behind him, the true immortals found their state of mind slowly calming down as they listened to his words. Zhang Xian knew that this decision he made would surely result in massive casualties. There was no one present who stood a chance at subduing Kong Shi other than him, so the only way to buy time was through piling up sacrifices. But he had no other choice. He could tell that he would not be a match for Kong Shi in his current state. If they fought as they were, everything would be over. Thus, he could only carry the burden of this decision and push on. Choosing to disregard me? Those who are chosen by the heavens sure are conceited. Kong Shi's face darkened as he spat coldly. Boom! With a raise of his hand, Bai Xuanqing, Gu Zhuiyun, and the few remaining semi-divinities of the Hall of Gods charged forward. The high immortals also made their move. Protect our sect leader. Han Jianxiu cried out as he stepped forward to face the enemy. Driving the god's sword intent, He filled the sky above him with a barrage of sword chi. Just like that, semi-divinities clashed with semi-divinities while high immortals clashed with high immortals. It was a full-blown war where both sides were determined to tear each other apart. In just a few breaths after the battle began, high immortals began dying one after another, causing corpses to rain from the sky. The lofty and elusive high immortals of the Forsaken Continent were swiftly dying one after another like ordinary mortals. In terms of the number of experts, the four sects and the aquatic creatures paled in comparison to the Black Mirror Citadel, Evanescent Immortal Sect, and Ethereal Hall. However, in terms of individual fighting prowess, the four sects clearly had an advantage. As a result, both sides turned out to be equally matched for the time being. The scales did not seem to be leaning toward anyone yet. For our sect leader, for our great continent. The ex-first core disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, He Jingxian, charged toward the enemies. Ever since Bai Wanqing surpassed him after acknowledging Zhang Xian as her teacher, he had been cultivating desperately. Even though his cultivation was still only at the heavenly true immortal realm, his fighting prowess was already comparable to most high immortals. Kill one, and the scales are balanced. Kill two, and we would have made a gain. Another one of the core disciples, Lu Yulian, flew forth as she roared furiously, forming a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. For the master of the three kings, the crabs, crawfish, and other aquatic creatures charged forth, too. Their fighting prowess was greatly reduced while they were out of the water, but their numbers made up for that disadvantage. Furthermore, most of them had hard shells that granted them natural protection. With both sides nearly equally matched, it was bound to be a long and gruesome battle. It's our turn. Paying no heed to the slaughter behind, Kong Shi took a step forward and covered dozens of li in an instant. Before anyone could react, he was already standing right above Zhang Xian. But the next moment, the formation that was made up of 100,000 formation flags released a slight buzz as a massive barrier of light formed around Zhang Xian and the 100,000 true immortals. The formation was built not just to prevent spiritual energy from leaking into the atmosphere, but to protect those within it as well. Even semi-divinity realm cultivators would not be able to breach it easily. With a slight flick of his finger, Kong Shi ripped a hole in the barrier and stepped in. The barrier could not stop him for even a second. Upon entering the formation, he quietly directed his glance at the altar. This simple gesture immediately caused Wu Chun to lose control of the altar. It began to shake wildly, as if it would fly toward Kong Shi at any moment. Wu Chun immediately bit his finger and splattered his blood all over the altar. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. The trembling altar began to calm down under the tribute of the blood. It was still shaking a fair bit, but it was not as intense as before. Palace Master Du, I need your help. Wu Chun cried out with a pale face. Du Qingyuan, who was fighting a few high immortals, swiftly got rid of her opponents and rushed over to the altar to infuse her Zhenqi into it. Only then did the altar finally stop shaking altogether. Paying no heed to this, Kong Shi turned to Zhang Xian and said, Do you want to take it out yourself, or do I have to do the work personally? Know that things will not end simply if I have to make a move. Voila! Even though it looked as if Kong Shi was not doing anything, Zhang Xian suddenly felt the space around him hardening, forming a barrier that trapped him, leaving him unable to escape. Despite so, Zhang Xian continued with his lecture as if nothing had happened. Even as Kong Shi breached the barrier, attempted to steal the altar, and made a move on him, his voice had never stopped at any point in time. The 100,000 true immortals were still completely immersed in his lecture, to the point that they did not seem to have realized that danger was already unbelievably close to them. Impartation of heaven's will, simple words of profound wisdom, trickery that beguiles the hearts of others and fools one into subservience. That was always the method he preferred and specialized in, and you seem to be pretty skilled in it as well. However, it's all too late. Kong Shi sneered as he raised his palm against Zhang Xian. Protect the sect leader. Horrified, Wu Chun and Du Qingyuan immediately rose up to protect him, but the next instant, several bursts of light gushed forth to block Kong Shi's path. If you wish to hurt our teacher, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. The sheer might behind the attack of the 11 youths caused even the sky to tear apart. They were Zhaoye, Zhengyang, and the others. Zhang Xian's 11 direct disciples had all reached the semi-divinity realm, and they were all wielding the semi-divinity artifacts that their teacher had given them. Through their sharp coordination, they were able to defend against Kong Shi's palm strike. Wu Chun, begin the ritual, Zhang Xian bellowed. With a flick of his finger, the aura of divinity that he had acquired from the city of collapsed space swiftly fell on top of the altar. O noble gods, I, Wu Chun, humbly offer the earnest loyalty and faith of 100,000 souls to plead for the purification of the aura of divinity. Two voices echoed in unison, Wu Chun and Du Qingyuan. One standing on the left of the altar and the other standing on the right. They raised their forefingers toward the heavens as they scattered their fresh blood over the altar. A brilliant light flickered into the surroundings as immense spiritual energy swiftly embraced all of the 100,000 true immortals. Xiong xiong. A light yellow flame ignited above the altar, searing the black aura of divinity. However, nothing seemed to be happening to the black aura of divinity at all. Not all of the 100,000 true immortals have opened themselves fully yet, Du Qingyuan said with gritted teeth. The flame must turn golden before it's able to cleanse the aura of divinity of its degeneration properties. Having been imparted with the ritual procedures, she knew the conditions required for success. Only when the wills of all 100,000 true immortals were aligned together would the flame on the altar turn golden. The current light yellow flame indicated that those whose wills were aligned together only numbered half. If only I had more time to lecture them, Zhang Xian remarked with a shake of his head. Of the 100,000 true immortals, only 50,000 of them were with him, and that included the 40,000 heavenly pseudo-immortals who had achieved a breakthrough earlier. It was not that his lecture did not appeal to them, but the time that he had with them was simply too short. Trust and credibility needed time to nurture. Even with a bond as deep as one between a parent and a child, if it was not nourished with care, concern, and accompaniment, their relationship would only remain shallow. This was even truer for the ties between a teacher and a student. The bond between a teacher and a student could run extremely deep, but it had to be carefully nurtured over time. That was the one thing that Zhang Xian lacked the most at the moment. If he had just an hour more, he would not have been in such a predicament. Is that the aura of divinity from the city of collapsed space? That darn black skeleton actually gave it to you? That be *starred. Why? Why? Kong Shi, who was fighting against Zhaoye and the others, noticed the happenings below as well and swiftly figured out Zhang Xian's goal. His eyes reddened in fury. As someone who had lived for several thousand years, he knew the secrets behind the city of collapsed space. In fact, he had entered the area himself and obtained a certain medicinal herb, following which several things had happened. In the 2 times he ventured into the depths of the city of collapsed space, he had encountered a black skeleton. However, that black skeleton had been extremely hostile to him, never hesitating to attack him. Putting aside acquiring the aura of divinity, he had nearly lost his life there. Due to that, he had been left with no choice but to trick Zhang Xian into challenging the Hall of Gods and obtaining the aura of divinity on his behalf. Why? The world had hindered him for so long, but it allowed this young man to do everything that he was unable to. This was unjust. With a furious roar, Kong Shi pulled his palm down. This single strike was at least 2 times stronger than the palm strike before. It caused the formation to waver feebly as the surrounding space collapsed inward under the pressure. Block it! Zhaoye cried out as she dealt out boundless sword qi to hold back Kong Shi's attack, like a pillar propping up the heavens. Zhang Yang also dashed forward and pressed his spear against the collapsing space, desperately pushing back the destruction. The same went for Wei Ruyan, Kong Shiyao, Lu Yang, Wang Ying, Dan Xiaotian, Lu Chong, Bai Wanqing, Zhang Zhouxiao, and Yuan Tao. His 11 direct disciples had no fear despite the danger they were in. Driving their strength to the limits, they were able to barely maintain the stability of the space despite destruction caving in relentlessly on them. They won't be able to hold on for too long. Concentrate. Seeing that Wu Chun had halted out of shock, Zhang Xian, sent an urgent telepathic message to him as he carried on with his lecture. As the lecture continued, the color of the yellow flame on the altar grew deeper and deeper, gradually making the transformation toward golden. Young master, we'll still need at least 15 more minutes in order to achieve perfect unity of wills at this rate. I fear that they won't be able to hold on for that long, Wu Qin said nervously. The yellow flame was already changing at a rapid pace, but it did not seem like they would be able to make it in time. Given the strength and undying tenacity of Zhao Ye and the others, they were still able to hold on for several breaths against the overwhelmingly powerful Kong Shi, but for them to last 15 minutes. That was simply too difficult. No, it would be more accurate to say that it was no different from hoping for a miracle to happen. I know that, but we can only try to persevere for as long as we can, Zhang Xian replied grimly. The lecturing continued without a pause. The crowd beneath seemed to be completely oblivious to be living hell occurring around them. They continued driving their Jinqi ceaselessly as they deepened their understanding of battle techniques. Chapter 2097 The Casualty of War Kacha. The might behind Kong Shi's attack only continued to grow stronger with time. Eventually, it reached a point where it couldn't be stopped anymore. Dimension rifts began to breach the stable space as Zhao Ye and the others were jolted back violently, causing blood to spurt from their mouths. The encounter had inflicted considerable injuries on them. Kong Shi was already invincible in his own power class, let alone the fact that he had achieved a breakthrough to the level of the gods. As an existence that stood at the very peak of the azure, he was no longer someone whom Zhao Ye and the others could take on. Someone of your capabilities won't be able to cleanse the aura of divinity. It will be put to much better use in my hands. After sending Zhao Ye and the others flying, Kong Shi reached his hand out toward the altar. Knowing that there was no other choice for him but to join in the battle as well, Zhang Xian whipped out the Tongzheng sword and exerted his sword intent while his mouth continued moving so as to continue with his lecture. He had been trying to avoid making a move himself so as to avoid any possible situation where the lecture was interrupted. The ritual could fail if anything were to go wrong. However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to step up as well. A massive net appeared all over the sky, forming a massive barrier that blocked out Kong Shi's hand. If I hadn't made a breakthrough, this move of yours might have made me hesitate for a moment. But do you really think that your move will be able to stop the current me? Kong Shi chuckled softly as he continued pressing his palm downward. Kacha. Cracks immediately appeared on the net. A heart of intertwined threads. This was a move that had surpassed the Heaven's Path sword art. It made him invincible amongst semi-divinity realm cultivators, and even ordinary gods might find themselves overwhelmed by it as well. But his opponent was no other than Kong Shi. Having overcome the hurdle to godhood, the other party had acquired strength far beyond imagination. Sla. A massive hole was ripped open in the net. With a pale face, Zhang Xian skidded back several hundred meters before he was able to regain his footing. At the same time, a spurt of blood escaped from his mouth. In just a single encounter, he had already sustained severe injuries. But throughout the entire encounter, he carried on with his lecture as if nothing was happening at all. The 100,000 true immortals continued listening to his words without realizing that something was amiss. Come over. Kong Shi turned his gaze toward the altar and beckoned. He knew that the aura of divinity was the key of the battle. Once he snatched it over, victory would be his to claim. The young man before him would be completely helpless before him by then. Hula. The black aura of divinity on the altar swiftly flew into Kong Shi's hand. No. Wu Qian and Du Qingyuan cried out with pale faces as they leaped into the sky to retrieve the black aura of divinity. Pong. Pong. But with just a glance over from Kong Shi, the two of them felt an enormous force crushing down on them, causing crimson blood to spurt from their mouths. Even though they had reached semi-divinity realm, their fighting prowess was far beneath Zhao Ye and the others. There was no way they could have possibly been a match for Kong Shi. Ha ha ha. Now that the final hope you have been desperately clutching onto has fallen into my hand, let's see what else you are going to do. Kong Shi burst into laughter as he looked at Zhang Xian with eyes filled with ridicule. As long as Zhang Xian was unable to reach the level of the gods like him, he would never be a match for him. With this, the battle was sealed. Did you think that I would have no way of curbing you just because I'm unable to make a breakthrough? A voice of utmost composure echoed alongside Zhang Xian's lecture. A book suddenly materialized in midair, and it plunged down toward Kong Shi at a frightening speed. The golden page? You do have it after all. However, did you think that I wouldn't be guarded against something that bastard has as well? Watching as the book above him grew larger and larger, Kong Shi was slightly taken aback for a moment before a cold sneer formed on his lips. He raised his hand up and waved it lightly. Wong. A peculiar aura crept out and covered his entire body, and his presence abruptly vanished from the world. It was as if he had suddenly phased out from the world. Unable to sense Kong Shi's presence, the golden page screeched to a halt. It was unable to find its target to attack. He possesses the discamate constitution of divination too, and he used a secret art on top of that to ensure that he leaped out of the jurisdiction of the heavens. As powerful as the golden page, it's futile if it can't land a clean blow. Zhang Xian thought grimly. As powerful as the golden page was, there were some conditions required for it to strike. Furthermore, there was still some lag time before the golden page struck, thus allowing the opponent to prepare countermeasures beforehand. Given that Kong Shi was aware of the existence and nature of the golden page, it wasn't too difficult for him to prepare a counter against it. What Kong Shi did was to conceal his presence completely from the heavens, thus rendering the golden page incapable of finding him. You're underestimating me as well. I wouldn't prepare just a single trump card to go against the great Kong Shi. Do you want to fathom a guess why I used the golden page on you even though I know that there's a high chance you knew of its existence? Zhang Xian spoke with a calm smile while carrying on with the lecture. As those words were being spoken, the flames above the altar abruptly soared into the sky. A figure rose up swiftly with a sword in hand. It was Zhang Xian's clone. He had hidden amidst the flames of the altar, waiting for the moment which Kong Shi was distracted by the golden page to launch an assault. Puha! Kong Shi was too guarded against Zhang Xian and the golden page that he was caught off guard by the clone's appearance. In a moment of carelessness, he got stabbed in his palm, causing fresh blood to pour out. However, the sword pierce stopped right there. The clone found that he was unable to drive his attack any deeper in. The physical body of a god was simply too resilient. Despite the clone's superior strength, which was further enhanced by a semi-divinity artifact and the god's sword intent, he was only able to barely scrape Kong Shi's skin. Even at the very best, it only dealt as much damage as a failed injection would. Ha ha ha. Remarkable. You were actually able to hurt me. It appears that it's not without reason that you were chosen by the heavens. But do you think that something of this caliber will really affect me, a god? Kong Shi knocked the clone flying with a wave of his hand before turning to look at Zhang Xian with an air of inviolability around him. Part of the reason why Zhang Xian's scheme worked was because Kong Shi allowed it so. He had already realized that something was amiss when Zhang Xian's clone hadn't appeared on the battlefield all along. Despite knowing that there was a ploy, he hadn't bothered putting his guard up. That was because he knew all schemes would crumble before absolute strength. Will you be able to kill me even if I were to stand still on the spot and allow you to attack me freely? In the face of a real god, semi-divinities were not any more than ants. I don't deny that. This bit of injury probably means nothing to a god at all, but the aura of divinity in your hands might beg to differ. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Taken aback by those words, Kong Shi lowered his head to take a look, only to see the black degeneration aura inside the aura of divinity surging swiftly into his wounds. His hand was rotting swiftly, causing it to take on a hideous form. You. Horrified, Kong Shi hurriedly let go of the black aura of divinity in his hand, causing it to fall onto the altar once more. Even so, the black aura of divinity continued to release the black degeneration aura, which was naturally drawn to the wound in Kong Shi's hand. The black aura of divinity was created by the black skeleton by compressing the air of degeneration in the city of collapsed space tightly together, so the concentration of the degeneration property within it was terrifyingly high. Putting aside a semi-divinity realm cultivator, even a true god would be vulnerable to it. Damn it! Kong Shi cursed furiously as he released all of his energy to curb the black degeneration aura. With his newfound strength as a god, not even ordinary air of degeneration would have been able to faze him anymore. That led to him thinking that there was nothing that could threaten him in the Azure anymore, but such a line of thought clearly backfired against him. Peng. Feeling deeply humiliated, Kong Shi charged toward Zhang Xian. Even when plagued by the black degeneration aura, the strength he had at his disposal still far surpassed any existence on the Azure. Overwhelmed by rage, he thrust his palm forth with his full strength this time around. It was an attack so powerful that it ripped through the fabrics of space in the trajectory of its attack, causing a spatial quake. Voila! Overwhelming might descended right upon Zhang Xian, but before it was able to seal his fate, a little yellow chick suddenly appeared before Kong Shi. It widened its mouth to an unnatural degree and gobbled Kong Shi whole. Boom, boom, boom. A huge lump could be seen in the little yellow chick's body, and it was moving around violently to break free. Hold on as long as you can, but don't hesitate to spit him out if you find yourself reaching your limits, Zhang Xian said worriedly. This fellow had been able to swallow the massive blackback tortoise whole and render it powerless back then, which proved that its ability to devour was a special talent. However, the fact still remained that Little Chick was only at heavenly high immortal realm, whereas Kong Shi was a real god. Even when Kong Shi was wounded, there was still a huge gap between the two of them. All Zhang Xian hoped was for the little yellow chick to hold on for a while longer, till the 100,000 true immortals finally achieved the complete union of wills. One thing that was extremely fortunate was that a huge proportion of the black degeneration aura had been absorbed by Kong Shi earlier on, causing the black aura of divinity to change from pitch black to a dark yellow color. It wasn't completely purified yet, but it was a major step forward. Previously, the altar had to turn completely golden in order for the cleansing to be completed, but given the current state of the aura of divinity, it would do even if the color were to just turn bright yellow. This meant that the time he needed had been greatly reduced. Nevertheless, it was still a question whether they could stall Kong Shi for this long. Zhang Xian channeled all of his focus into the lecture, greatly increasing the effects of the impartation of heaven's will. A nourishing atmosphere could be felt lingering in the area. Meanwhile, the little yellow chick's body was still moving around violently. It was apparent that Kong Shi was trying to force his way out. Back then, the semi-divinity realm blackback tortoise nearly lost its life after being gobbled whole, but Kong Shi was still able to move around vigorously after that. The strength of the gods was truly fearsome. Hurry up, hurry up. Knowing that the little yellow chick wouldn't be able to last for too long, Zhang Xian stared at the aura of divinity above the altar with an anxious look on his face. Along with his lecture, the flame had slowly turned to a bright yellow color. At the same time, changes began to occur to the aura of divinity as well. A black aura was slowly being expelled from the aura of divinity, causing it to slowly turn from dark yellow to yellow, light yellow. It's almost there. Seeing the changes in color, Zhang Xian knew that the ritual was finally working. His heart thumped wildly in excitement. All of a sudden, the space above him wavered. Hula! A sword sliced through the air, and right after, the stomach of the little yellow chick was split into two. An unkempt Kong Shi wielding a sword stepped out from within, appearing before everyone's view once more. His face was completely distorted with rage. He turned his body around and slashed down on the little yellow chick frenziedly. Shwa, shwa, shwa. As cold flashes of light struck down on it, the head of the little yellow chick was lopped off, and its body was sliced in many pieces. Xiong xiong. As if that wasn't enough, he released a burst of flame that seared the little yellow chick's severed body into ashes. No. Everything happened so quickly that Zhang Xian didn't even have any time to react. His body stiffened, and his mind nearly blanked out entirely in that instant. This couldn't be true. The little yellow chick was dead? This little yellow chick had been with him ever since his time at the Master Teacher continent. Back then, it was still stuck in the form of a gourd. It was an unreliable glutton which had sabotaged him on many occasions. It was also incredibly lazy, often choosing to lie around in his dantian, refusing to come out no matter what happened. As a result, they had many conflicts with one another, and they often bickered as well. But even as he raged or rolled his eyes at that little yellow chick, before he knew it, it had already become an important figure in his life. He had never imagined that such a situation would ever happen. Even his clone might have been unable to piece itself back together after it was reduced to such a state. "You bastard! I'm going to slaughter you." Zhang Xian's eyes turned red. Chapter 2098 Camaraderie of Brothers. Little Chick was his tamed beast, but it was also a friend and a brother. The two of them had been together with one another after having entered the Azure together. Unknowingly, the occasions which they teased one another and the interactions between them, all of these had become a natural part of his life. Even though they did not share a bond of blood, they had become as close as kin to one another. This was especially so after they formed a contract with one another. He could sense its thoughts and emotions, creating a feeling of unprecedented intimacy. The realization that those days would never return left him with a deep feeling of emptiness inside. He was initially opposed to letting Little Chick devour Kongsher as he thought that it was too dangerous. However, he eventually caved in because he knew there was no other choice. Be it his direct disciples or his clone, there was no one else who had the ability to stop Kongsher anymore. Even his greatest trump card, the Golden Page, had failed as well. So, he allowed Little Chick to go ahead with it, but he also instructed Little Chick to stop as soon as it felt it was in danger. He thought that the latter would be fine with its extraordinarily powerful recovery ability. Yet, who could have thought that Kongsher would go so far as to sever it into many pieces before burning it to ashes? With eyes filled with killing intent, Zhang Xian was just about to rush forward to pit his life against Kongsher when he felt someone holding him back. Right after, Wu Chen's anxious voice sounded, "Young master, purifying the aura of divinity is more important, or else Little Chick's sacrifice would have been in vain." It was as if a pail of ice water had been poured over Zhang Xian. His killing intent remained unabated, but rationality had returned back to his thoughts. He immediately halted his actions. Indeed, with his current strength, even if he were to pit his life against Kongsher, it was impossible for him to achieve victory. There was a world of difference between the fighting prowess of a god and a semi-divinity. This wasn't something that could be bridged by mere skills or tenacity. There was only one route Zhang Xian could take if he wanted to exact vengeance for Little Chick, and that was to purify the aura of divinity, assimilate it, and push his cultivation to the level of the gods too. As long as he succeeded, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to kill the other party. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian resumed his lecture after a momentary pause. Battle technique is a means to channel and exerting one's strength at a point. Xiong xiong. The color of the flames on the altar grew brighter and brighter. As of this moment, there were at least 80,000 true immortals who had opened their hearts, but they were still a stretch off from success. "How dare your tamed beast devour me whole? I'll return this humiliation 100-fold to you." Kongsher's expression remained warped in anger even after slaying Little Chick. With a roar, he swung his sword toward Zhang Xian. The weapon he had in hand was only a semi-divinity artifact, but in the hands of a god, it exerted strength far beyond that of ordinary semi-divinities. The sword chi that was produced through it stretched over a distance of 10 li, and its frightening sharpness made it seem as if the fabrics of space were as flimsy as a piece of paper. "Protect our teacher." Zhao Ye and the others charged over agitatedly. Zhang Xian's clone also quickly charged forward to protect the main body as well. Even though they had sustained significant injuries earlier, they had managed to make a full recovery through drinking bottles of chicken soup while Little Chick was holding down Kongsher. Zhang Xian's 11 direct disciples and his clone all had a semi-divinity artifact in hand, which added up to a total of 24 semi-divinities in total. Through their tight coordination, they formed a powerful collaboration formation. Even though the sword slash filled with Kongsher's rage was powerful, they still managed to fend it off, albeit with some difficulty. "Smash him to death," Zhang Xian willed. "Who?" The Golden Page, which had lost its target earlier, locked its target onto Kongsher and plummeted from the sky once again. The strength of the library of Heaven's Path had grown proportionately stronger to the might of the heavens of the azure. This also meant that the duration that the golden page could remain materialized had increased, allowing it to linger in the area even after a failed attack. With the golden page exerting its full might from above, the space around Kong Shi was forcefully sealed through the sheer pressure it emanated. Damn it! Kong Shi immediately tried the same move once more, activating his secret art to conceal his presence from the heavens to dodge the attack from the golden page. However, the clone suddenly rushed from behind to stab Kong Shi's back at this moment. Zhao Ye and the others quickly emulated the clone's actions, executing their strongest moves to harass Kong Shi. You fools! Are you trying to die? Kong Shi felt his goosebumps rising up. The golden page didn't discriminate between allies and enemies. It was a force that could crush even the gods. But Zhang Xian's clone and direct disciples still charged right into the area of effect of the golden page without any hesitation. That was tantamount to suicide. Or even worse, they might even be planning on using themselves as a guiding beacon for the golden page to strike. In other words, they were planning on sacrificing themselves to bring him down. Kong Shi released a burst of sword chi which circled him like a ferocious dragon. He was intending to drive these fellows away so that he could hide securely away from the all-seeing eye of the heavens, but these fellows persistently stuck themselves to him. No matter how he tried to push them away, they would return and converge back in on him in the next instant. He couldn't escape it all. Hong Long Long. His surroundings swiftly grew darker and darker as the golden page approached him at a terrifying speed. It felt as if the entire weight of the heavens was falling down on him, sparking a hint of fear in the depths of his heart. Even if the golden page strikes me squarely, I still won't die that easily. Kong Shi harumphed coldly. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to shake off Zhang Xian's direct disciples and his clone in time, he wrapped himself with a layer of sword chi to protect himself from the attacks from Zhao Ye and the others before dashing right toward the golden page. Boom! He collided face-on with the golden page, and the sword in his hand immediately shattered. The tremendous pressure crushing down on him caused fresh blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. But at the same time, he managed to stop the golden page in place. How frightening! Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. The golden page had always been a trusty trump card that he could rely on to defeat his opponent regardless of the situation. As long as he brought it out, even the strongest individuals would be immediately flattened into a pancake. So, he thought that as long as he could stop Kong Shi from dodging, there should be a fair chance that he would be able to crush the latter to death. Yet, the latter actually wielded the strength to withstand it. It seemed like even the heavens of the azure was powerless against the gods. Young master, the aura of divinity has turned golden. Wu Chen suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Xian turned his head over and saw the aura of divinity on the altar was emanating a brilliant golden glow. It looked the exact same as the one he had received back at the Hall of Gods. While his direct disciples, his clone, and the golden page were attacking Kong Shi, he managed to align the wills of the 100,000 true immortals together, thus completing the ritual. Little chick, I shall exact vengeance for you. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian swiftly flitted over to the altar and grabbed the aura of divinity. Tzzzzzz. The aura of divinity slipped into his body through his pores, and it swiftly coursed through his meridians. If he had haphazardly absorbed the aura of divinity without a corresponding cultivation technique back then, there was a good chance that his body would blow up from the accumulation of energy. But right now, just recalling the sight of how Little Chick was sliced into bits and razed to ashes, he felt as if his heart was going to be ripped out. Flashbacks of the time he had spent with Little Chick crossed his mind. Back at the Sanctum of Sages, when he tagged along with Luo Xuanqing's group to find the Dongshu Gourd, the latter abruptly dashed into his dantian and hid in there. That was the start of their bizarre relationship. There wasn't anything much that happened while they were at the Master-Teacher continent. He was unable to deal with the Dongshu Gourd, and the latter spent all of its time lazing around and leeching off his dantian. It was only after coming to the Azure did they start to spend more time together, smacking his opponents to death from behind, stealing his pills, devouring the sword of his ally. All sorts of things happened between the two of them, and they did all sorts of things together too. Before he knew it, Little Chick had already taken on an irreplaceable position in his heart. Habit was truly a scary thing. Somehow, he felt like the days would simply carry on like that. They would continue being by each other's side, bickering with one another every now and then. I am a legendary beast who once ruled over the lands. Little Chick's voice echoed in his mind. In fact, he could almost see the other party shaking its bottom gleefully as it guzzled immortal pills as if they cost nothing at all. We still haven't uncovered what kind of legendary beast you are yet, Zhang Xian murmured quietly beneath his breath. All along, that fellow had been trying its best to achieve breakthroughs so that it could finally uncover its true identity, but till the very end, it never knew what it truly was. The tight bond of brothers go beyond life and death, Zhang Xian muttered with reddened eyes. To look after each other's back and protect one another in the face of true danger, this was brotherhood. Boom. It was as if the aura of divinity in Zhang Xian's body suddenly found an outlet. It flowed at the whims of Zhang Xian's emotions, circulating on and on. At the same time, Zhang Xian quickly immersed his consciousness into the great codex of spring and autumn to accelerate the process by 100-fold. Even so, the process of reaching godhood was simply too complicated. It represented the qualitative evolution of a life form. However, Zhang Xian knew that this matter couldn't be hurried. So, he allowed the aura of divinity to flow along with his feelings and temper his physical body. I'll require at least a single day in order to reach godhood, Zhang Xian estimated. Even though he had comprehended a higher cultivation technique and identified a feasible way of achieving a breakthrough, it would still take at least a single day for him to reach the level of the gods. It might seem a long period of time, but for a major breakthrough like this, it could already be considered to be extremely fast. One must know that Kong Shi had cultivated for nearly an entire month after he acquired the aura of divinity before he managed to make a breakthrough. In comparison, Zhang Xian's ability to make a breakthrough within a single day was unthinkable. There are 24 hours in a day, which translates to 1440 minutes. Even with the 100-fold multiplier from cultivating in the great codex of spring and autumn, I'll still need 14 minutes before I can make a complete breakthrough. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. I can only hope that I can buy that much time with the golden page. Even if the duration had been lowered down to 14 minutes, it was still far too long. He wouldn't be able to exert much strength within this 14 minutes. If Kong Shi were to attempt something during this period of time, he would be completely helpless. Zhang Xian turned to look at Kong Shi, who was still suppressed under the weight golden page at the moment, and prayed that the golden page would somehow be able to buy him sufficient time for a breakthrough. But barely after this thought surfaced in his mind, the golden page suddenly wavered a little before dissipating into thin air, as if it had never appeared before. The duration of materialization of the golden page had been increased after he came to the azure, but it still wasn't able to remain materialized for too long. You scoundrels! With the vanishing of the golden page, Kong Shi finally turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian. His entire arm was already rotting, and his other palm had been severely injured as well. Blood was dripping from his body. Even though he had managed to fend against the golden page and all of the trump cards which Zhang Xian had prepared, he still ended up sustaining severe injuries in the midst of doing so. You might have succeeded in buying enough time to cleanse the aura of divinity and absorb it, but you have also depleted all of your cards too. You don't have any means of buying time anymore. On the other hand, all I require is a single breath to kill you. There's no way I'll be giving you any chances anymore. Kong Shi spat menacingly as he glared at Zhang Xian with cold eyes. The only reason why he hadn't killed Zhang Xian so far was so as he could capture the latter alive and extract the heaven's imperfections from his body. Yet, this hesitation nearly cost him his life. That fellow was indeed an existence of the same level as that bastard. Even as a mere semi-divinity realm cultivator, that fellow was someone who couldn't be underestimated. He realized that he would have to kill that young man right here, right now. If the battle were to drag out any longer, he would really lose control over the situation. Chapter 2099 Godhood, You're right. Time is indeed not on my side. Even as he realized that Kong Shi was prepared to kill him, Zhang Xian did not display the slightest hint of fear. If I were to foolishly wait here for you to make a move against me, there's no way I would have enough time. However, I could always choose to hide, just like you. It won't be too late for me to exact vengeance when I make my breakthrough eventually. Hide. A cold glint flashed across Kong Shi's eyes. Do you think that I will allow you to escape in my presence? With a wave of his hand, Kong Shi began to seal the space around Zhang Xian. Who? But at that very instant, Zhang Xian suddenly vanished from the spot. At the same time, Wu Chun took out an ethereal token and placed a storage ring on it. With a resounding buzz, the storage ring disappeared from sight. A storage ring and an ethereal token? I see. Kong Shi was initially stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. It would indeed be possible to achieve spatial teleportation using such a method. However, you have neglected one important fact. I am the head of the Ethereal Hall, and I hold the authority to track down the movement of any item in the Ethereal Hall. He had been wondering what kind of ingenious plan Zhang Xian had in mind to flee from him. Yet, it turned out to be such a meaningless and futile maneuver. The only reason cultivators were able to remain anonymous in the Ethereal Hall was because the Ethereal Hall allowed them to. Was the young man really so naive as to think that he, the head of the Ethereal Hall, would not be able to track down someone moving through it? He had thought that it would be a great deal of trouble to obtain the Library of Heaven's Path after Zhang Xian reached the level of the gods, but it seemed like he had overestimated the latter's intelligence. It was just a change of battlefield. Humph. Did you think that I would allow you to escape? Paying no heed to the war happening all around him, Kong Shi flicked his wrist and took out an ethereal token. His ethereal token was very different from what was distributed to the others. It was golden in color. Most likely, it was the token reserved specially for the Hall Master's use. Holding tightly onto the token, a glint flashed across Kong Shi's eyes. Of all places, you have chosen to head to the Ethereal Hall headquarters? Very well. It seems like you are courting death. After uncovering the location where Zhang Xian had teleported, Kong Shi was dazed for a moment before a cold sneer formed on his lips. Who? He took out a mirror and reflected the ethereal token against the mirror. A moment later, a majestic palace appeared in the reflection of the mirror. The palace was the Ethereal Hall headquarters located on the Azure Bridge. With his evanescent boots, he stepped into the mirror. A moment later, he was already standing right in front of the Ethereal Hall headquarters. As the adage goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. It wasn't a bad decision for you to choose to escape here, but it's unfortunate that you neglected one important detail. It's possible to track the location of others through the Ethereal Hall. This works in my favor as well. The interference of the heavens is limited here, so it'll be much more convenient for me to extract the heavens' imperfections from your body here. Kong Shi chuckled softly as he released his spiritual perception into the surroundings. Through his earlier checks, he had found that Zhang Xian had hidden in a folded space and placed the folded space in a storage ring. After that, the adolescent youth conducting the ritual had swiftly sold the storage ring through the Ethereal Hall, and it had been bought right after. The buyer had then made use of the teleportation formation embedded within the ethereal token to bring the storage ring over here. The chances were that Zhang Xian was hidden in the Ethereal Hall headquarters. It was not a bad move at all. He never would have thought that Zhang Xian would be so bold as to choose to hide in his home ground, if not for the records of his movement. He isn't here? Kong Shi swiftly scanned the entire palace with his spiritual perception, but other than a semi-divinity realm serpentine dragon trembling fearfully in one corner, he could not find any trace of Zhang Xian. The serpentine dragon was likely the buyer that had purchased the storage ring that Zhang Xian was hiding in. He would deal with that serpentine dragon in due course, but his priority was to capture Zhang Xian before he was able to do anything. So, he scanned the palace once more with his spiritual perception, but the results were still the same. Frustrated, he raised his head, only to see a figure climbing up the pillars of the Ethereal Hall headquarters using just his physical strength. There you are. Kong Shi's eyes lit up. At that moment, that figure was very close to the boundary between the Ethereal Hall and the Hall of Gods. Where do you think you are escaping to? Kong Shi sneered as he soared up alongside the pillar. Semi-divinity realm cultivators had to scale the pillar by climbing it with their hands and feet, but those who had reached the level of the gods were spared this hassle. They were able to fly right up the pillar. "Stop right there," Kong Shi bellowed as he launched a palm strike to knock Zhang Xian down. Zhang Xian dared not stop. He swiftly climbed up the pillar with the dexterity of a monkey. Just as the palm strike was about to strike him, his body suddenly flickered before vanishing. He had finally passed through the boundary between the ethereal hall headquarters and the Hall of Gods. "I see. You are thinking of biding your time in the Hall of Gods because you think that I'm unable to get in there. Ha ha ha. You really do impress me time and time again with your sharp wits, but it won't work." With a cold harumph, Kong Shi passed through the boundary as well. The next instant, his entire surroundings suddenly flipped upside down. He should have been heading upward, but all of a sudden, he found himself heading downward instead. His center of gravity had been flipped. He had been there many times before, so he was not thrown off guard. He quickly drove his zhenqi and steadied himself before swiftly assessing his surroundings. Glancing downward, perhaps because the other party knew that he could not get away anymore and had resigned himself to his fate, he saw Zhang Xian holding tightly onto the pillar, not escaping anymore. "I didn't expect you to come chasing after me so quickly," Zhang Xian remarked nonchalantly. "There are many more things that are beyond your expectations. Since you have realized that it's impossible for you to escape anymore, why don't you just obediently hand the heavens' imperfections over?" Kong Shi smirked as he charged forward to strike Zhang Xian. Before his palm strike even landed, the surrounding space froze, sealing off all possible routes of escape. Just as he was about to be killed, Zhang Xian suddenly raised his palm and said, "There's something that I would like to, however." Kong Shi's palm continued surging forward, only stopping when it was less than half a meter away from Zhang Xian. He looked at the young man with eyes filled with ridicule. "Speak. I'll listen to your final words. That would be much appreciated." Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he started counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Huh. Kong Shi was taken aback. Did this fellow lose his mind from fear? He had been wondering what kind of last words Zhang Xian was going to utter when he started to do a countdown instead. Was he mentally ill or something? "What are you doing?" Kong Shi bellowed furiously. "I'm not doing anything much. I'm just counting down." "There's no need to get so agitated," Zhang Xian replied with a smile before continuing on with his countdown. 3, 2, 1. When he finally counted down to the very last number, a smile as brilliant as the sun blossomed on his face. He stretched his back with a refreshed look on his face. "Is that it? Since you are done with your last words, I hope that you are prepared to move on." Boom. Right after those words were spoken, a resounding explosion filled the air. As if there was a massive dragon circling his body, rumbling thunder roared from Zhang Xian's body. A powerful aura surged into the void. At this point, the young man suddenly released his grip on the stone pillar. Yet, instead of falling endlessly into space, he was floating quietly in midair. "Flight. Why you? You have managed to achieve a breakthrough?" Kong Shi could hardly believe his eyes. He had started cultivating right after he acquired the aura of divinity, but even so, it had taken him nearly an entire month before he was able to overcome the final hurdle. Even though the young man before him possessed a fragment of the heavens and was able to cultivate at an unprecedented rate, just like that be** starred, it should not have been possible to achieve a breakthrough without at least an entire day of cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that he had not been too worried about the situation. As long as he could capture Zhang Xian within a single day, the latter would not be able to pose a threat to him. Yet, how did the other party suddenly reach the level of the gods? All in all, it had only been 5 minutes since the other party consumed the aura of divinity and ran all the way there. Was it really possible for a person to make a breakthrough within just 5 minutes? Not even that be** starred would be able to pull off something as ridiculous as this off. "I don't believe it. There's no way this is true." Kong Shi roared furiously as he charged forth and launched a palm strike. "It's already too late." Zhang Xian looked at Kong Shi with killing intent flaring in his eyes. He was calm and rational, But the rage from witnessing the death of little Chick had not been quelled yet. He flicked his finger lightly. Pong! Kong Shi had channeled his full strength into the palm strike. But as if a bolt of lightning, Zhang Xian's finger flick still sent him flying back. Kong Shi staggered for over several hundred meters before he was finally to regain his balance. Taking in large mouthfuls of air, he looked at the young man before him with a look of disbelief on his pale face. That single finger flick had not just dispelled his attack. It had nearly crushed his cultivation. Granted, he had already sustained significant injuries in the earlier battle, but the might of Zhang Xian's attack had still surpassed his imagination. If the other party was able to sustain his might, he was not sure if he would really be able to achieve victory. Did he really manage to achieve a breakthrough? Kong Shi clenched his fists tightly. Even up to this point, he was still unable to believe that he had been foiled by such a ridiculous turn of events. Gritting his teeth, he coldly spat. So what if you have reached the level of the gods too? I don't believe that you'll be able to master your powers so quickly. The powers of a god were vastly different from that of a semi-divinity. Familiarizing oneself with it would take a significant period of time. It was impossible to exert the full strength of a god right after achieving a breakthrough. Even though he had gone into seclusion for a month, the truth was that he had already reached the level of gods within 20 days. He had spent the last 10 days reinforcing his cultivation and familiarizing himself with the powers of the gods before reappearing. Even if Zhang Xian had used some kind of secret art to accelerate the rate of his breakthrough, there was no way he would be able to familiarize himself with the powers of the gods so quickly. With such a thought in mind, Kong Shi released a punch toward Zhang Xian with a ferocious roar. In that instant, everything seemed to dim before Kong Shi. It was as if the world was displaying its subservience to a superior being. A god exerting his full strength was not something to be made light of. In response, Zhang Xian raised a single finger up. Who? The incredible momentum of Kong Shi's punch was halted by a single finger. It was almost as if there was a metal barrier that stood in its place, preventing it from advancing any further. Crumble. Zhang Xian flicked his finger once more. Pooh. Pooh. Kong Shi was sent tumbling back dozens of li. The bones in his arm were fractured, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. The sheer impact of this single move had nearly claimed his life. How is this possible? Kong Shi murmured fearfully as he struggled to regain his balance. In this clash, he realized that the other party had not just reached the level of the gods in terms of cultivation. The other party had also managed to familiarize himself with its powers, such that he was able to use it even more smoothly than him. And all of this was done within a few short minutes. This was impossible. Utterly impossible. With confusion reflected in his eyes, Kong Shi fell into a daze. Chapter 2100 Overcoming the Odds, Godhood, and Semi-Divinity. These were two very different existences from one another. Even if one obtained the aura of divinity and successfully made a breakthrough, it would still take a considerable period of time to fully master the power of the gods. As such, he had thought that he stood a chance against Zhang Xian even after he had successfully made a breakthrough. But this hopeful thought of his was swiftly ripped apart by the other party. There's nothing impossible about this. Zhang Xian looked at Kong Shi coldly. After achieving a breakthrough himself, he realized just how powerful the gods were. It was no wonder Kong Shi was able to tear through space and freely traverse through it. In comparison, semi-divinities were truly weak. As long as he willed it, even if Zhao Ye and the others put their strength together, they would not be able to stop him for a single breath. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Kong Shi cried out as he desperately channeled all his energy together and flung his fist at Zhang Xian. He had been thinking of capturing Zhang Xian alive and extracting the heaven's imperfections from him, but now that the latter had obtained the same strength as him, that was clearly no longer possible. At this point, it had all descended to a fight for survival. He knew that he had to find a way to kill Zhang Xian, or else there was no way he would be walking out of there alive. So, he channeled all his strength in this single move. The space around the Hall of Gods was much stabler than that of the Azure, but it still collapsed under the full strength of a god. Zhang Xian showed no signs of backing down at all. With a smile on his lips, he calmly tore down whatever attack Kong Shi directed toward him. A few minutes later, Kong Shi's body was frozen in place. A powerful force had sealed his movements completely. He had also been stripped of his Paragon Black Mirror and Evanescent Boots, thus sealing off his escape route as well. After comprehending the pathos of heavens, not even Zhang Xian's clone was a match for him. Even though Kong Shi was not weak, he was only on par with his clone at the very most. Not to mention the fact that Kong Shi had been worn down by Little Chick, the Golden Page, and the collaborative offense from Zhao Ye and the others, thus causing him to be severely weakened. After trapping Kong Shi in place, Zhang Xian looked at him calmly. The results of the battle were already out. With this, Kong Shi's fate was sealed. To be able to make a breakthrough to godhood and master its powers. Even that B***starred would have been unable to do it. Kong Shi was still in a state of denial. The doubt in his mind scratched and clawed at his sanity, preventing him from coming to terms with reality. That B***starred? Zhang Xian sensed that there was a deeper meaning behind Kong Shi's words. Who are you referring to? That B***starred also has a fragment of the heavens, but even he was unable to cultivate as quickly as you. Kong Shi murmured under his breath. It seems like you have admitted to the fact that you aren't Kong Shi, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Should I address you as Kong Shi's clone? Or is there another name that you prefer? The very fact that Kong Shi had made a move on him at the Azure Bridge had left him feeling deeply bewildered, leading him to believe that the other party could be a fake. However, everything had become clear to him after he entered the Hall of Gods. The fact that clones were not unable to enter the Hall of Gods and the fight with Kong Shi, who was able to use Heaven's Path battle techniques and the ability of Heaven's Order. He would have to be a fool to have not figured out the truth after seeing all of that. Most likely, the person before him was Kong Shi's clone. There was only a single fragment of the heavens. Even though Zhang Xian's clone shared the same soul as him, he could not practice the complete Heaven's Path divine art and Heaven's Path battle techniques. Probably due to that, the nature of their souls had begun to diverge. Their thoughts were no longer completely in sync, and they could even chat with one another as if they were two different entities. Since that was the case for Zhang Xian, it was likely the same for Kong Shi. The clone before him appeared to be a manifestation of the ill will within Kong Shi's soul. It was driven by negative emotions, and perhaps it was out of jealousy of the real Kong Shi that it was so desperate to obtain a fragment of the heavens. As they shared the same origin, the clone viewed itself as Kong Shi, and it seemed to take pride in its identity. Humph, we are the same person. So why is it that he is the only one who possesses the Heaven's Order and can cultivate faster than anyone else? Why is he the only one who enjoys such honor and prestige, such that the whole world looks up to him as the world's teacher? Why is it that I am forced to hide in a place where the sun doesn't shine, sealed off for several thousand years? Kong Shi's clone spat with gritted teeth. Don't you already have an answer to that in the depths of your heart? Zhang Xian pointed it out coldly. From the looks of it, it appeared that the other party was indeed the ill will that Kong Shi had severed from his soul. The reason Kong Shi was respected as the world's teacher was not because of his overwhelming strength or capabilities, but the benevolence and magnanimity he had displayed. In contrast, Kong Shi's clone was someone who would resort to any means in order to acquire what he wanted. How could someone like that earn the respect of others? If only I had killed you and everyone else who has betrayed me, I would have been able to maintain my impeccable image and remain as the figure whom everyone respects. Kong Shi's clone bared his teeth indignantly. You still don't understand, do you? Zhang Xian shook his head. You can conquer the world and force everyone to submit to you through sheer force, but as time goes by, the negative emotions of the people you have suppressed will grow more and more powerful. It'll eventually blow up on you and reduce you to smithereens. Authority and dominance could grant one power, but it could also turn people against one. It was impossible to seal off the mouth of the people, let alone attempt to conquer their spirit. A thought suddenly popped up in Zhang Xian's head. Even a person as powerful as Kong Shi ended up with such an evil clone. But what about my clone? He had spent quite some time with his clone. While the latter was a braggart and a show-off, it had never displayed any envy or ill will. Given so, why would Kong Shi's clone end up like that? Perhaps it's the work of inner demons. Due to the library of heaven's path, the cultivation techniques that I practice are flawless, so I am unaffected by inner demons. The cultivation techniques that Kong Shi practices are likely to be perfect as well due to the heaven's order, which defines the very laws of the world. But in truth, that's also its greatest flaw. Heaven's order allowed one to dictate the laws of the world, forcing all existences to conform to one's will. As powerful as that ability seemed, the act of altering long-established laws of the world would shake the stability of the world, thus causing the order of the world to waver. This contradiction in Kong Shi's beliefs would make him highly vulnerable to inner demons. As a result, Kong Shi's clone was born out of his negative emotions. His clone dared not to move recklessly in Kong Shi's presence. However, once the latter left the azure for the firmament, his clone swiftly realized that it was the strongest existence, possessing the greatest authority in the azure. The sudden possession of power unleashed all the negative emotions within his clone's soul. If Kong Shi has severed the negative emotions in his soul to his clone, what did I sever from my soul to my clone then? Zhang Xian could not help wondering. Compassion and malevolence were dictated by just the difference of a single thought. The act of severing one's soul and creating a clone was no different from giving away a part of one's personality. From such a perspective, it stood to reason that a clone would have a contrasting personality from the main body. Kong Shi had given away his malicious intentions all to his clone, leaving him with the benevolence and magnanimity that the world knew him for. If so, what did he give away to his clone? From the looks of it, other than its compulsive desire to brag and show off, it did not seem to have too many bad habits. I guess I severed my bragging personality to my clone. That's why I became much humbler and more low-profile after my clone came to be. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. That would explain the huge contrast between him and his clone. He had never really thought too deeply into the implications of severing his soul to create a clone, so this matter really got him thinking. Well, it was undeniable that he had the urge to brag every now and then, but the virtue of humility was imprinted in his very bones. That was the trait that he could strike his chest proudly for. Ha ha ha, the world only listens the words of the winner. Now that you have won, whatever you say becomes the truth. Knowing that it was meaningless to debate about such matters with Zhang Xian, Kong Shi's clone looked at the young man intently and said, I still don't get it. How were you able to achieve a breakthrough so quickly? Wait a moment. A thought suddenly surfaced in the mind of Kong Shi's clone, and his eyes widened. You have the Great Codex of Autumn? Using the Heaven's Order's jurisdiction over space-time, the real Kong Shi had created a unique artifact known as the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. If one attempted to strictly categorize it in terms of tier, it would not even be considered a high immortal tier artifact. However, just like the Paragon Black Mirror and the Evanescent Boots, it possessed unique abilities. However, through the eyes that he had left on the Master Teacher continent, he was aware that the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn had been taken away by a god who went by the name of Luo Ruoxin. How could it be in Zhang Xian's hands? If he had known that the other party was in possession of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, he never would have let his guard down. Perhaps, at the very instant that Zhang Xian took in the aura of divinity, he would have already used his greatest strength to kill him. You're right. It's indeed the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, Zhang Xian replied. The flow of time in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn is fixed at 10 times that of the Master Teacher continent, which equates to 100th in the azure. I see. The face of Kong Shi's clone paled as he finally understood the reason behind his loss. Assuming that Zhang Xian shared the same talent as the real Kong Shi, he would take 24 hours, 1,440 minutes, or 86,400 seconds. If he cultivated in the azure, with the 100-fold multiplier of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, he only needed 14 minutes in order to make a breakthrough. That was indubitably amazing, but it still was not enough given the situation back then. For that reason, Zhang Xian had chosen to teleport over to the Ethereal Hall headquarters. At the Ethereal Hall headquarters, the flow of time was 10 times that of the azure. Given that the flow of time in the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was fixed, it meant that time flowed 1,000 times faster. In other words, He would only need a single minute to make a breakthrough there. However, Zhang Xian still did not think that it was fast enough yet. So, he had climbed all the way up the pillar to head to the Hall of Gods. The flow of time was even slower there, being at only 1/100th of the azure. As long as he passed that boundary, the flow of time in the great codex of spring and autumn would be 10,000 times that of his external environment. Therefore, of the 86,400 seconds he needed for a breakthrough, he would only need 8 seconds in the real world. It was for that reason that he had counted down from 10. 10 seconds might not have seemed like anything much, but it was sufficient for him to reach the level of the gods in the great codex of spring and autumn and even familiarize himself with his new power. Kong Shi's clone felt his guts turning green from regret. There were so many if-onlys in his mind that it was driving him insane. He attempted to struggle a little, but he was still unable to break free of Zhang Xian's restraints. Eventually, he took a deep breath and exhaled deeply before saying, "Do whatever you want. I have already lost." He had thought that he could have surpassed his main body if he snatched the heavens in perfection, but it had ultimately ended in failure. It was indeed impossible to overcome those who had been chosen by the heavens. "I really hate you, but I won't kill you. You are Kong Shi's clone, so I'll leave it to him to determine your fate. However, I can assure you that you won't be able to live a single day in peace from this moment onward," Zhang Xian remarked coldly as he swiftly directed his power toward Kong Shi's clone. The power sealed the cultivation of Kong Shi's clone, preventing him from making a move at all, following which, he threw the latter into the folded space within his storage ring. He stood silently in the void for a long moment before a deep sigh escaped from his lips. There were simply too many things that had happened over this period of time that left his heart feeling extremely heavy. He knew that the war happening at Starchaser Island should have settled down given that his clone and direct disciples were there to help out, so he was not needed there for the time being. "Since I have reached the level of the gods, I should go and check out what the black vortex sealed under the Hall of Gods is," Zhang Xian murmured as he glanced downward. It was almost as if his eyes were peering right through the void to gaze upon the stately Hall of Gods. Chapter 2101 The One Who Returned. The Hall of Gods stood above a black vortex, reminiscent of a rock plugging up a leaky roof. He had been wanting to check it out for some time now, but due to the limitations of his cultivation, he hadn't been able to approach it. However, now that he had become a real god, even though the forces surrounding the black vortex were frightening, he had no fear of it anymore. It had taken him 4 hours to leave the Hall of Gods previously, but this time around, it only took him a few minutes to get there. It still looked as grand and splendid as before. Black mist could be seen revolving around the Hall of Gods, and if one peered into the vortex beneath, one could see dimension rifts within. Zhang Xian flew to the top of the vortex and sensed a peculiar energy trying to claw its way toward him, as if attempting to devour him whole. "I should head in to take a look." Wrapping himself with his newfound divine powers, he dived into the vortex. Tzz. The spatial turbulence within the vortex struck him relentlessly with a force that even semi-divinity realm cultivators were unable to withstand. However, to the current Zhang Xian, it was not sufficient to hurt him. At the eye of the vortex, he saw a pitch-black passageway that led to uncharted territories. But for some reason, he felt as if there was a utopia lying on the other side. He felt a desire to venture in to take a look. Could this be the entrance to the firmament? Zhang Xian could not help but remember the spatial passageway leading to the azure from the Kungsu domain. From the 100 schools of philosophers to the formation and the ancient sage corpse, traces of Kong Shi could be seen in it. The same went for the passageway right before him. The Hall of Gods above was guarded by Kong Shi's will, and the first bundle of aura of divinity that he had received was from Kong Shi as well. After his will replaced Kong Shi's to guard the Hall of Gods, he became cognizant of the rules governing the Hall of Gods. As long as someone could defeat his will, he would be able to obtain a bundle of aura of divinity too. The only issue with that was that his will was simply too strong. There was no way Zhao Ye and the others would be a match for him, or else he would have long brought them over to harvest a bundle. "I should head back and wrap everything up before exploring this area once more." He turned around and flew out of the vortex. Zhaoya, Han Jianxiu, and the others would likely be dying of worry after seeing Kong Shi chasing right after him. At the very least, he should return to take a look. He flew across the boundary once more, and before long, he was already back at the ethereal hall headquarters. With a thought, he lowered his aura to the level of a semi-divinity realm cultivator. Based on what he knew, there would be a cultivation ordeal after reaching the level of the gods. If he disguised his cultivation, he might be able to push it back a little. After he was done, he tore apart the space ahead of him and stepped into the dimension rift. When he finally appeared once more, he was already standing right above the heaven-anchoring boulder. He swiftly confirmed his direction before tearing apart the space ahead of him once more, and this time, he arrived at the area right above Starchaser Palace. Seeing that a cultivation ordeal had not fallen on him yet, he heaved a sigh of relief before quickly assessing the surroundings. The war against the Ethereal Hall, Black Mirror Citadel, and evanescent immortal sect had already ended, leaving behind many corpses on the ground. "Teacher, you're back." Sensing Zhang Xian's aura, Zhao Ye and the others immediately rushed over in agitation. Even though they looked a little unkempt, fortunately, it did not seem like any of them were severely injured. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian asked, "How did the battle go?" "We have captured Citadel Lord Bai and Sect Leader Gu of the Black Mirror Citadel and Evanescent Immortal Sect respectively. The others have also surrendered. With their top powers taken down, those two sects are pretty much goners. As for the Ethereal Hall, we managed to capture everyone as well," Zhao Ye explained. After Hall Master Kong left the battlefield to pursue Zhang Xian, the alliance among the three powers had swiftly collapsed into a pile of scattered sand. Zhao Ye and the others had reached the semi-divinity realm, and all of them were wielding semi-divinity artifacts. Even though the enemies had a lot of experts in their ranks, they did not stand a chance against Zhao Ye and the others. Furthermore, the 100,000 true immortals joined the fray, thus resulting in a completely one-sided battle. It was a complete wipeout for the enemy. All those who were still alive had surrendered. "It's good that everything has been settled," Zhang Xian nodded. With Zhao Ye and the others joining in the fray, they had been able to easily curb the enemy's semi-divinity realm experts. Once the top experts had been taken care of, the rest would be a walk in the park. The casualties at the starting phase of the battle were high, but they swiftly reduced after Zhao Ye and the others joined the battle as well. As such, the damage suffered by the four sects and the aquatic creatures was not too great. "Did you manage to collect Little Chick's ashes? Where are they?" Zhang Xian asked. Little Chick had died for his sake. If not for it sacrificing itself to block Kong Shi, there was no way he would have managed to cleanse the aura of divinity in time and successfully make a breakthrough. "We did manage to collect them, but," knowing the feelings their teacher had for his tamed beast, Zhao Ye and the others had immediately gathered the ashes of Little Chick as soon as the battle ended. "But," Zhang Xian frowned. "Even as we gathered the ashes together, they continued to burn with fervor," Zhao Ye said with a bitter smile as she pointed at the ash pile. Zhang Xian quickly turned his head and saw a bundle of golden flames burning ceaselessly. It was the very same location where Little Chick had been killed and raised to ashes by Kong Shi's clone. Perplexed, he quickly made his way over to take a closer look at the bundle of golden flames. Slowly, a frown formed on his forehead. The golden flames right before his eyes were not too strong, but he could clearly sense life being nurtured within them. What does this mean? Is Little Chick still alive? Zhang Xian was stunned. The little yellow chick had been sliced into dozens of pieces by a sword before being burned to ashes. Even a real god would have died after sustaining such damage. So, how could he still sense the presence of life within the golden flames? Who? While Zhang Xian was still staring at the golden flames with narrowed eyes, an altar suddenly materialized right beneath them. It was the one that he and Wu Chun had brought over from the Master Teacher continent. Tzzzzzzzz. A black aura seeped out of the altar and surged right into the golden flames. Xiong xiong. The golden flames flared up in response to the black aura. From the size of a football, it grew to roughly the height of a man before abruptly expanding into a fiery ball of over 10 meters in diameter. Even so, The flow of black aura from the altar to the golden flames showed no signs of stopping. Young master, the altar seems to have formed a connection with another altar, forming a portal. Wu Chan and Du Qingyuan swiftly made their way over together to take a closer look at this baffling situation. Portal? Zhang Xian asked with narrowed eyes. It's similar to the portal we used previously in order to teleport over to the Hall of Gods. Wu Chen nodded. Back then, Zhang Xian had specially made a trip down to the Master-Teacher continent in order to use the altar to conduct a ritual and forge a connection between the two altars. He could tell that the same thing was happening right before him. It was just that. Didn't Kong Shi's clone destroy the other owl? Zhang Xian was halfway through his words when his eyes suddenly widened in bewilderment. Wait a moment. Is it coming from the altar in the city of collapsed space? Back then, he had been told that there was only one such altar on the Forsaken continent. Due to that, he had specially made a trip back to the Master-Teacher continent to fetch it. However, not too long ago, he had encountered a similar altar in the city of collapsed space. Du Qingyuan had been with him back then, and she had verified that the altar shared the same origin as the one from Starchaser Palace and the otherworldly demonic tribe. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian walked forward to examine the black aura. It's indeed the air of degeneration. In fact, it was more than just the air of degeneration. It had been refined and compressed into a form that was extremely similar to the corrupted aura of divinity that he had received from the black skeleton. Could it be that? A thought suddenly arose in Zhang Xian's mind. He swiftly brought his hands together to tear a rift in space so that he could teleport over to the city of collapsed space to verify his deduction. But before he could do so, a towering pillar of flames rose into the sky before abruptly bursting apart, revealing a cute little yellow chick. The little yellow chick stretched its back lazily before waddling out from the lingering flames. Little chick. Zhang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he could not believe what he was saying. Then, a mixture of delight and relief seeped into his eyes as he hurriedly rushed up to the little yellow chick. The fellow in front of him looked not much different from before. It was still covered with a thin layer of yellow fur, reminiscent of a new hatchling. However, its cultivation had already reached the same level as him, godhood. You managed to make a breakthrough, Zhang Xian muttered in disbelief. He had previously fed the other party a fair number of immortal pills and plenty of semi-divinity realm blood. Heck, it had even drunk a droplet of god blood. Yet, its cultivation had refused to advance even a fraction. It was one thing for it to survive Kong Shi's assault, but how did its cultivation manage to shoot up two realms simultaneously and reach the level of the gods? Suddenly, Zhang Xian felt a little indignant inside. It was through his efforts and talent that he was able to raise his cultivation so quickly. On the other hand, the fellow in front of him only ever put all sorts of weird things into its mouth, but it was still able to improve almost as quickly as him. He felt like a diligent student who always studied for all his tests, but somehow, the friend who squandered his time playing games always managed to score better grades than him. Of course. Little Chick flapped its wings as it tilted its chin upward smugly. Did you manage to recover your memory? Zhang Xian asked. Not yet. Little Chick replied with the same smugness. Zhang Xian felt an urge to berate Little Chick for its unjustified smugness, but as he watched the little yellow fellow waddling around the area energetically, he eventually exhaled deeply with a helpless smile on his face before saying, Forget it. Your memory will eventually come back to you. You can take your time for that. He was only glad that the latter was still alive. That being said, he still felt a little cheated of his feelings. It was as if he had gotten agitated over nothing. Not to mention, the little fellow had managed to become a god as a result of this incident. Was this what they meant by rising from the ashes? Thinking about it, it was a little surprising that Little Chick had survived the ordeal. He doubted that his clone could have survived if the latter had been in the same position. The aura of divinity is a necessity to reach the level of the gods. The black aura that Little Chick took in earlier seems to be the same as what the black skeleton gave me. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Chances were that Little Chick had used the corrupted aura of divinity in order to reach his current state. But that too presented a doubt. The corrupted aura of divinity harnessed such pure air of degeneration that even gods would face great trouble if they absorbed it into their bodies. That was why he had used it as one of his cards to curb Kong Shi's clone, and it had ended up playing a vital role in the battle. Even he had needed to use the will of 100,000 true immortals to cleanse the air of degeneration from the corrupted aura of divinity before he was able to assimilate it into his body. Yet, Little Chick just absorbed it directly. Speaking of which, Little Chick's bathwater has the effect of dispelling the corrosion of the air of degeneration. Zhang Xian swiftly came up with a deduction. Does this mean that the air of degeneration has no effect on it at all, such that it can even be considered a tonic to it? That would also explain why it wanted to eat the black skeleton back then. When they paid a visit to the city of collapsed space, Little Chick had cried that it was hungry and asked if it could eat the black skeleton. However, in view of the tremendous strength of the black skeleton, he did not allow it to act audaciously. But thinking back, Little Chick had never really eaten anything that it did not need before. Could it be that it wielded the power to curb the black skeleton and the air of degeneration around it? Well, it seemed like its true form was not just any ordinary cock. There was a chance that it might really be an extraordinarily powerful legendary beast. It was just a pity that it had lost its memory. Otherwise, he could have found a way to help it regain its strength swiftly, and he would have had someone to rely on when he headed over to the firmament. Perhaps this was for the best. If others realized that he was backed by a chick or a cock, it would not do his image any good. While Zhang Xian was still deep in thought, Little Chick suddenly waddled over and spoke to him furtively. "Master, I think I found the way for me to advance my cultivation." "Oh." Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. "Tell me more." "Back then, I was completely powerless after breaking out of the Dongshu gourd. However, after being nearly burned to death by the nine-headed fiery phoenix, my cultivation rose all the way up to the heavenly high immortal realm. This time, I was also burned to a crisp, and my cultivation rose again. So, I was thinking that perhaps the trigger to raise my cultivation lies in being roasted?" Little Chick said. "This?" Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment before nodding. "It does seem that way. Shall we give it a try?" Chapter 2102 God Ordeal, tracing back the history of Little Chick's breakthroughs. In both cases, it was nearly burned to crisp before it managed to make its breakthrough. They did try experimenting with flames once, and it turned out to be ineffective, but back then, they had stopped before Little Chick could be scorched black. Could Little Chick's improvement really have something to do with the flames? "Come." Little Chick nodded as it looked at Zhang Xian in determination. It also desired to swiftly raise its strength so that it could regain its memories. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before saying, "Your cultivation has already reached the level of the gods, so it's unlikely that there are any flames on the azure which could affect you. I'll try summoning my cultivation ordeal now, and you can try and see how it is." There was no force in the world that could possibly be stronger than the divine retribution from the heavens. Zhang Xian's original intention was to conceal his breakthrough from the heavens till he got to the firmament to avoid trouble, but since Little Chick needed it, he might as well just get it over and done with. It would be a good chance for him to reinforce his cultivation anyway. Thus, he swiftly released the seal he had placed on his cultivation, allowing his newfound divine energy to flow freely through his body. Boom! The sky immediately darkened. Lightning bolts, accompanied by pitch-black flames, began gathering at a ridiculous speed above him. This was the God Ordeal. An ordeal for the gods was bound to harness terrifying might. Zhang Xian felt the full hostility of the azure crushing down on him, attempting to smash him into bits. Zhao Ye and the others sensed danger as soon as the God Ordeal began, and they had already fled thousands of li away to be safe. Even though they had reached heavenly semi-divinity realm, they knew that they could very well lose their life if they were to let their guard down around the God Ordeal. It was not without reason that the Forsaken Continent revered anything that had the word God One within it. The dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, and it felt almost as if the sky was going to collapse from the weight and crush the human and little yellow chick standing beneath it. Looking at the overwhelming force gathered above him, Zhang Xian was just about to make a move when the dark clouds above him suddenly began to billow. A sudden streak of lightning that harnessed the might of the dark, heavenly flames bolted down and struck Little Chick squarely. Tzzzzzzzzz. This zap caused the little yellow chick's yellow fur to turn completely black, and a slight aroma began drifting in the area. Witnessing this sight, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in bewilderment. Why would the cultivation ordeal he summoned strike the little yellow chick instead of him? The heck? Little Chick was also completely flabbergasted by the abrupt situation too. It raised its head to glare at the heavens in fury, but before it could finish cursing, "Pacha! Pacha!" Another few more streaks of lightning fell on its head, and the scent of the aroma deepened. This time, even Little Chick's beak had been scorched black. Wow! Will that fellow who has survived the assault of Kong Shi's clone really end up being zapped to death by the cultivation ordeal? As the aroma in the air deepened, Zhang Xian suddenly felt deeply regretful that he hadn't brought any seasoning in his storage ring. With a deep sigh, he rushed over to where Little Chick was and stood right between it and the dark clouds, intending to protect it from the cultivation ordeal. "Since I was the one who summoned you, why don't you come after me instead?" Zhang Xian roared as he wrapped his divine energy around his body to reinforce his defenses. With a grim look on his face, he was prepared to withstand the might of the lightning strikes. Pacha! 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 A series of lightning bolts fell at this moment. Zhang Xian swiftly channeled his sword qi to fend against the might of the lightning bolts, but even as several seconds passed after the thunderous rumbling, nothing was striking down on him at all. Bewildered, he lowered his head, only to see the lightning bolts making a huge detour just to circumvent him and strike down on Little Chick, causing smoke to rise from the top of its head. Ah! A cry of despair, together with puffs of black smoke, escaped from Little Chick's mouth. "Freak, are you here to help me or to sabotage me?" Even when I was standing here alone, the force of the lightning bolts hadn't been so strong. This is weird. However, there's no need to worry. Since this is my cultivation ordeal, there should be a way to deal with it. Zhang Xian was also feeling a little flustered by the bizarre happenings. Why would the cultivation ordeal he summoned choose to target Little Chick instead of him? This didn't make sense at all. Gathering his energy at the tip of his finger, Zhang Xian sent a burst of sword qi right toward the dark clouds. Since the cultivation ordeal refused to attack him, he would just have to be the one taking on the active role then. Who? The dark clouds dissipated right in the face of the sword qi, but the attack went through so easily that it felt almost as if the dark clouds were evading his attack instead. For some reason, despite the frightening prowess of the god ordeal, it seemed to be terribly afraid of him. Pacha! 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 Yet another flurry of lightning bolts descended from the heavens, causing the innocent little yellow chick to convulse under the electrocution. It was shaking so hard that its fur was scattering all around the place. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to see tears of sorrow brimming at the edge of its beady eyes. "Just what did I do to offend you? Why are you coming after me as if I was your sworn enemy? You still won't come after me, huh? Let's see how you deal with this then." Seeing that this plan still wasn't working out, Zhang Xian dashed right toward the sky, planning to pit his life against the dark clouds. But before he could even get far, a tiny, trembling wing grabbed the corners of his robe tightly and pulled him down. "Don't! I'll really die if you continue to provoke it." Little Chick cried out indignantly. "Bro, do some good over here and spare me, will you? I am still a young hatchling. I don't want to die yet. Every time you provoke the dark clouds, the one who suffers is me. You can do whatever you want without facing any consequences. But can't you see that I'm already around medium done? I am already starting to wonder whether I should start sprinkling cumin over myself." Seeing the nearly roasted hatchling pleading so desperately with him, Zhang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. In the end, he could only back down as he said, "Yeah, you should probably deal with it yourself." Then, he quickly retreated from the area. Boom, 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 boom. A furious onslaught of lightning bolts descended right after, electrocuting the little yellow chick to the point where its head was literally spinning around. Despaired, it turned to Zhang Xian and cried, "Don't go. Help me block the lightning, will you?" Zhang Xian. In the end, Little Chick had to face 36 lightning bolts before the cultivation ordeal finally dissipated. After the turmoil it had just been through, it was completely sapped of its strength. I'll be heading back in to rest. Before Zhang Xian could say a word, Little Chick had already dived into his dantian. Covering its head with its pitched black wings, it swiftly drifted off into deep sleep. Seeing that it was fine, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he pointed to the dissipating dark clouds in the sky and bellowed, "You, come over here." Who? Even though the dark clouds were already dissipating, it was happening at a relatively slow pace. However, as soon as it heard Zhang Xian's bellow, it immediately bolted away as swiftly as it arrived, clearing up the sky in a heartbeat. Zhang Xian clutched his hair in frenzy. Wasn't the god ordeal a major tribulation all cultivators would have to face upon reaching godhood? Why did the cultivation ordeal he summoned end up striking the little chick to a state of near death before abruptly dissipating? Does this have something to do with my pathos of heavens? Zhang Xian wondered. Unable to make sense out of the situation, he eventually descended from the sky and returned back to where Zhao Ye and the others were at. Here are 7 god characters. Take the one you need and store it well in your respective sections. The subsequent generations shouldn't face too much trouble reaching semi-divinity realm anymore, Zhang Xian said as he took out 7 books. As long as a cultivator were to follow the poses and their sequencing in the books strictly, he would be able to draw in the lingering aura of semi-divinity that was found on the circular platforms along the Azure Bridge. That would mean that there was a good chance they could reach semi-divinity realm without challenging the Azure Bridge. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Han Jianqiu and the others accepted the books with trembling hands. This was what the predecessors of their sects had been striving for, only to fail again and again over the past several thousand years. Who could have thought that their present sect leader would actually successfully get 7 of the god characters at once? Zhang Xian shook his head and said, "Don't address me as your sect leader anymore. You can either take back the position yourself or appoint someone eligible. I'll be leaving the Forsaken Continent very soon." He could sense it after reaching the level of the gods. The world couldn't suppress him anymore. As long as he willed so, he could tear apart the fabrics of space and ascend to a higher world. He had never been interested in becoming the head of a sect, and the only reason why he eventually agreed to take on the position was either because he needed to tap into the connections of the sect or to unite the sects against Kong Shi's clone. However, with Kong Shi's clone defeated and his business in the Azure resolved, there was no need for him to continue holding on to those positions anymore, especially when he was going to leave very soon. "We understand," the crowd nodded, but a hint of reluctance could be heard in their voices. There had been quite a bit of controversy when they had decided to nominate this young man as their new head. They had chosen to forcefully go ahead with it despite significant opposition from elders and disciples within the sect. However, from the looks of it now, that was probably the wisest decision they had made in their life. If they hadn't nominated him, there was a good chance that they might have ended up walking down the same path as the Black Mirror Citadel and the Evanescent Immortal sect. Even though the young man had only been their head for a very short period of time, his lectures had benefited the disciples and elders greatly, significantly increasing the average level of cultivation within their respective sections. Not to mention, he had even bestowed upon them a complete god character. It could be foreseen that the number of experts in their ranks would only continue to increase, and the 4 sects would grow more and more prosperous in time to come. "Palace Master Du, I need you to accompany me to the city of collapsed space." After settling the affairs regarding the 4 sects, Zhang Xian quickly headed to the city of collapsed space together with Du Qing. After achieving godhood, the air of degeneration lingering in the city of collapsed space no longer posed a threat to him anymore. It took him a mere 10 breaths to return back to the area where he had found the altar previously. Where is the altar?" Zhang Xian murmured in astonishment. The 2 of them quickly searched the area, but the altar was nowhere to be seen at all. It was as if it had never appeared before. Zhang Xian released his spiritual perception as far as he could in order to scan the surroundings, but he wasn't able to find anything at all. It seems like the black skeleton has hidden the altar to prevent others from finding it. Zhang Xian shook his head and said, Given his current level of cultivation, even if the altar had shifted position, he should still be able to track it down through its trail of movement. The fact that he was unable to find any traces of it could only mean one thing. The black skeleton didn't want him to find it. But why would that be the case? Based on what he had heard, the altar had been in the same place for thousands of years. Kong Shi's clone seemed to have visited the area on multiple occasions before too, which likely meant that the black skeleton didn't fear detection. Why would it choose to only hide the altar from him then? Was it because he had successfully made a breakthrough to godhood? Zhang Xian searched around for a bit longer, but he still wasn't able to find any clues. In the end, with a deep sigh, he swiftly returned to the Starchaser Palace with Du Qing. The two of them entered an isolated chamber together. There, he turned his gaze to Du Qing and asked, "Tell me what you know about Ruoxin." There were simply too many matters he had to attend to after saving Du Qingyuan from the ethereal hall headquarters that he hadn't had the opportunity to talk to her yet. Thousands of years ago, when the city of collapsed space fell from the heavens, we lost contact with the spirit god as well. Despite so, we chose to devoutly observe our traditions and continue worshipping of the spirit god. It was all in order to convince the other sects that we were still in contact with the gods, thus making them dare not to make a move on us, Du Qingyuan explained with a bitter smile. It was for this reason that she would immediately lose her temper and even resort to violence in order to divert the topic whenever other powers spoke about the Starchaser Palace's links with the gods. It was through putting up such an act of short-temperedness and eccentricity that she was able to avoid incurring the suspicions of others. The Starchaser Palace had always been different from the rest of the six sects, be it the characteristics or the origin of their people. Such differences could easily be exploited by the greedy to rally the other sects against them. It was due to this that the entire Starchaser Island had remained terribly hostile to outsiders so as to ensure that this secret wouldn't be leaked. But 4 months ago, while we were conducting our annual ritual, we received a message from the spirit god. She told us that she intends to descend to the Forsaken Continent through a ritual, and she instructed us to make preparations in advance, Du Qingyuan said. She relayed the procedures of the ritual to us, and since it was an order from the spirit god, we had to obey her orders. Chapter 2103, Entering the Firmament. Everything else after that is pretty much the same as what you know. Despite the tremendous strength wielded by the spirit god, she was still unable to withstand the pressure coming from the dimension barrier, resulting in her sustaining severe injuries. Her blood fell into the ocean of exiled stars and nourished the blackback tortoise, Shark One, and the others. At the same time, I gave a droplet of her blood to Wu Qian and Jiang Yao, allowing them to reach the semi-divinity realm too, Du Qingyuan said. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. It was roughly the same as what he had deduced thus far. Not too long after she arrived here, she received Wu Qin's summoning and descended to the Master Teacher continent. I don't really know what happened afterward. However, one thing that is certain is that she has already returned to the firmament. She didn't stop too long in the azure, simply instructing me to take care of you before rushing right back to the firmament. Then, did she mention where she is in the firmament? This was also what Zhang Xian was the most concerned about. Du Qingyuan shook her head and replied, "I'm afraid that she hasn't mentioned anything along those lines to me. However, as the spirit god, I reckon that she should be in Spirit God Palace, which is also the place I told you about previously. She told me to tell you that the two of you will eventually meet if she survives the ordeal. If things don't go as planned, there's no need for you to grieve too much over her." Survive the ordeal? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in horror. Did she mention what she is facing? The fact that Luo Ruoxin was able to tear apart the dimension barriers and enter the firmament directly bore testimony to her immense strength. There was no doubt that she was far stronger than even the current him. Yet, such pessimistic words came out of her mouth despite her strength. Did she encounter some sort of problem that she was unable to resolve? The spirit god didn't mention the details, so I don't really know much about the matter. However, based on what she said, it appears to be a life-and-death duel with another individual, Du Qingyuan replied grimly. As a subordinate, all she had to do was obey the spirit god's orders. She would be overstepping her bounds if she tried to pry into the private affairs of the spirit god. Zhang Xian asked a few more questions, But from the looks of it, it did not seem like Du Qingyuan knew much about Luo Ruoxin's affairs. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Zhang Shi, what do you plan to do next? Du Qingyuan asked. From the looks of it, I think I'll have to make a trip to the firmament, Zhang Xian said with a wry smile. It had been quite some time since he parted from Luo Ruoxin, but just the knowledge that she was in danger left his heart beating in anxiety. Had it been before he encountered the tombstone of the undying monarch, he would have thought that gods were immortal and eternal. However, it was apparent to him that he was gravely mistaken. Even those who had wielded powers as great as the gods did not have the ability to govern their own fate. Du Qingyuan had expected Zhang Xian to make such a decision, so she simply nodded quietly. After obtaining the answers that he wanted from Du Qingyuan, Zhang Xian quickly gathered Zhao Ye and the others and informed them of his decision. Teacher, we wish to go with you. Zhao Ye stepped forward with a firm look in her eyes. I want to head to the firmament together with you. Wei Ruyan nodded, her voice devoid of any hesitation. Teacher, we wish to follow you. We hope that you won't throw us behind as you did previously. Zhang Yang and the others nodded in agreement. Facing his determined students, Zhang Xian felt a headache. He looked at them grimly and said, I don't know what the current situation in the firmament is, and there's a good chance that we might face grave danger there. We might even be torn apart by the spatial turbulence before reaching there. Are you certain that you want to follow me despite that? Back then, Zhang Xian had faced a spatial turbulence and sustained severe injuries while making his way from the master-teacher continent to the Azure. If he was not so lucky as to have been saved by the kind-hearted Dan Xiaotian, it was hard to imagine what could have happened to him. As a teacher, he felt responsible for his students' safety, so he was reluctant to involve them in situations of unknown danger. We aren't afraid, Zhao Ye replied determinedly. Teacher, even if you don't bring us along with you, we'll still eventually find a way to get to the firmament ourselves. It makes no difference at all. Zhao Ye's words echoed the will of the other direct disciples. Even though the others were not saying a word at all, their gazes conveyed their intentions. Seeing this, Zhang Xian fell silent. If he could have his way, he would definitely leave Zhao Ye and the others behind. At the very least, he would want to be able to ensure the safety of his direct disciples before bringing them along with him. The situation in the Azure was a perfect example. Kong Shi's clone had actually planted his subordinates at the entrance of the spatial passageway, ready to capture him as soon as he arrived. If not for the real Kong Shi discreetly leaving a hand in the spatial passageway, he could have died long ago. However, he could also tell that his direct disciples had no intention of letting this matter rest so easily. If he left them behind, his direct disciples would surely find a way to enter the firmament themselves. That could potentially put them in greater danger. The answer was clear. Let's head to the firmament together then. Zhang Xian nodded. We might meet fearsome adversaries in the firmament, but so what? I believe that we'll surely be able to overcome any problems that stand in our way. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Ye and the others bowed deeply in agitation. Shortly after they ended the discussion, an elder walked into the room and reported, Sect Leader Zhang, there are 2 people standing outside who claim to be your parents. My parents? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He quickly headed out of the room, and there, he saw Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Ming in the courtyard. What brought you 2 here? Zhang Xian asked with a hint of surprise and joy in his voice. The last time he had met them was on the master-teacher continent. However, as he had been about to have a showdown with Kong Shi and had not been absolutely confident of victory, he had chosen not to take the 2 of them along with him. Who could have thought that they would have come over through the spatial passageway of their own accord, just as Sun Chang did? Shinner, we'll follow you wherever you go. We have been separated for 20 years, and I don't want to miss any more time with you. Sword Saint Ming walked forward and hugged Zhang Xian. Wrapped within Sword Saint Ming's tight embrace, Zhang Xian found himself at a loss for words. He did not know what the right way for him to respond to her emotions was. At the same time, he realized that he had not thought through the consequences of his decision. The difference in the flow of time between the firmament and the Azure was 1:100, a very significant difference. He had no idea how long he would be in the firmament for, but if he spent just 10 years there, it would translate to 1,000 years in the azure. By then, his parents would have already returned to the earth. His parents had spent 20 years looking for him, and they had spent barely a few days together with one another in total. He would have to be the most unfilial son in the world to abandon his parents just like that. Let's go to the firmament together then. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. However, you'll need to raise your cultivation first. There was nothing to hesitate about since he had already come to a decision. So, he immediately got to action. With a flick of his wrist, he brought out the sealed Kong Shi's clone. What are you planning to do? Not expecting to be let out so suddenly, Kong Shi's clone had a premonition that something bad was going to happen to him. Weren't you thinking of ways to steal my library of Heaven's Path this whole time? You know, the more I thought about the matter, the more I feel that it wasn't fair for me to let things rest just like that. So, it's about time for you to return the favor. Zhang Xian said with a sinister smile on his face, as his hands slowly reached out toward Kong Shi's clone. A few moments later, a powerful sphere of energy was revolving on top of Zhang Xian's palm. With a flick of his finger, it diverged into two portions, each of them surging into Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng's body respectively. Zhang Xian had also made sure to infuse his divine energy into the sphere of energy in order to protect them from harm. Honglong. In the blink of an eye, their cultivation began surging forth from ancient sage Fordan. 3 days later, they had already reached the heavenly semi-divinity realm, just like Zhaoya and the others. Furthermore, as they had absorbed the powers of Kong Shi's clone directly, their bodies had been refined by the latter's divine energy, enhancing their potential. As long as they could acquire sufficient aura of divinity, they would be able to swiftly make a breakthrough to godhood. This is the swordsmanship that I have comprehended. Study it carefully, Zhang Xian said as he imprinted his comprehension of swordsmanship into their minds. As individuals who were able to rise to the very top of the master-teacher continent, there was no denying Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Meng's talent in swordsmanship. The advancement of their mastery in swordsmanship had been slowing into stagnation back at the master-teacher continent, but with the knowledge they had just received from Zhang Xian, it was as if a set of doors leading to a new world had been opened to them. They trembled excitedly as they swiftly assimilated Zhang Xian's comprehension of swordsmanship, leading to an exponential growth in their fighting prowess. Young master, can you bring me with you? I will put my heart and soul into cultivating this time around. Look, I have already reached the true immortal realm. Even though I haven't managed to reach the high immortal realm yet, not too far away from it, Sun Chang said meekly from the side. He had thought that he would be able to stay by Zhang Xian's side and live the adventurous life of showing off and bragging that he desired, but who could have known that the latter would be leaving for the firmament so quickly? This time, he was determined to clutch onto this opportunity. He was not going to be the only one who was left behind. Fine, Zhang Xian replied without too much hesitation. Sun Chang might be unreliable at times, but there was no doubt that he was a highly competent butler. He was much more useful than Chao Qingli, and he had also taken good care of Zhaoya and his parents in the past. Since he had already chosen to take the others with him, there was no reason for him to exclude only Sun Chang. He took out the corpse of a semi-divinity realm cultivator, extracted the power from within, and passed it over to Sun Chang. At the same time, he made sure to prepare plenty of premier immortal pills and all sort of treasures in order to ensure that Sun Chang did not lack cultivation resources. As a result, it did not take too long for Sun Chang to raise his cultivation all the way up to the heavenly semi-divinity realm. With everyone ready to set off, Zhang Xian bade Han Jianqiu, Kuei Xiao, Du Qingyuan, Qing Yuan, and the others farewell before placing everyone else into his folded space. With a spatial leap, he was already standing right at the top of the heaven-anchoring boulder. Then, he began ascending the Azure Bridge, and it did not take him long to arrive before the Hall of Gods. The black vortex beneath the Hall of Gods was still revolving slowly with a furious gale raging all around. It was a sight that would leave any rational man halting in his footsteps. Driving his divine energy, Zhang Xian swiftly formed a tight net around his storage ring through a heart of intertwined threads, ensuring that there was nothing that could hurt it at all. Having reached the level of the gods, he was confident that he would be able to deal with most dangers that came his way. The only thing he was afraid of was the safety of the others in the folded space. Just as Zhang Xian was about to step into the vortex, a voice sounded in his ear. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I can just swallow the storage ring and hide inside your dantian. Even if there is danger, you need not worry about the safety of the storage ring unless you encounter something that even you are unable to overcome. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he asked, "You're awake?" The one who was talking to him was none other than Little Chick, who had nearly been roasted while facing the god ordeal. He did not think that the latter would suddenly regain consciousness at a time like this. Scanning Little Chick with his spiritual perception, Zhang Xian found that the little yellow chick's cultivation had only increased by 1 cultivation stage after the god ordeal. Nevertheless, it showed that there was some credence to their previous deduction that the latter could raise its cultivation through tempering via flames. "We'll do as you've said." Zhang Xian nodded. The idea proposed by Little Chick would be much safer than him carrying the storage ring on his fingers. Even though it might not look like it, Little Chick was a being that had reached the level of the gods. In fact, in terms of the quantity of divine energy, it seemed to be above his. With a peck, Little Chick quickly swallowed Zhang Xian's storage ring before diving into his dantian to laze around. "Let's go then." Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian made his way into the vortex right ahead of him. At the center of the vortex was a pitch-black passageway that seemed to lead on and on, reminiscent of an endless abyss. Space seemed to have broken down in this vortex, and there was a lot of spatial turbulence raging in the area. Even a semi-divinity realm cultivator would be swiftly reduced to dust in the face of the devastating force of nature. However, Zhang Xian had already reached the level of the gods, and he had also comprehended a cultivation technique that surpassed the heavens path divine art. It was not to say that he was having it easy, but it was still within his means to deal with. He continued ahead for 3 whole days, covering an unimaginable distance before some major spatial turbulence appeared before him. It was similar to what he had faced when he was traveling from the Master-Teacher continent to the Azure. Braving through the destructive spatial turbulence, he immediately felt the world spinning swiftly around him. It was such a powerful force of disorientation that he had to cast a net of sword chi to protect himself. Right after, boundless destructive force bombarded his net of sword chi, threatening to tear him to shreds. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian drove his divine energy to his limits as he leaped forth, disappearing from the spot. Chapter 2104 Such is the firmament, the firmament, a seemingly eternal existence which had been around since time immemorial. There were a few ancient gods who had stood at the very peak of the firmament since anyone could remember, and their positions had been immovable. A blood-crimson setting sun accompanied with dagger-like winds that blew ferociously, a figure was walking slowly amidst a remote, barren valley. All of a sudden, he halted his footsteps for a brief moment before swiftly bolting behind a nearby boulder. Barely after he hid, a gray silhouette hopped out from not too far away. It was a gray hare. Licking his parched lips, the figure picked up a wooden stick from the ground and swung it downward. A sharp arc of energy shot forth from the end of the wooden stick before it diverging into a net of sword chi. But just as it was a meter away from the hare, the net of sword chi abruptly dissipated into the air. Seeing that his sword chi wasn't strong enough to take down the hare, the figure unhesitatingly tossed the wooden stick toward the wild hare, as though a released arrow. However, the hare was guarded this time around. With a powerful hop, it leaped 6 meters away in an instant, leaving the wooden stick impaled on the ground where it was standing a moment ago. It turned around to look at the figure who had assaulted it with a mocking smile on its lips. Then, with a few hops, it disappeared from view. What a pity. The figure shook his head bitterly. He was no other than Zhang Xian. As the world's teacher of the Master-Teacher continent and the most powerful man on the Azure, he was actually unable to catch even a single hare after arriving at the firmament. Not only so, he was even mocked by the other party. If others were to learn of this matter, he would really die of embarrassment. As the situation would have it, this was indeed the current plight he was in. It seems like we have no choice but to eat wild grass today as well. Knowing that it would be hard for him to find another prey, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. It had been half a month since he had arrived at the firmament. After passing through the spatial turbulence, he found himself standing in the valley. Unlike the last time when he ascended to the azure, he didn't lose consciousness this time around. Nevertheless, it didn't change the fact that he had taken massive damage from the journey. He had protected himself with the sword net formed via a heart of intertwined threads, but the spatial turbulence was so powerful that he was still nearly torn to shreds. If not for Luo Ruoxin's crimson pendant activating at the critical moment to protect him, he really might have lost his life. That being said, after he brought himself to a safe zone, he still lost consciousness for a short while due to the sheer severity of his injuries. The valley could be said to be filled with the ill will of nature. A strong wind kept blowing on and on without stop, and every so often, a downpour so heavy that it could smash even semi-divinity realm cultivators to death would occur without warning. And the worst of all, there was nearly no spiritual energy in the valley. As a result, it took half a month of recuperation for Zhang Xian to suppress his injuries, and it was still a long time off before he could make a full recovery. Another thing that he noticed was that the immortal pills and the other treasures he had brought from the azure weren't too useful here, and even Little Chick's bathwater wasn't as effective anymore. This probably had something to do with the different atmosphere of the firmament. In any case, his heavy wounds prevented him from hunting, so he could only feed on wild grass. Fortunately, while the plants were awful to eat, they still harnessed a fixed amount of spiritual energy within them, supplying him with sufficient energy to fulfill his daily needs. While he termed them as wild grasses, as they were indeed wild grasses, and he couldn't think of any term more appropriate to call them. If these wild grasses were to be brought back to the azure, they would definitely be a cultivation resource that equaled top-notch medicinal herbs and premier immortal pills in terms of value. The difference between the two worlds was simply too massive. Just the hundredfold difference in the flow of time and stability in space was enough to highlight the differences between the two worlds. Despite being the strongest man in the azure, it was likely that he was no different from an ordinary human in the firmament. Such was the firmament. Not only am I unable to fly, I would get tired from walking too. In fact, I have started to feel hunger once more too. Just recalling his experiences over the past half a month filled Zhang Xian with fatigue. Given the difficulties he had gone through to become a god, he thought that he would at least be on the level of a powerhouse here. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it felt like he had returned back to the starting point as an ordinary human. Walking for too long exhausted him, failing to eat starved him, running too quickly made him breathless, and staying up for too long made him drowsy. He hadn't felt so weak before, even when he was a trashy teacher back at Hongtian Academy. It was then that it dawned upon him that it was likely that he was at the lowest cultivation realm in the firmament. To put it bluntly, he might not even be a match for a rabbit in terms of raw strength. Take that wild rabbit he met yesterday as an example. After they brawled for a long time, not only did that darn rabbit scratch his hand, it even managed to get away in the end. It was the same for the rabbit he encountered earlier too. Goo goo goo. All of a sudden, Zhang Xian felt his stomach rumbling. It seemed like he had spent too much energy thinking that it made him even hungrier. Forget it. I should continue looking around. Who knows, some fool of a rabbit might just run right into a tree and die. If so, I'll be able to have a feast of a dinner. Zhang Xian licked his lips as he endured his fatigue and continued to trudge onward. After circling around a hill, he caught sight of something that made his eyes light up. A fruit tree. There was a fruit tree growing diagonally out of a crack in the hill. There were 8 greenish fruits sprouting from it. They were roughly the size of a baby's palm, and it didn't seem like they were ripe yet. Nevertheless, for someone who had been feeding on wild grass all this while, it was like encountering an oasis in the middle of a desert. Excited, he quickly plucked out of the fruits and smelled it. It had a refreshingly sour scent. He felt the pores of his body opening in delight. He quickly plucked out all of the fruits before bringing one to his mouth. However, before he could bite down on it, he changed his mind and placed the fruit down. Then, he gathered all of them together and wrapped them in a bag before making his way back. Forget it, their cultivation realms are lower than mine, so it must be even harder for them. He had already reached the level of the gods, but he still felt hungry swiftly after exerting himself a little. It felt like he was pushing the limits of his body every day. If that was the case for him, it was indubitably worse for Zhao Ye and the others, who were only at semi-divinity realm. Having only eaten grass over the past few days, they were becoming as skinny as bean sprouts. It wasn't easy for him to find fruits filled with spiritual energy, so naturally, he had to reserve them for them. Furious winds and sparse spiritual energy. I feel like I might have entered the wrong world. Zhang Xian shook his head as he made his way back. He thought that the firmament would be a place suffused with the aura of divinity, such that anyone could absorb it freely and make breakthroughs swiftly. He thought that he and his disciples would be able to swiftly rise to the top and become indomitable existences. But reality came smacking down hard on him. Even survival was an issue for him right now. It felt like they would all die from starvation before they could even become indomitable existences. It was on the 7th day, after reaching the firmament, did he manage to heal up his injured body sufficiently to get little Chick to let the others out. Barely after everyone was released, the folded space they were in previously finally caved in and collapsed under the pressure of the world. At the same time, all of the items they had stored within were reduced to dust. 7 consecutive days of starvation would have not been anything much for them on the Azure, but here on the firmament, it was enough to push them to the brink of death. They had to gobble down quite a few bowls of vegetable salad without the dressing before they were able to recover. As for little Chick, it was hard to tell whether it hadn't fully recovered from its injuries or it simply hadn't adapted to the firmament's environment yet, but it continued to lie asleep in his dantian, showing no signs of waking up to date. Zhang Xian was initially hoping to use little Chick as a bait to lure some wild beasts over so that he could hunt them down and fulfill his meat cravings, but from the looks of it, it didn't seem like he could count on it anymore. While pondering upon such miscellaneous matters, Zhang Xian soon arrived back to the cavern which he had used as their temporary living quarters. "Teacher." Zhao Ye swiftly walked up and greeted him. "Quick, come and take a rest. You are still injured, so you should take care of yourself better." As she spoke, she helped carry some of the supplies Zhang Xian had brought back and placed them down neatly by one corner. "You should allow us to head out and gather food with you. We aren't injured, and we can share some of your burdens." They had been hiding inside little Chick's stomach while Zhang Xian was pushing his way through the spatial turbulence, so they didn't sustain any injuries. The incredible pressure from the firmament left them feeling as weak as little children, but foraging for fruits and grass or finding a way to lynch a weak beast should still be within their means. "That won't do." Zhang Xian shook his head vehemently. "The valley out there is filled with divine beasts. Even the slightest mistake can easily cost your life. You should stay put for the time being and find a way to reach the same level as me first." "But," Zhao Ye protested anxiously, they didn't think that it would end up like this. They had followed their teacher to the firmament in hopes that they would be able to share his burdens, but they ended up becoming his baggage instead. "Are you not going to listen to me anymore?" Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. "I dare not to." Zhao Ye replied with a lowered head. "All right, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Take a look at what I have brought you this time around." Zhang Xian smiled as he took out the fruits he was carrying close to him all this while. In an instant, the refreshing fragrance of fruits filled the cavern. "Are those fruits?" Yuan Tao and Sun Chang's eyes lit up as saliva dripped from the edges of their lips. They had been eating wild grass over the last few days that they had already long gotten sick of it. As such, the appearance of these fruits was like a rain after a drought. "Dig in," Zhang Xian said with a chuckle. "However, there aren't too many of them, so make sure to share them. I'll be heading out later on to see if there are more around. Sunchang, I'll be leaving you to distribute the fruits. Make sure everyone gets a share." "Yes, young master," Sunchang replied as he walked forward to grab the fruits. Aside from Zhang Xian, there were 14 people present in the room at the moment, his 11 direct disciples, Sunchang, and the Xingming Sword Saints. "There are 8 fruits in total. Young master, you'll take one while the rest of us will get half each." Sunchang swiftly worked out the math and said, "I just ate one outside, so you can share the rest amongst yourselves," Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. "Right, make sure to leave a portion for little Chick too. Even though it's sleeping at the moment, it'll definitely complain if we didn't reserve a portion for it once it wakes up." Sunchang swiftly distributed the fruits accordingly. While the fruits tasted unripened, the spiritual energy they harnessed was far more than that in the wild grasses. As soon as they bit into it, they felt the fatigue they had accumulated over the day vanishing in an instant. It was as if someone had injected their bodies with energy and vitality. Zhang Xian looked at the smiles on everyone's faces from the entrance of the cavern and nodded in relief. At this moment, Wang Ying suddenly walked over and said, "Teacher, you can my half instead. There's no need for that. I had one earlier myself. Eat it and raise your cultivation as quickly as possible. You'll be able to help me once you reach the level of the gods too," Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. Halfway through his words, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. With a grim expression on his face, he told Wang Ying, "Tell everyone to stay here quietly. Unless I call for you, don't come out no matter what happens." Right after saying those words, he immediately dashed out of the cavern, disappearing amidst the valley in a few moments. After Zhang Xian departed, Wang Ying quickly adjusted the vines hanging outside the cavern so as to conceal it from view. Then, she turned around and looked at the crowd within the cavern with her eyes slightly reddened. Noticing that something was amiss, Zhao Ye quickly walked over and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Wang Ying quickly lowered her head and replied, "Teacher told us to be careful and don't head out no matter what happens. I think he went out to find food again." Staring at the half of fruit in her hands, Wang Ying found her eyes tearing up uncontrollably. So, with her head still lowered, she quickly walked over to a corner of the cavern. Others might not have noticed anything at all, but through her keen observation, she could tell that her teacher hadn't taken a single bite of these fruits. Due to the peculiar environment of the firmament, her teacher often returned back to the cavern exhausted by the end of the day, but even so, he always reserved the most delicious food for them. Despite being the one who worked the hardest, he was also the one who starved more than any of them. Just thinking about left her heart aching deeply. There was no decision she had made better in her life than to walk into the classroom back then and acknowledge Zhang Xian as her teacher. Even with tears flowing down her cheeks, she felt that life in the firmament wasn't that bitter after all. It was tinged with a little bit of sweetness too. Chapter 2105 The continuation of the legend, oblivious to the fact that Wang Ying had already seen through him. At this very moment, Zhang Xian was hiding amidst tall bushes, looking ahead of him discreetly. Humans. Several of them, all in their youths. He had heard some commotion coming from this distance earlier, so he instructed Wang Ying and hide well before rushing over anxiously. There were both men and women amidst the group, and they were carrying a bag each as they trudged deeper into the valley. They appeared to be searching for something. The oldest individual in the group of 7 appeared to be around 17 years old, but his cultivation felt firm and steady. Just like him, the other party had reached the level of the gods too. What caught Zhang Xian's notice was that despite the difficult terrain in the valley, these youths seemed to be perfectly adapted to it. They were able to navigate their way around without too much trouble. Looking at the crimson sun setting in the west, the white-robed young man leading the group turned his head and around and instructed with a smile, "It's getting dark, so let's take a rest here. After we find it tomorrow and accomplish our mission, we'll be heading back right away, all right?" "All right." Hearing that they could take a rest, the remaining youths looked visibly relieved. They quickly placed their heavy bags down before swiftly getting to work. Some of them sprinkled special medicinal powder around the area to deter insects and beasts from entering the area. Some of them began scouting the area for potential water sources. Some of them took out their rations and began cooking. It was clear that they were an organized and disciplined team. Every single member had their own roles, and they were familiar with it as well. I need to find a way to leave together with them. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. He had no idea which darn mountain range in the firmament he was at, but there was nearly no spiritual energy around at all. Putting aside cultivating, even finding food was an issue here. It was one thing if he had been alone. He could have just decided on a single direction and walk on straight till he got out of the mountain range. However, with his parents and direct disciples behind him, he dared not to move recklessly. So, he spent the last few days scouting the area, and he realized that despite the scarce concentration of spiritual energy here, there were still quite a few powerful divine beasts in the area. It would be difficult for him to deal with the divine beasts, especially if a pack of them appeared at once. That made him realize that it would be too dangerous for them to go out venturing the area together, since he wouldn't be able to ensure their safety. Of course, it wouldn't do for them to remain on this mountain range either. But at the very least, he would have to ascertain a feasible path first. As such, he had been scouting the area to see if there were any human settlements around the area. It wasn't easy for him to find such a large group of people here, so naturally, he couldn't let this opportunity slip past his fingers. The only problem was that these youths weren't weak either. If he were to approach them carelessly, they might just view him as a bad person and make a move on him. Considering how he hadn't recovered from his injuries yet, and he had been weakened from having only wild grass over the past half a month, he wasn't sure whether he would be a match for them. Besides, activating his Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian gazed deeply in a certain direction and shook his head slowly. The Eye of Insight had proved to a reliable asset over the past half a month. It was the key that allowed him to detect danger beforehand and move around freely in the valley. As for the Library of Heaven's Path, it had gone quiet for half a month ever since he arrived at the firmament, and he recovered it only today. Most likely, it had been in the process of snatching some power from the heavens of the firmament so that he could use it. Through the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian realized that these youths hadn't come here alone. A powerful expert was following them at a distance of several hundred meters away. Most likely, this expert was here to ensure their safety. Otherwise, how deranged must a person be to think that it was a good idea to send a bunch of youths into a mountain range devoid of spiritual energy? With such an expert protecting the youths, it would be infeasible for him to force them to talk through force. He had to find a way to win their trust so that he could leave the valley together with them. If that wasn't possible, it would be a great help if he could learn the location of the closest town from them too. It seems like there's only one way then. After thinking for a long while, an idea finally popped into Zhang Xian's mind. He quickly altered his appearance before walking out of the bushes quietly. The disguise amulet which Luo Ruoxin gave him was not only effective here, it seemed to be considerably powerful too. Even with his current level of cultivation, he would still be unable to see through his own disguise even with the Eye of Insight. He changed his appearance to an amiable gentleman in his early 30s, emanating an aura of warmth. As for his cultivation, it appeared to be unfathomable in the eyes of others. At the very least, he was confident that those youths in front of him wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. Done with his preparations, Zhang Xian revealed his presence and said, "Who are the ones who have intruded on my territory and disturbed my peace? Who is it?" The youths were in the midst of cooking and resting when they were surprised by those abrupt words. Flustered, they quickly picked up their weapons before turning to the source of the voice. There, they saw a man in his 30s standing atop a boulder. His robe fluttered gracefully in the face of the strong winds, leaving one with the impression that he was a deity that had descended to this world. There was a slightly cold look in the man's eyes, hinting at his displeasure. "What an actor!" One of the ladies harumphed coldly as she took a step forward, but before she could do anything, the white-robed young man suddenly raised his hand and stopped her. "Elder, we are students from the Twilight Academy. We are here to carry out a mission entrusted to us, and I beg your pardon if we have disturbed your rest." Twilight Academy? Zhang Xian made sure to jot that name down in his mind. Maintaining a nonchalant expression on his face, he said, "Is that so? It sure is a coincidence. I have brought my students here for a mission too." Hearing those words, the white-robed young man heaved a sigh of relief. A moment later, he asked with a doubtful glint in his eyes, "May I know which academy are you from?" Since the other party was a teacher, it was unlikely that he was someone without principles and morals. It should be unlikely for him to make a move on them for no reason. "They are just a few slow-witted fellows that I met on my journey. I brought them here to take a look around." Fearing that he would give himself away, Zhang Xian was extremely vague with his words. On the other hand, the white-robed young man took it as a sign that the other party was unwilling to share his personal details, so he clasped his fist and said, "Elder, since you were here first, we'll find another place to rest so as to not disturb you then." He was a little fearful of the man standing before him because he found that he was actually unable to see through the latter's cultivation. It was only normal for him to be afraid of a powerful expert who had suddenly appeared in the midst of a remote mountain. "There's no need for that. You mentioned that you were from the Twilight Academy, right? I happen to be acquainted with your principal, and there are a few matters which I would like to ask you." It wasn't easy for Zhang Xian to find these people, so how could he let them get away so easily? "Oh, Elder, you are acquainted with our principal?" The white-robed young man narrowed his eyes in surprise. Their principal had already reached the level of a superior god, making him one of the most powerful individuals in Twilight City. Yet, the person standing before them was actually acquainted with him? Didn't that mean that the other party had also reached the same level as well? That would explain why he was unable to see through the other party. If the other party really intended to make a move on them, it was likely that they wouldn't even be able to hold on for a single breath before being killed. On the other hand, after discreetly raising his standing again and again throughout the conversation, Zhang Xian was finally going to get to asking where the Twilight Academy was located at when the voice of a middle-aged man echoed in the air. "Our principal has been in seclusion for a very long time. I am acquainted with all of his current friends, and I don't think he has any other friends either. May I know how I should address you?" Following that, a middle-aged man in his 40s flew forth from the woods and stopped right in front of the white-robed young man. He was no other than the expert who had been discreetly following the youths to protect them. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" The youths were visibly taken aback by the sudden appearance of this man. Clearly, they were unaware that this middle-aged man had been following them all along. "As your form teacher, how could I possibly allow you to head out for your first mission without taking any safety precautions?" The middle-aged man replied with a bitter smile before turning his sights to Zhang Xian once more. He had been a teacher in the Twilight Academy for 20 years now, and he had met almost all of the friends of the principal so far. He didn't recall the principal having a friend that was as young as the person standing before him. Despite looking to be in his early 30s, he found that he was actually unable to see through the cultivation of the person standing before him. This left him a little taken aback. In terms of strength, it was likely that the other party wouldn't pale in comparison even against their principal. "I noticed that your Taiyang acupoint was throbbing, whereas your Sibai acupoint was a little dark while you were using your movement technique earlier. This shows that you have been cultivating two cultivation techniques at once. It's true that those two cultivation techniques complement your movement technique, allowing you to move at incredible speeds, but due to the complexity, you ended up making an error in your cultivation, resulting in your failure to harmonize the two cultivation techniques together. As a result of that, you are constantly facing the issue of your divine energy refluxing." Zhang Xian remarked calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Mo Yuan Laosher from the Twilight Academy, am I right?" "How did you know that?" The middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock. He wasn't shocked by the fact that the other party knew his name. He was considerably famous in the Twilight Academy, so it didn't come as a surprise that others would have heard of him. What that had shocked him was how the other party was aware of the problems he faced in his cultivation. That was definitely something that couldn't be uncovered that easily. The fact that the other party was able to see through him so easily showed that he had an incredible eye of discernment. "That's not all. I noticed that you were having trouble trying to channel your energy to your Hui-Hai acupoint, resulting in your inability to overcome your bottleneck. If you cultivate for an extended period of time, blood will start seeping out of your mouth and nose, and you will feel a stifled feeling in your chest." Mo Yuan's body trembled in disbelief. It was understandable that a true expert would be able to discern the slight disharmony between his cultivation techniques and movement technique. But what that came afterward was a secret regarding his cultivation. For the other party to know about that as well, there were usually two possibilities for such a situation. Either the person was extremely familiar with him, or else it could only mean to say that the other party was far stronger than him, perhaps surpassing the principal even. Only an expert of this caliber would be able to see through the problems in his cultivation techniques and movement technique, as well as the issues he had been facing in his cultivation. This lent credence to the other party's claim that he was acquainted with their principal. After all, there was no reason why an expert of such caliber would have to resort to claiming that he was acquainted with their principal. "I can tell that you are very diligent in your cultivation, but it's a pity that you have erred in your decisions. The Netherworld Sea formula is highly demanding on one's soul, but your soul clearly hasn't reached the required level to practice this technique. You should be relieved that you haven't suffered a backlash so far despite adamantly forcing your way through. Zhang Xian chastised Mo Yuan. While the middle-aged man was making his way here using his movement technique, Zhang Xian was able to use the Library of Heaven's Path on him to compile a book on him. According to what he had heard from Kong Shi's clone, as he ascended through the worlds, the backlash he suffered from using the Library of Heaven's Path would only get worse and worse. As such, he felt that he should avoid using it wherever possible. However, in order for him to gather the information he needed to leave this area, he knew that he had no choice but to resort to it. Most cultivators were extremely secretive about the flaws in their cultivation, guarding it as a tight secret in the depths of their hearts. As such, pointing them out directly was usually an effective move to unnerve them. Furthermore, his disguise amulet allowed him to appear unfathomable in the face of other cultivators. Given so, it wasn't too difficult for him to beguile the other party. Thank you for your pointers. Mo Yuan's head was already drenched with cold sweat by now. If he had been harboring any doubts beforehand, right now, such thoughts had already vanished from his mind. Just like what the other party had said, he had forcefully cultivated the Netherworld Sea formula despite his soul not meeting the prerequisites, resulting in him accumulating damage over time. Right now, it had already become a trauma in his body, and it was extremely unlikely for him to recover from it anymore. Elder, may I know how I should address you? Mo Yuan lowered his posture a little to express his respect as he asked earnestly. I am. Zhang Xian tilted his chin up loftily as he responded. Yang Xian. Chapter 21069 Skies 10 Monarchs. So, it's Elder Yang Xian. I have long heard of you. Mo Yuan quickly clasped his fist. Long heard of what? Have you heard of me before? Do you know who I am? Zhang Xian replied curtly. He had simply brought the alias that he often used on the master-teacher continent here as well, but the other party could still make such a statement. It seemed like those in the firmament were not that honest. Mo Yuan's face reddened upon hearing those words. Those words were just pleasantries to alleviate the awkwardness in the air. How disrespectful would it be if he were to claim that he had never heard of the other party before? Yet, the other party asked such a question right after, leaving him completely stumped. All right, you can spare me those formalities. Since I'm acquainted with your principal, there's no need for you to be so polite to me. I don't have the habit of making things difficult for juniors. However, it just so happens that I have some things that I might need your help with, Zhang Xian said. Elder, please feel free to speak. As long as it's within my means, I'll do my best to accomplish what you ask of me, Mo Yuan replied politely. My students are on a mission here at the moment, but as they are unfamiliar with the local geography, they are a bit lost, Zhang Xian replied. I fear that it would make them overly dependent on me if I were to appear and resolve their issues so easily, and it happens that there are some urgent matters that I need to attend to as well. So, I hope that you can help me guide them around and, if possible, ensure that they return safely to Twilight City. Of course, I don't intend for you to help me only to get nothing in return. I'll give you a detailed analysis on the problems surrounding your cultivation, and as for whether you are able to resolve them or find a more suitable path for yourself, that'll depend solely on your talent and capability. Thank you, Elder. Mo Yuan clasped his fist in excitedly. The main reason bottlenecks happened was due to a lack of awareness of one's own condition. If someone could just offer him some guidance by the side, even without giving out the correct answer, he was still confident that he would be able to overcome his current problems. As such, he was extremely thankful to the other party for offering such help. As for leading the other party's students back to Twilight City, that was not a problem at all. He was going to have to take his students back there at the end of their mission anyway, so it was not an inconvenience. On top of that, if he could get close to the other party's students, he might be able to establish a connection with the powerful expert standing before him. I'm glad that you are willing to help. For now, it'll do for you to remain here. Based on my estimations, they should be heading here very soon, Zhang Xian replied with a nod. Then, he turned around, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly released a powerful aura that gushed right down to the heavens, reminiscent of the natural dominating pressure that dragons emanated. Elder, taken aback by the abrupt happenings, Mo Yuan quickly turned his head over anxiously. Since you have given me your word, I hope that you will do your best to guarantee their safety. If I find a single strand of hair missing from my students, you understand, right? With his back facing the crowd, his voice sounded nonchalant. However, paired with the overwhelming pressure that he was emanating, his nonchalant tone felt indescribably terrifying. Elder, please rest assured, I'll surely give it my all to not let you down. Mo Yuan replied grimly. I'll discreetly instruct one of my students to pass my analysis over to you, Zhang Xian added before walking away with leisurely footsteps. Despite his relaxed footsteps, his movements were not slow at all. In just a few moments, he had already disappeared amid the woods. Only after his silhouette had vanished completely did Mo Yuan finally wipe away the cold sweat trickling down his face. The aura that Zhang Xian had emanated was so terrifying that even 10 of him would not suffice as a match for him. It was fortunate that he had not acted recklessly, or else he and his students might have lost their lives. Teacher, is that Elder Yang Xian really that formidable? The young lady who had stepped forward earlier asked Mo Yuan doubtfully. She came from a huge clan, and she had never liked those who put on airs before her. Somehow, she found it hard to believe that Yang Xian was really that incredible a person. Formidable? That would be an understatement. He's terrifyingly powerful. Mo Yuan replied with a shake of his head. All right, you should get on with whatever you're doing. Have a good meal and rest well. We'll be heading back to Twilight City tomorrow morning. Got it? We're already heading back? But we are just about to reach the destination of our mission. The young lady was stunned. If they turned back, was that not as good as giving up on the mission despite their progress? I was supposed to protect you all from behind, so the fact that I have appeared before you means that you have already failed the mission. However, given the peculiar circumstances, I'll request the Academy to give special considerations so that you'll still receive marks accordingly, Mo Yuan replied. The mission that they were going to carry out was not completely risk-free. He would not be able to take responsibility if something really happened to the elder's students. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to return immediately. Thank you, teacher. Hearing that they would still be receiving marks for the mission, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. The very reason they had gone on the mission was to earn marks, and since they could acquire them without going through danger, there was no reason for them to complain. So, the youths continued preparing their food and encampment to rest for the night. Not too long later, the rustling of leaves echoed from the woods. Following that, a group of people walked over. Are you Mo Yuan Laosher? I am Zhang Xian, Yang Xian Laosher's student. I heard from my teacher that you were acquainted with him, so I made my way over here to ask for your assistance. As those words sounded, a tall silhouette emerged from the woods. 14 other people followed close behind him. So, it's Brother Zhang Xian. This way, please. Mo Yuan clasped his fist as he assessed the group with a slightly doubtful frown on his face. To his surprise, Elder Yang Xian students seemed to be a little weak. It was no wonder the other party had requested his help in ensuring the safety of his students. It was really a miracle that they could survive amid the dangerous mountain with their current cultivation levels. At the same time, as the young lady behind Mo Yuan caught sight of Zhaoya, her complexion immediately turned awful. She quickly turned her eyes to the other youths around her, and indeed, all of their eyes were fixated on Zhaoya. It was normal for those who were good-looking to be more welcomed by others. We have prepared some food here, so please feel free to join us for our dinner. The white-robed young man invited them over. Zhaoya and the others shot a glance at Zhang Xian, and upon receiving his nod, they swiftly took their seats. They had been hiding in the cavern for quite a few days now, so it felt exhilarating for them to be out once more. Mo Yuan Laosher, this is the compilation that my teacher instructed me to pass on to you. He says that you can alter your cultivation technique according to what is written on top first, and he'll pass you the complete version the next time he sees you at Twilight City. Zhang Xian said as he passed a leaf over. There were some words written on the leaf using black ink. After Mo Yuan was done reading through the contents on the leaf, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. The analysis that Yang Xian had provided was far more detailed than he could have imagined. As long as he made modifications according to the errors he saw, he should be able to resolve his physical trauma in no time. Once that happened, his fighting prowess would surely soar. Please help me relay my gratitude to your elder Yang for his help, Emo Yuan replied. Of course, he knew the other party's intentions for only giving him only half of the analysis. He would have to prove his worth in order to obtain the other half. Despite that, he did not feel any grudge toward Yang Xian. If anything, he felt much more assured. A person who paid heed to even the minor details in order to ensure the safety of his students was bound to be a respectable individual. There was definitely no harm in getting to know a person like that. Mo Yuan's students had brought quite a bit of food for the mission, and Mo Yuan himself also headed out to hunt down a few divine beasts to supplement the dinner. As such, it became the first proper feast that Zhang Xian and the others had enjoyed ever since they arrived at the firmament. Yuan Tao also fully unleashed his appetite this time around. The sheer amount of food he ate left the others wondering if there was a mystical beast hiding inside his stomach. It was fortunate that little Chick was still in hibernation. Otherwise, Mo Yuan and the others would have found the prepared feast devoured before they could enjoy it. Zhao Ye and the others were around the same age as Mo Yuan's students, and the natural environment they were in created the ideal atmosphere for conversation. As such, it did not take long before they started chatting with one another. They had heard of the situation from Zhang Xian earlier, so they knew what could be said and what could not be said. As such, they were able to avoid incurring the suspicion of Mo Yuan and his students. You rascals have been asking me about the current political situation in the firmament. Since Brother Zhang Xian here asked me about it earlier as well, why don't we hold a quick lesson here? After filling their stomachs, the crowd gathered in a circle, and Mo Yuan began speaking with a smile on his lips. The firmament was vast and boundless. Even Twilight City was nothing more than a minor on the map. As such, even though most of Mo Yuan's students had come from major clans in Twilight City, they did not know much about the firmament as a whole. Zhang Xian also turned his gaze over. Throughout the entire dinner, he had been trying to steer the conversation naturally in that direction so as to get Mo Yuan talking, and it seemed like he had succeeded in doing so. The firmament can be divided into 9 major powers, and they are collectively known as the 9 skies. Mo Yuan said, I know. Are you referring to the 9 skies 10 monarchs? As if to flaunt his knowledge to the ladies he had just met, the white-robed young man chirped in at this moment. At the same time, the other young lady of Mo Yuan's students clenched her fists indignantly upon seeing this sight. Indeed, I am referring to the 9 skies 10 monarchs. Mo Yuan nodded in response. The 9 skies consist of the central sky of freedom, the eastern sky of cloud dragon, the southern sky of spirit origin, the western sky of adamant gold, the southern sky of netherworld, the southeast sky of blazing sun, the northeast sky of heavenly sword, the southwest sky of linglong, and our northwest sky of drifting specters. The 9 skies represent 9 major powers, and they are headed by 9 monarchs. Every single one of the monarchs wields absolute power that allows them to look upon the world loftily. They are existences who are respected by all. As Mo Yuan spoke, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. Based on what Zhang Xian had heard thus far, it seemed like the 9 monarchs were equivalent to the heads of the Azure's 6 sects, existences who could make the world tremor with just a stomp of their foot. Teacher, I heard that the peerless heaven subjugating monarch rose into their ranks recently, making it the 9 skies 10 monarchs now. Another one of Mo Yuan's students added. You're right. The heaven subjugating monarch only appeared in recent years. Mo Yuan nodded. Speaking of the heaven subjugating monarch, one really has to acknowledge the unbelievable talent he possesses. In just a few years after the world heard of his name, he ascended through the ranks like a brilliant shooting star. He has already forced 8 of the monarchs to acknowledge his identity, meaning that he only lacks the acknowledgement of the sky of freedom's monarch. As long as he can receive that monarch's acknowledgement, it will mean a mass reshuffling of the power distribution in the firmament. 9 skies, 10 monarchs? Zhang Xian nodded contemplatively. Those monarchs are existences so far away from us. I wonder just how much stronger they are than the rest of us. As soon as those words were spoken, one of Mo Yuan's students immediately nodded in agreement as he curiously asked, Mo Yuan Laoshi, how powerful are the 10 monarchs? I heard that they are able to crush a major city with just a single finger of theirs. Is that true? Of course. Mo Yuan nodded matter-of-factly. Look, the rest of you are currently low-tier gods, whereas I am a middle-tier god. As for high-tier gods, our principal is one such example. You should know about this, right? The crowd nodded in agreement. Beyond high-tier gods are the celestial gods, and they are divided into low-tier, middle-tier, and high-tier. Above the celestial gods are the god kings. They aren't divided into low-tier, middle-tier, and high-tier. They are categorized into ordinary god kings and conferred god kings. Conferred god kings can be considered the top powerhouses of the firmament. Our entire sky of drifting specters might not even have 10 conferred god kings in total. Mo Yuan explained excitedly. And the only ones to stand above the conferred god kings are the god monarchs. They are the only experts recognized by the heavens, and their births are predetermined by the heavens. There have been no more or no less of them since time immemorial, and it has been expected to remain this way till the end of eternity. There's only one way for new god monarchs to emerge, and that was for an individual to earn the acknowledgement of the pre-existing god monarchs. That's also the reason the heaven-subjugating monarch is challenging all of the other monarchs one after another. Chapter 2107, Heaven, Subjugating Monarch. Zhang Xian jotted down the various realms in his head. God, Celestial God, God King, Conferred God King, God Monarch. Zhang Xian jotted down the various realms in his head. I wonder what realm is Ruoxin at? She was able to ascend from the azure to the firmament without going through the Hall of Gods, tearing the dimension barrier apart to pass through it without sustaining wounds that were too severe. Without a doubt, that was a feat that no gods or celestial gods would be able to pull off. Given so, was it possible that she was a god king? As for whether she was a god monarch or not, well, he honestly dared not push his thoughts in that direction. After all, there were only 9 of them in the world. Every single one of them stood at the peak of the universe, so it was unthinkable for one of them to fall in love with someone from a lower world like him, even if he had the library of heaven's path. The gap between him and a god monarch was still likely to be unbelievably huge. Even though those were the thoughts that Zhang Xian had in mind, he still could not resist asking, Mo Yuan Laoshi, may I ask if you know of the names of the 9 god monarchs? A hint of doubt appeared in Mo Yuan's eyes when he heard that question, but he still nodded and replied accordingly. The 9 god monarchs are highly esteemed individuals whose names ordinary people like us aren't qualified to speak. I only know some of their aliases. The god monarch of our sky of drifting specter is the great Qinkuan demon monarch, otherwise known as the Qinkuan monarch. He's responsible for guarding the southeast of the firmament, and he governs the 6 paths of reincarnation. His direct nemesis is the sky of blazing sun's blazing sun monarch. He governs the day and the growth of all beings. The southwest sky of Linglong is headed by Fairy Linglong, who is known to possess unparalleled beauty. I fear that this is the extent of my knowledge. I don't really know anything more than this. Zhang Xian nodded in response. The 9 god monarchs of the 9 skies were probably comparable to the emperors in his previous life. They were existences that ordinary citizens dared not speak lightly about. Considering how Mo Yuan was a teacher in a minor region, it was understandable how he only knew of 3 of them. Brother Zhang, you should ask your teacher if you wish to learn more about the matter. Considering the strength of your teacher, I believe that he should have a far deeper understanding of the 9 skies' 10 monarchs than me, Mo Yuan added. While ordinary people dared not speak carelessly of the 9 skies' 10 monarchs, they still knew some of the general details about them. It was unthinkable for a cultivator to know nothing about the monarch ruling over the lands they lived in. As such, Mo Yuan could not help but harbor some doubts toward Zhang Xian after hearing that question. Seeing through Mo Yuan's thoughts, Zhang Xian said with a bitter smile, to be honest with you, we are all ordinary people. Our teacher took pity on us and took us in so that we can survive in this world. But that being so, he's an extremely busy person. We rarely get a chance to meet him, so there wasn't any opportunity for us to learn such stuff from him. If that wasn't the case, we wouldn't have to trouble Mo Yuan Laoshi to bring us out of the mountain range either. Ah. The doubt in Mo Yuan's heart dissipated upon hearing those words. There were indeed teachers in the firmament who were extremely strict on their students. They kept piling missions upon their students in order to train their skills and temper their character, choosing not to waste time on words. If Yang Xian was such a teacher, it would be understandable for his students to know nothing about the Nine Skies' 10 monarchs. Not only so, we have yet to reach the God realm. Our teacher refused to tell us how we can make a breakthrough, only telling us that the time isn't right yet, and that we should just focus our efforts on our training. He often tells us that only with a sturdy foundation can one draw forth greater strength. But the spiritual energy here is simply too scarce. I can't imagine how it's possible for anyone to cultivate here. Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Elder Yang Xian is a strict but good teacher. I reckon he would be worthy of being a master teacher, Mo Yuan remarked. A master teacher? Zhang Xian repeated as his heart skipped a beat. Master teacher was the occupation created by Kong Shi back when he was still on the master teacher continent. Those two words had never been spoken during Zhang Xian's time on the Azure, so he did not expect to hear them on the firmament. Ah, you must not have heard of it. Over the past few decades, there has been a group of people who call themselves master teachers. They established the Master Teacher Pavilion, and they view it as their mission to impart knowledge to others and clarify doubts. They have a unique interpretation of the relationship between a teacher and a student, and they have worked hard to create a formal tier system to assess one's abilities. It has proven to be extremely effective so far, but a huge downside is that students studying from a master teacher tend to have to go through more hardship than ordinary cultivators, Mo Yuan explained. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in bewilderment. Without a doubt, the existence of master teachers and the Master Teacher Pavilion must be related to Kong Shi. This proved that the one that he had suppressed back in the Azure was indeed the clone. The main body had already advanced to the firmament many years ago. It had been tens of thousands of years since Kong Shi left the Master Teacher continent, which translated to roughly a few thousand years on the Azure. Given the limitations of his cultivation, he could not accurately perceive the flow of time in the firmament. Nevertheless, assuming that the rate at which time flowed on the firmament was 1:100 against the Azure, it meant that Kong Shi had arrived here several decades ago. That tallied with the timeline when the master teachers first started appearing. So, Zhang Xian beat around the bush and remarked, wouldn't the creation of the Master Teacher Pavilion pose a threat to the rule of the 9 god monarchs? Furthermore, other academies will be affected by their presence, right? Is there no opposition to the master teachers at all? One of the main reasons master teachers were so highly esteemed on the master teacher continent was due to the lasting effect of Kong Shi's fame. Kong Shi had become a figure so respected that anything associated with him would be viewed highly. Kingdoms and empires viewed the presence of master teachers in their territories as a huge honor, and it had even become a symbol of power. On the other hand, in the firmament, the 9 skies' 9 monarchs were viewed as the core of the world. Having ruled at the top for a very long time, their presence was so great that it could not be ignored by anyone. In terms of influence, they were definitely far above that of the 6 sects in the Azure. The Master Teacher Pavilion sought to impart knowledge to others, but at the same time, such actions would inevitably shake up the established order on the firmament. It was hard to think that the 9 god monarchs would allow something like that to happen beneath their noses. Furthermore, would the other pre-existing academies tolerate what the master teachers were trying to do? Creating a system that was completely different from what the academies had implemented was equivalent to challenging the established status quo, and inevitably, there would be significant competition between the different systems. What is unique about master teachers is that they promote education without discrimination. Most of the students they choose to take in are those who have failed to get into the other academies due to a lack of talent. At this point, Mo Yuan suddenly realized that he had misspoken, so he quickly added with an awkward smile, Brother Zhang, I have no intention of looking down on you all. Please overlook my words. A moment prior, he had said that Yang Xian was strikingly similar to a master teacher before mentioning that master teachers took in cultivators that were untalented. That could easily be misconstrued as a masked insult toward them. It's fine, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. It's true that we aren't too talented, or else we wouldn't have been stuck at our current realms for so long. Knowing that it would be unwise to linger on this depressing topic, Mo Yuan continued speaking. Anyway, The aura of divinity on the celestial mountain is limited, so the academies usually get the priority when recruiting disciples. Master teachers usually just take in the leftovers after all of the talented individuals have been chosen, so the presence of the master teachers doesn't really affect us too much. It's just that, at this point, Mo Yuan paused for a moment to gather his words before continuing. I must say that the master teachers are truly incredible people. Often, those whom we deem to be hopeless are able to rise to heights unthinkable to us under their guidance. In fact, some of their students are able to grow faster than our students. Without a doubt, the presence of the master teachers does cause some stress to the pre-existing academies, which is also why we see a need to start pushing our students as well so that we don't lag behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this bunch of young rascals here for a mission. If not for the presence of other competitors, they would have been more than content to conduct lessons in the safe environment of a classroom. To take a bunch of youths who had never experienced the outside world into the wilderness for a mission? To be honest, Mo Yuan did not agree with such a course of action, but he knew that it had to be done in order to maintain the prestige of the academy. Furthermore, the students were also more motivated than ever so as to not be outdone by their counterparts. It was a powerful driving force, and it would be a pity not to tap into it to push their students to high grounds. As for the 9 skies, 9 monarchs, naturally, they forbade the presence of master teachers in their territories. It's for that reason that the Heaven Subjugation Monarch challenged the other god monarchs to a battle. Around a decade ago, he had a close duel with the Chinquan Demon Monarch. We don't really know the results of the battle, but ever since then, the Sky of Drifting Specters decided to overlook the existence of the Master Teacher Pavilion, allowing it to operate freely, Mo Yuan explained. Even though the results had not been officially announced, it was clear from the subsequent actions that the Chinquan Demon Monarch had lost the battle. Otherwise, there was no way that the Chinquan Demon Monarch would have allowed the Master Teacher Pavilion to do as it pleased in his territory. Wait a moment. You mentioned that the Heaven Subjugation Monarch challenged the other god monarchs over the issue concerning the master teachers? He's the newly ascended god monarch, right? Zhang Xin asked. That's him. No wonder. Zhang Xin widened his eyes in realization. He had heard that the 9 skies, 9 monarchs were existences that had existed since time immemorial. It was hard to imagine that someone with the strength to challenge them would suddenly appear in the world. However, from the current looks of it, it was extremely likely that the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was none other than Kong Shi. Tens of thousands of years on the Master Teacher continent, thousands of years in the azure, and decades in the firmament. The timeline fitted. More importantly, Kong Shi had often been addressed as the Sage of Heaven Subjugation during his time on the Master Teacher continent. The aliases were a match. To think that in the short span of several decades, Kong Shi would rise to the top of the continent, create the Master Teacher Pavilion once more, challenge 8 of the God Monarchs, and force them to acknowledge the existence of the Master Teacher Pavilion. As expected of Kong Shi, even in the firmament that was filled with countless experts, his strength was still so overpowered that it was almost despair-inducing. Of course, whether the Heaven Subjugation Monarch was truly Kong Shi or not, Zhang Xin's desire to pay the other party a visit had already waned tremendously. After going through whatever had happened with Kong Shi's clone, he knew that it would be foolish for him to find Kong Shi before he possessed the strength to protect himself. If the real Kong Shi, by any chance, wanted to take away his library of Heaven's Path as well, he would have sought his own doom. It was not to say that he did not believe in Kong Shi's character, but the library of Heaven's Path was simply too powerful. Until he acquired the strength to stand on the same level as Kong Shi, it would be best for him to avoid him. It was true that Kong Shi already possessed a fragment of the heavens as well, but if he could acquire another fragment, there was no doubt that he would grow far stronger than before. He might even reach a level that no one had thought to be possible. Such temptation might be something that even Kong Shi was unable to resist. Making sure to conceal his astonishment, Zhang Xin continued his questioning. Mo Yuan Lao Shi, you mentioned earlier that the aura of divinity on the celestial mountain is limited. May I know what that means? This was the other thing that Mo Yuan had mentioned that had left him a little perplexed. It seems like Yang Shi really hasn't explained anything to you. But again, Considering that you haven't tempered yourselves to the limits yet, it's understandable that he kept it a secret from you. Mo Yuan nodded slightly. Then, he pondered for a moment before asking a question. Brother Zhang, in your view, what do you think of the concentration of spiritual energy on this Grand Spirit Mountain? Grand Spirit Mountain? Zhang Xian jotted down the name of the mountain that had caused him such trouble for the past half a month in his head. At the same time, he shook his head and replied, "This mountain has barely any spiritual energy at all. It's impossible for anyone to properly cultivate here." He had noticed this ever as soon as he arrived in the firmament. The ferocious winds were one thing, but the lack of spiritual energy in the area was really a huge pain to deal with. He could not gather any spiritual energy from the surroundings to fuel himself, which was why he had eventually been forced to resort to eating wild grass for survival. It was fortunate that the wild grass at least had some spiritual energy within it, or else he might have ended up starving to death on this mountain. Indeed, this isn't just isolated to the Grand Spirit Mountain. In the firmament, all places with no cities in the area are suffering from a major receding of spiritual energy. In fact, many places have turned barren as a result of that. Mo Yuan said with a shake of his head. Receding of spiritual energy? Zhang Xian could hardly believe what he was hearing. The firmament should have been the very pinnacle of the universe, and yet it was suffering from a receding in spiritual energy? It was really difficult to imagine something like that to be true. Chapter 2108 The Declining Firmament. Zhang Xian had always thought of the firmament as a utopia for cultivators. It would be filled with many experts who had reached the top of the world. Its atmosphere would be rich in spiritual energy, allowing any cultivators who had reached the mark to achieve a breakthrough. Even a tree branch that one picked up off the road would be as powerful as a high immortal tier artifact. And he was not completely off the mark about that. The wild grass on the ground was an invaluable cultivation resource that was on par with premier immortal pills. But based on what he had just heard from Mo Yuan, it felt as if the firmament was slowly crumbling apart. The receding of spiritual energy spelled the regression of life. Places that were devoid of spiritual energy would eventually be reduced to ruins. For example, even though there were still plants growing on the Grand Spirit Mountain, with the disappearance of spiritual energy in the air, the amount of spiritual energy going around the place was slowly depleting, to the point where everything wilted and died off. It was probably for this reason that Zhang Xian had to travel long distances in order to gather the wild grass, and even so, the quantity that he found would often be severely limited. Was this really the firmament? It felt almost as if he had walked into the otherworldly demonic tribe's otherworldly battlefield instead. Everywhere was barren and wilting, almost as if the world was slowly dying away. There's still some wild grass and fruits that harness spiritual energy on the mountain. That means that the receding of spiritual energy is a fairly recent affair, right? Zhang Xian asked. If it had happened a long time ago, the Grand Spirit Mountain should have already become inhospitable a long time ago. The fact that he could find wild grass, fruits, and even beasts in the area meant that the receding only happened in the recent years. Hearing such a question from Zhang Xian, Mo Yuan looked at the young man with doubt in his eyes and asked, "It can't be that you've only just arrived in the firmament, right?" "Of course not. All of us lived in a small village isolated from the world, so we don't really know much about what's happening out there. However, a plague suddenly struck us one day, and before we knew it, we are the only ones left in our village. It was then that we met Yang Xian Laosher, and he brought us out of our village. As a result of that, there are a lot of things that we don't know about," Zhang Xian replied awkwardly. He had no idea how those in the firmament viewed those coming over from a lower world, but it was still best for him to proceed carefully. "I see." Mo Yuan nodded. The first time that the receding of spiritual energy occurred was around 40 to 50 years ago. Back then, the skies fell and earth sank. An entire half of the sky collapsed. Water rained down relentlessly and flooded the earth, causing great casualties. Eventually, the god monarchs who guarded the north, south, east, and west slew the world tortoise and used its 4 limbs as pillars to prop up the sky, thus bringing the world back to stability. At this point, Mo Yuan chuckled a little before continuing. "Well, These are just the stories that spread around like wildfire after the catastrophe, so there's no way we can tell for sure whether they are true or not. There are also some that claim that the monarch of the sky of freedom used his unique ability to mend the collapsed heavens. Anyway, all kinds of rumors went around after that incident. However, it was clear that the collapse of the skies was only the start of something greater. Spiritual energy began receding swiftly everywhere. Eventually, except for major cities, most lands around the firmament became barren, just like this grand spirit mountain. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. 40 to 50 years ago. That was around 4,000 years ago on the Azure and 40,000 years ago for the Master-Teacher continent. It marked the time when Kong Shi first appeared in the world and the six sects first came to be. The calamity of the firmament and the collapse of the skies and earth, as well as Kong Shi's possession of the heavens order. Could there be some kind of link between the two? If there was a link between those two, what did his possession of the Library of Heaven's path mean? After all, a fragment of the heavens would not naturally appear in the world. The fact that he could use the Library of Heaven's path in the firmament meant that the fragment of the heavens that he had received was no weaker than the heavens of the firmament. As such, he could not help but harbor some doubts regarding the origin of the fragments of the heavens. Mo Yuan continued with the story. As a result of the receding spiritual energy, it's no longer as easy as before to reach the God realm. Furthermore, each breakthrough takes a significant amount of spiritual energy from the environment, and that could hasten the destruction of the firmament. As such, the Nine Skies' 9 monarchs had no choice but to control the number of gods in the world. So, they constructed 9 celestial mountains around the world, and all those who wish to become a god have to head to the celestial mountains and search for the aura of divinity. On the other hand, Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. In a sense, it was similar to what had happened in the Kungsu domain. Due to the scarcity of resources, those who possessed little talent lost the right to advance their cultivation in order to ensure optimal social welfare. It was extremely cruel for the cultivators who had worked hard their entire lives to advance their cultivation, but this was the only way to slow down the collapse of the firmament. I reckon that the reason Elder Yang Xian is putting you through hardship right now is to build up your foundation while you are still at the semi-divinity realm. This will allow you to adapt faster to the environment on the celestial mountain, thus increasing the chances of acquiring the aura of divinity and successfully making a breakthrough. Mo Yuan said. As expected of those from the Master-Teacher Pavilion, they are really detailed and thorough in what they do. It's no wonder the students are able to achieve the same feats as geniuses despite their lacking talents. Pardon me. I have no intention of looking down on you. Zhang Xian blinked blankly, unsure how he should respond to those words. On the other hand, Zhao Ye and the others nearly burst into laughter. The person before them sure was gutsy to dare say that their teacher was lacking in talent. Their teacher was someone who had cultivated for less than 2 years on the Master-Teacher continent, and slightly more than 2 months in the Azure to get where he currently was. If one translated that to the time in the firmament, he would have only spent 0.73 days on the Master-Teacher continent and 0.6 days in the Azure, which added up to a grand total of 1.33 days. In just 1.33 days, their teacher had overcome bottleneck after bottleneck to become a real god. Yet, someone dared to suggest that he was lacking talent? What a joke. Cough cough, it's fine. I don't mind it at all. Zhang Xian shook his head. He continued asking a few more questions, and fortunately, Mo Yuan was an extremely forthright person who freely shared everything he knew. Soon, Zhang Xian was able to form a preliminary understanding of the situation in the firmament. Without a doubt, the firmament was filled with all kinds of experts. However, this came with a huge pitfall. A world filled with strong people was bound to be less restricted by laws. In a world where there were significant differences in strength, the strong would be able to do as they pleased, whereas the weak could only stay within the safe confines of the city walls, not daring to venture too far for fear of encountering bandits. Of course, this was only applied to places beyond the city. Within the city, even the strong would have to obey the laws imposed upon them. This was because each city lord wielded absolute strength and authority in the region they ruled over. In Twilight City, for example, City Lord Wu Fangqing was a celestial god realm expert. He was known for his steel arms that allowed him to defend against swords and spears with ease. He held the record of eliminating 18 bands of bandits single-handedly with his bare hands, making him an unstoppable force. Everyone that resided within the city had to obey the rules he had set, and those who dared to flout his rules would have to face the consequences. The rules set by the strong had to be followed, or else one might just end up getting killed and having their aura of divinity extracted. This was how the firmament worked. It was not complete anarchy, but it was clear that the world favored the strong. Mo Yuan Laoshi, can you tell me more about the heaven subjugation monarch? Wang Ying asked with eyes filled with curiosity. She had also noticed that something was amiss. The heaven subjugation monarch is a powerful expert who appeared in the past few decades. He came to fame around 40 years ago after he, as a high-tier god, fought and defeated 8 low-tier celestial gods successfully. That single fight placed him at the top of the celestial god aptitude board. Mo Yuan explained excitedly. From the looks of it, it was clear that he carried great admiration for the heaven subjugation monarch. Celestial God Aptitude Board? Each of the 9 skies would have a Celestial God Aptitude Board that gauges the potential of the cultivators within its territory. Those who are able to get into the top 10 will eventually reach the level of a high-tier Celestial God, and those who are within the top 3 have a good chance of becoming a God King eventually. For this reason, many cultivators seek to place their names on the board. As long as one can get within the top 10, they will be entitled to the best cultivation resources within their sects, paving their way to greatness. Mo Yuan replied. Due to the scarcity of resources in the firmament, most sects and major powers would only choose to groom individuals who had displayed exceptional talent. As a result, there were all kinds of boards existent that cultivators would squeeze their heads to get into. The rankings were important for them to secure enough resources for them to advance their cultivation. This was strikingly similar to how the Kungsu domain worked. After the Heaven Subjugation Monarch rose to the top of the Celestial God Aptitude Board, his growth suddenly surged forth with unstoppable momentum. In less than a year, he reached the level of a God King. After that, during the flowing tide of spiritual energy, he accomplished feats that no one has done before, leading to 7 of the God Monarchs bestowing him with the honor of a conferred God King simultaneously. Less than a year after that, he began to challenge the 9 God Monarchs. Initially, everyone thought that he had gone mad. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he actually won the first match. In the following decades, he challenged the God Monarchs one after another, and based on what I have heard so far, it seems like the only one that he has yet to challenge is the Monarch of the Sky of Freedom. Well, to be exact, the results of the duel aren't publicly announced, but the fact that the other monarchs have acknowledged his identity likely means that they lost the battle, Mo Yuan said with a hushed tone. While there were rumors going around about the 9 skies' 9 monarchs, it was still best to be discreet when gossiping about such matters. Carelessness could possibly cost him his life. He challenged 8 of the God Monarchs one after another. Even listening to this story left Zhang Xian feeling hot-blooded. As expected of Kong Shi, no matter which world he was in, he was still able to claw his way to reach the top of the hierarchy. May I know more about the Monarch of the Sky of Freedom? Zhang Xian asked. I'm quite curious to know why the Heaven Subjugation Monarch hasn't challenged him yet. While others might not know about the results of duels, as fellow God Monarchs, the Monarch of the Sky of Freedom should be aware of the outcomes. So, it was a little peculiar to see that the other party had not made a move in response. Could it be that the Monarch of the Sky of Freedom did not dare fight with the Heaven Subjugation Monarch after hearing about how the others had been defeated? To be honest, I don't know that. The Heaven Subjugation Monarch controls the center of the firmament, and they're viewed as the Lord of the 9 monarchs. They're the most formidable God Monarch of the firmament, as well as the most mysterious one. There is an utter lack of information regarding them, such that even their gender, age, name, and his alias are mysteries. However, since time immemorial, no one has dared to lay their hands on the Sky of Freedom, and that is the greatest proof of that monarch's strength. At this point, Mo Yuan suddenly realized that he might have talked too much. With an awkward smile, he waved his hands and said, "All right, let's end the conversation here for today. We are just minor figures of the firmament, So the affairs surrounding the 9 skies, 9 monarchs have no relevance to us. There's nothing we can do to change anything, so let's not bother ourselves with those matters, all right? Knowing that he would not be able to get anything more out of Mo Yuan, Zhang Xian decided to stop there. Everyone had exhausted themselves over the day, and before long, Mo Yuan's students had already started dozing off with their heads leaning against the cliff. Even Mo Yuan himself had shut his eyes, making it hard to tell whether he had fallen asleep or not. Only Zhang Xian and his direct disciples remained seated on the ground, completely focused on their cultivation. Even though the spiritual energy there was extremely thin, making it difficult for them to cultivate, they were unwilling to waste any time at all. As midnight approached, Zhang Xian was just about to stand up and stretch a little before heading off to rest when his body suddenly halted. Seemingly having sensed something, he turned his head in a certain direction as his eyebrows knitted together into a frown. Chapter 2109, Green Beast Ancient Grass. Mo Yuan had also opened his eyes by this point. Carrying the heavy responsibility of protecting his students, there was no way he could have really drifted off to sleep. He had been keeping a close eye on their surroundings, and upon taking a closer look, his eyes lit up in excitement. Noting Mo Yuan's response, Zhang Xian shot a questioning glance over. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the thing my students are supposed to find for the mission, the Windgale Fox. Mo Yuan explained as he stood up. Zhang Xian's frown only deepened as a result of that. He knew next to nothing about the firmament, so it went without saying that he had no idea what kind of beast that was. With a light chuckle, Mo Yuan explained, "It's a low-tier god realm divine beast. Its offensive and defensive abilities are below average, but it's extraordinarily agile. Its blood and beast core harness the wind attribute, allowing cultivators who consume it to move with enhanced agility. It's a mission that has low risk yet still poses some challenge, making it highly suitable for students. Based on my investigations, its lair should be roughly half a day's journey away, but it seems like we are in luck." After explaining it to Zhang Xian, Mo Yuan turned to his students and woke them up with a hushed voice. "Xin Cheng and Wu Xiaoxiao, wake up." Even though those youths had already fallen fast asleep, as God Realm experts, they still maintained a certain degree of awareness of their surroundings even in their sleep. Upon hearing their teacher's call, they swiftly got up and shook off their drowsiness. In just a few moments, they were already prepared for battle. "What's wrong?" Mo Yuan Laosher, the white-robed young man known as Xinqing, asked with a hint of doubt in his voice. "Listen to it yourself," Mo Yuan said as he pointed in a certain direction. Xinqing focused his attention on his ears for a moment before his eyes suddenly blazed with excitement. "Is it the Windgale Fox?" "Indeed." Mo Yuan nodded. "Great. It looks like we might just be able to finish our mission today," Xinqing exclaimed excitedly. He swiftly leaped to his feet and beckoned his fellow classmates over. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We'll be moving according to the plan we devised earlier." "Yes." Everyone replied in hushed voices before flitting forward quietly. Their movements were very organized, and there were no excessive movements whatsoever. There was absolutely no sound to be heard from their movements. Seeing this, Zhang Xian nodded in approval. As expected of the talents of the firmament, there was no denying that they were indeed skilled cultivators. Even though they were only low-tier gods, their fighting prowess was nothing to scoff at. "Brother Zhang, you should continue resting here for the time being. I'll head over there to look after them," Mo Yuan said with a light chuckle before swiftly following his students. "Zhaoya, I'll leave it to you to take care of your juniors and my parents. I'll be right back," Zhang Xian instructed Zhaoya before heading forth. He felt that it would give him a good gauge of the average fighting prowess of cultivators in the firmament if he could watch how those students moved to capture the Windgale Fox. As Zhang Xian had not fully recovered from his injuries, he was only barely able to keep up with Mo Yuan and his students. By the time he arrived, Xinqiang and the other students had already managed to encircle the Windgale Fox. The Windgale Fox was relatively small in physique, and through the clashes between the divine beasts and the students, Zhang Xian could tell that it was not too strong. The only advantage it had in the battle was its speed. "These students are really not bad," Zhang Xian murmured as he studied their offensive maneuvers carefully. He had thought that they would be amateurs, especially given how young they were. However, the tactics and flexibility they had displayed so far showed a completely different story. Each and every one of them was mindful of their collaborative formation when they made their moves, making absolutely sure that they did not carelessly open up any gaps that would give the Windgale Fox an opportunity to slip past them. As a result, the Windgale Fox found itself unable to escape despite its speed advantage. It was no wonder Mo Yuan subconsciously looked down on the disciples taken in by the master teachers. Just by looking at Shen Cheng and the others, it was obvious that the students taken in by the Twilight Academy were the cream of the crop. Be it their flexibility, timing, or battle sense, Shen Cheng and the others had proved that their capabilities far exceeded those of an ordinary cultivator. It looks like it'll be impossible for the Windgale Fox to escape, Zhang Xian remarked thoughtfully. Given how meticulous Shen Cheng and the others were, there was no way they would allow the Windgale Fox to escape. With this, the conclusion of the battle had already been decided. Thinking that there was no point watching any longer, Zhang Xian turned around to return to Zhao Ya and the others. However, barely after he took a few steps, another thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Based on his understanding, most beasts would only move around in a fixed area that they had claimed to be their territory. Other than predators heading out for a hunt, most beasts would not step out of their territory easily due to the risks. Based on what Mo Yuan had said, the habitat of the Windgale Fox was roughly half a day away, so why would it venture so far out of its territory in the middle of the night? This was contrary to common sense. Holding on to such a doubt, Zhang Xian activated the Eye of Insight and began to study the Windgale Fox carefully. Many movement trails intersecting one another appeared in his sight. It took him just a short moment to discern the one that belonged to the Windgale Fox, and his eyes lit up a little. Its footprints were exceptionally light, suggesting that it was in the midst of chasing something. During its hunt, it suddenly sensed the presence of Shan Cheng and the other students nearby, causing it to immediately turn tail to run, but it was already too late for it to get away. Zhang Xian carefully traced the Windgale Fox's footsteps before it started running away, and it did not take long for the shadows of the night to envelop his silhouette. Something that could bring the Windgale Fox out of its lair and travel over half a day in the middle of the night was likely something extraordinary. Zhang Xian had a feeling that the results of his search would not disappoint him. He traveled for a while before finally coming to a halt. The Windgale Fox's footsteps stopped in the middle of a dense forest. Most likely, this was where the Windgale Fox had first noticed the presence of Shan Cheng and the others and started escaping. So, Zhang Xian slowly walked toward the dense forest as he studied his surroundings carefully. The crescent moon in the sky was not a particularly bright source of light, and the shadows of the leaves above only made everything appear darker. Zhang Xian found that his visibility had been reduced significantly even with his Eye of Insight activated. Finally, he arrived at the very spot where the footsteps stopped and began to examine his surroundings carefully. However, except for some ordinary plants, he did not notice anything that was out of place. There was nothing that hinted at what the Windgale Fox was trying to find. This peculiarity piqued Zhang Xian's curiosity. The Windgale Fox could not possibly have taken such a huge risk to venture out of its lair just to chase nothing, so there was bound to be something around. He just had to figure out what it was. Zhang Xian had not been able to use the Library of Heaven's Path over the past month, and the plants in the firmament were vastly different from those in the Azure and Master Teacher continent, so he was not able to accurately identify any of them. Nevertheless, through his Eye of Insight, he was still able to tell which ones were safe to eat. Even if he was somehow wrong, they happened to have someone who possessed the innate poison body with them. They could go through her first, and if she found the plants unpleasant, there was a good chance that it would be fine for them to eat it. As he had been using the Eye of Insight all along, he knew that it was definitely effective in the firmament. If the Windgale Fox had really been pursuing something, there was no way he would not be able to find any traces of that thing. That only left one possibility. The thing that the Windgale Fox was looking for was still in the vicinity. So, he conducted another thorough scan of his surroundings, but he was still unable to find anything worthy of note. By now, a frown had already formed on his face. Unless the thing the Windgale Fox had been pursuing was able to fly in the air or dig underground, there was no way he would not pick up anything with his Eye of Insight. If the thing is capable of flight, there's no way the Windgale Fox would have been able to catch up with it. So, is it in the earth? He looked at the dry earth beneath him, but it showed no signs of having been dug up. In his confusion, his eyes suddenly fell upon a verdant blade of wild grass. This wild grass did not stand out in contrast to its surroundings, but Zhang Xian swiftly noticed something off about it. He had searched this area at least 10 times for wild grass, but he had not seen this blade of grass before. If it had been there all along, he would have already plucked it out and guzzled it down. There was no way he would have left it till now. So, Zhang Xian reached out and touched the plant. Wong. A book materialized in his head. Green Beast Ancient Grass. It's a unique creature that has the ability to freely change between the form of a beast and the form of a blade of grass. It's a medicinal herb that is highly nourishing to one's soul. If it's concocted together with Mayung beast blood, the resulting medicine has the effect of raising a god's soul to the level of a celestial god. Number 1. It carries extremely potent poison, making it highly detrimental to the human body. If one is unable to break down the poison, even if one's soul grows stronger under its nourishment, one's body will gradually wear down under the effects of the poison. Number 2. It's an extremely rare medicinal herb in the firmament. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. If not for the fact that he could use the Library of Heaven's Path, he might have been fooled by the other party's appearance. This thing looked no different from real grass, such that he could not tell the difference even with his eye of insight. This was really similar to the cordyceps in his previous life. It was a worm in winter but a plant in summer, and it was known for its medicinal value. It was really a huge blessing for him to have stumbled upon such an invaluable treasure. Just the fact that it could allow a soul to advance from the god realm to the celestial god realm was enough to show just how potent its medicinal energy was. It was no wonder the Windgale Fox had braved through danger in order to hunt it down. As for its poisonous property, as someone who cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, it did not pose a problem to him at all. Coming to realize the value of the plant before him, there was no way he would allow it to escape. Without any warning, his hand swiped forth to grab it. The Green Beast Ancient Grass seemed to have realized Zhang Xian's intent to capture it. It immediately leaped out of the soil and bolted forward. Its movement was so swift that it felt like a furious tempest had just blown past the area. Where do you think you are going? The only reason Zhang Xian had difficulty capturing even a rabbit previously was due to the severity of his injuries weighing down on him and his energy deficit. However, after enjoying a satisfying dinner earlier, he had managed to recover a fair bit of his stamina. If he could not even catch a blade of grass in his current state, he would not be able to face himself anymore. With a step, he covered 8 meters in an instant as he extended his hand. Divine energy burst forth from the tips of his fingers, and it swiftly weaved together to form a tight net, a heart of intertwined threads. Under the prowess of a swordsmanship that had surpassed even the Heaven's Path sword art, the blade of grass was swiftly captured. With a light pinch, he picked up the Green Beast Ancient Grass and channeled his soul energy into it. A moment later, he felt a soothing energy flowing back into his soul, leaving him feeling warm and fuzzy all over. Satisfied with the results of his hunt, Zhang Xian bound the Green Beast Ancient Grass in yet another net of sword qi in order to ensure that it would not be able to escape before wrapping it carefully with a piece of cloth. His soul cultivation was only at the level of a low-tier god at the moment. If he could raise it to the level of a celestial god, he was confident that he would be able to stand toe-to-toe with any other celestial god. After securing his medicinal herb, he swiftly made his way back to their gathering spot, where Zhao Ye and the others were. Mo Yuan and his students had already returned by the time he arrived, and the Windgale Fox was in their hands. It struggled with all its might, but it was completely powerless to reverse its fate. As he expected, they had managed to succeed without too much trouble. So, Zhang Xian walked over and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have managed to accomplish your mission." "Brother Zhang, where did you go?" Mo Yuan asked. He had been slightly surprised to see that Zhang Xian was not around when they arrived earlier. "I wanted to see how you were going to capture the Windgale Fox, so I followed you earlier. However, I didn't manage to catch up with you, and I lost my bearing for a moment while trying to make my way back," Zhang Xian said. You must be really dumb to be able to lose your way even though it's such a short distance. The young lady under Mo Yuan's tutelage, Wu Xiaoxiao, looked at Zhang Xian with disdain in her eyes. This bunch had nearly caused them to fail their mission. It would have been one thing if they were strong, but it turned out that they were merely buffoons who could lose their way just like that. Why in the world did they have to get involved with this bunch of fools? More importantly, Senior Shan Cheng's eyes had always been on her before, but he had not even spared her a glance ever since those few ladies appeared. Just thinking about this filled her with fury. Chapter 21 Tin Streak of Gray. Who do you think you are insulting? Zhao immediately stood up and spoke with an utterly cold voice. She could still overlook it if the other party had insulted her, but she would never allow anyone to insult her teacher. You should know very well who I am talking about. Wu Xiaoxiao spoke with a voice filled with contempt. If you are weak, you should have the sense to stay put and not run about. Otherwise, you'll only be troubling us to save you when you run into danger. Enough. Mo Yuan bellowed furiously. Teacher. Wu Xiaoxiao turned to look at Mo Yuan indignantly. Look at how you are behaving. Is this how a student of the Twilight Academy should conduct herself? Mo Yuan berated. After that, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, Please don't take it to heart. Xiaoxiao is still young, so she's still a little lacking in etiquette. Do forgive her if she has said anything that has offended you. It's fine, Zhang Xian replied calmly. Given everything he had been through in the Master-Teacher Continent and the Azure, there was no way he would lose his temper over the mere words spoken by a young lady. After resolving this conflict, Mo Yuan brought the Windgale Fox to one side and interrogated it using his special means. Following that, he left the group discreetly for roughly 2 hours before returning with a deep furrow on his forehead. It seemed like he had noticed that something was amiss as well, but he didn't manage to find anything in the end. He was a little perplexed by the outcome, but he didn't really turn his suspicions toward Zhang Xian. Considering how even a beast as swift as the Windgale Fox wasn't able to capture the green beast ancient grass, it was practically impossible for Zhang Xian to obtain it, assuming that he was even able to see through its disguise in the very first place. The night proceeded on without words. At the first crack of dawn, the group began packing up before returning back to Twilight City. Mo Yuan was glad that he was able to fulfill the task which Elder Yang Xian had tasked him without compromising his student's mission, even though it was regretful that he didn't manage to obtain the green beast ancient grass. On the whole, it had still been a fruitful trip. As they were returning via the same path they came by, Mo Yuan and his students were extremely familiar with the directions. Perhaps it was due to the receding of the spiritual energy. Most of the divine beasts in the mountain had already fled the area, so they didn't encounter any major threat on their way back. Just like that, they traveled for 3 days straight. With Mo Yuan, a middle-tier god, traveling along with them, hunting down beasts and securing ample food was not an issue for the group at all. With each sumptuous meal, Zhang Xian was able to gradually replenish his Heaven's Path Shenqi, which in turn allowed him to swiftly heal from his injuries. He was still a far way off from making a breakthrough, but at the very least, he wasn't as frail as when he first arrived in the firmament anymore. We should be able to get out of the mountain range by today, Mo Yuan said. However, it's still too early to lower our guard yet. There are quite a few powerful bandits in the vicinity of the Grand Spirit Mountain. Those fellows are tenacious fools who would stop at nothing. The receding of spiritual energy had happened so quickly that many cultivators suddenly found themselves in a position where even they had trouble making a living. As a result, many of them ended up resorting to plundering merchants or travelers passing by the area. The City Lord Manor had launched numerous operations in order to get rid of the bandits, but it barely made a difference at all. With their survival at stake, it was unlikely that the bandits would stop out of fear of the City Lord Manor. As long as the root of the problem remained unsolved, more and more cultivators would eventually turn to plunder for survival over time. Hearing that there were bandits in the area, the faces of the crowd turned grim. Dealing with humans was often much more dangerous than dealing with beasts. It was very likely that the trip from the mountain range back to Twilight City was the most dangerous part of the entire mission. All of you have heard it, right? Make sure not to run about as you please. Also, we aren't necessarily able to protect you in the face of bandits either, so you'll need to buck up and pull your own weight. Wu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Xian and the others and harumphed coldly. That being said, none of Zhang Xian and his direct disciples paid her any heed. From the very start, they had never intended to count on them for protection. Zhaoya, you should stay by my side in case we encounter bandits. I'll make sure to protect you with my life. Xincheng walked over and said confidently. There's no need for that, Zhaoya replied curtly as she headed over to her teacher's side without any hesitation. Xincheng was left standing awkwardly on the spot after being rejected so bluntly. Behind him, Wu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in fury. In order to prevent any mishaps, the group hastened their footsteps and flitted ahead. Teacher, why don't we rest for a while? We're only 4 hours away from Twilight City anyway, so I think it should be fine for us to slow down our pacing a little, Wu Xiaoxiao proposed with a weary tone. Having rushed their way throughout the night, all of Mo Yuan's students were showing signs of extreme exhaustion. Surprisingly, Zhao Ye and the rest of Zhang Xian's direct disciples hadn't shown any signs of fatigue despite their weaker cultivation yet, and they were able to catch up without pulling down the group's pacing. Mo Yuan was a little hesitant to stop here, but seeing that it would be difficult for his students to push on in their current state, he eventually nodded and gave his approval. The crowd quickly found an obscurely located ditch and got in. They lit up a bonfire and gathered around it to warm themselves up. Heaving a sigh of relief, they were just about to take a break when the galloping of horses sounded in the distance. The ground trembled ceaselessly, foreboding a catastrophe. Damn it! Mo Yuan cursed lividly. He didn't think that they would be so unlucky as to be attacked barely when they had just settled down to rest. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly put out the bonfire before carefully rising up to check out the situation. Nay-hi! The galloping finally came to a halt. A group of 13 figures riding atop tall and powerful steeds had gathered around the ditch they were in, encircling them rightly. Amidst the group, a middle-aged man wielding a crescent saber was escorted by 2 guards by his sides. From the looks of it, it would appear that he was the leader of this pack of bandits. Despite his clean facial features, a portion of his fringe was dyed gray, forming a stark contrast with his relatively young appearance. Streak of gray? Mo Yuan's eyes quivered at that sight. There were many bandits around Twilight City, but most of them wouldn't pose much of a threat to them. However, Wei was particularly notorious around Twilight City for wielding the greatest strength amongst the bandits. No one knew the real name of this bandit, and they only remembered him by the streak of gray hair at his fringe. That was also how his alias, Streak of Gray, came around. Not only was he vicious, he also had the strength to go along with it, making him a widely feared individual by those living in the vicinity of Twilight City. It was said that his cultivation had already reached middle-tier God Realm pinnacle. It seems like I am still quite well known here, Streak of Gray chuckled playfully. Of course, who wouldn't recognize our boss? Since you know us, you should know the rules. Cut the crap and hand over everything you have. Don't let your bravado cost you your life. The bandits by the side laughed heartily. It was clear that Mo Yuan was a little intimidated through his tightly clenched fists. Nevertheless, knowing that everyone else was relying on him, he forced himself to step forward and say, I am a teacher from the Twilight Academy, Mo Yuan. My students and I have left the city to carry out a mission, so we didn't bring much wealth with us. I beseech you to let us off this once. Mission? Streak of Gray frowned in disappointment. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he continued, Since that's the case, I'll make do with just your weapons and that Windgale fox in your hands then. This time around, Mo Yuan didn't respond right away, and this moment of silence opened a gap for Wu Xiaoxiao to interject in. Why should we give you the Windgale fox that we hunted with great difficulty? You better scram right now, or else I'll have my father capture all of you once we return to the city. Your father? That's right. My father is the city lord of Twilight City, Wu Fangqing. You should be well aware that he's a powerful celestial god, so I advise you to stop this foolishness. How out of your minds must you be to even dare to rob me? Just touch a single hair of mine, and you can be sure that he'll lop off all of your heads. Wu Xiaoxiao spoke proudly. It was one thing for a bunch of semi-divinity realm lasses to steal her crush away from her, But these bandits actually dared to eye the wind-gale fox that they had hunted with great difficulty. They must really be tired of living. You are the daughter of the city lord? Streak of Gray was surprised for a moment before he roared in laughter, as if he had heard the funniest thing in his life. He looked at his band around him and asked, "Lads, tell her, have we ever feared that city lord before?" Fear? Ha ha ha. If we were scared of that city lord, we would have never chosen such a life. You sure did us a huge service. Aren't you curious to see how much your darling daddy would be willing to fork out in order to save you? That city lord has left us tight on our toes over the past few years. We can finally return the favor to him now, so as to show him that we aren't to be trifled with. The bandits cheered excitedly. What are you all trying to do? Wu Xiaoxiao thought that these pesky bandits would surely flee in fear after hearing her identity, but instead, her words seemed to have furthered their determination. Completely taken aback by such a turn of events, her voice quivered in fear, betraying her uncertainty. One must know that her father was a celestial god, such that no one in Twilight City would dare to defy him. Yet, this bunch of lowlifes actually didn't fear her father at all. Were they really not afraid of death? What are we trying to do? Streak of Gray laughed. We were thinking of robbing a bunch of poor students, but it appears that there's a big fish hidden amongst them. Lads, make sure that not even a single one of them escapes. If we succeed, you can be sure that every single one of you will be handsomely rewarded. Roger that, boss. The bandits laughed sinisterly as they tightened the encirclement. Seeing such a sight, Mo Yuan shook his head with a deep sigh before whispering to Shun Chung discreetly, "I'll buy some time. Find a way to break out of their encirclement with everyone else." Then, he charged right at Streak of Gray without any hesitation. In his view, the only way they could turn the tables around was to quickly defeat Streak of Gray and persuade the other bandits to surrender through that. Hula! Without any hesitation, he released a burst of sword chi in Streak of Gray's direction, causing the latter to narrow his eyes. Middle-tier gods were still considered to be in the lower echelons of the firmament, but without a doubt, their strength and agility far surpassed that of low-tier gods. Furthermore, as a teacher, Mo Yuan maneuvers exceptionally polished, making a potential threat to Streak of Gray. You are courting death. Streak of Gray knew that it would eventually come down to this, so he raised his crescent saber and pulled it down upon Mo Yuan. It was a terribly simple move, but the sheer might behind the attack made it difficult to deal with. Mo Yuan was forced to quickly pull his sword in to defend against the blow. Gotcha! As overwhelming might crush down on him, Mo Yuan's sword trembled endlessly. He felt a sharp pain stabbing the webbing between his thumb and his forefinger, and crimson blood flowed down his palm. The sheer force caused his knee to cave him, causing him to kneel to the ground. Through his superior strength and the height advantage from being on horseback, Streak of Gray was able to subdue Mo Yuan in a single strike. True strength conquers all obstacles. Zhang Xian remarked softly. He knew that the situation was going to turn awry when he heard Wu Xiaoxiao reporting her background. The city lord might be a powerful cultivator, but his sphere of influence wasn't so great as to extend beyond the city walls. Furthermore, those men standing before them were bandits. Bandits. Telling them, "I am the daughter of the city lord," was as good as saying, "My family is loaded, so suck me dry." It was one thing for this young lady to be spoiled, but her lack of worldly experience made that even more fatal. It was the perfect recipe for someone to dive recklessly into oblivion. But again, it was not like it really made much of a difference anyway. The bandits wouldn't let them go either way. In the first place, those who could get into the Twilight Academy were the top-notch geniuses of Twilight City, and most of them had illustrious backgrounds. To rob such people and let them walk away alive, that was as good as setting up a time bomb for themselves. As someone who was able to make his name as a bandit, there was no way Streak of Gray would show mercy to them just because they were students. The only reason why the other party claimed that he was only going to take the weapons and the Windgale Fox was so as to numb everyone, making it easier for them to take down the group. It was because they had seen through this that neither Zhang Xian nor Mo Yuan stopped Wu Xiaoxiao when she went on her big missy tantrum one. Pung. While such thoughts were passing through Zhang Xian's mind, Streak of Gray abruptly retracted his crescent saber and swung it down on Mo Yuan once more with greater force. This strike sent Mo Yuan slamming onto the walls of the ditch, and his body slid to the ground before slumping forward weakly. He hadn't passed down yet, but it would be hard for him to move in his current condition. Tie him up. Voila! Two of the bandits quickly galloped forward with ropes and tied Mo Yuan up tightly. So, what are the rest of you planning to do? Are you going to try fighting back? After knocking out the most powerful Mo Yuan in 2 blows, Streak of Gray turned to look at the remaining members of the group with a haughty look in his eyes. This, Xin Cheng, Wu Xiaoxiao, and the others subconsciously took a step back as they looked at the bandits with quivering eyes. They thought that their teacher would at least be able to fend off the bandits for a moment, buying some time for them to escape. Yet, contrary to their expectations, their teacher was defeated within 2 blows. Their teacher was the only one amongst them who was a middle-tier god. If even he was no match for the bandits, how could the rest of them stand a chance at all? Just as everyone was at a loss as to what to do, Zhang Xian suddenly walked forward with a weirdly relaxed look on his face. Chapter 2111 I am a bandit, but I have been robbed. The young man walked silently with a natural posture, but he wasn't walking in the direction where Streak of Gray was. Instead, he was heading toward where Mo Yuan's sword had fallen earlier, and he bent his body down to pick it up. His movements were so leisurely and composed that it felt almost as if he was oblivious to the fact that he was completely surrounded by bandits. Streak of Gray hadn't expected the 20-year-old low-tier god to be able to remain so calm in his presence. He assessed the young man before him with narrowed eyes and said, "Brat, you sure have guts. Is that fellow a fool? I have already defeated the most powerful expert amongst them in 2 blows. But not only is that young man unafraid, he even walked over to pick up a sword. Does he think that the sword is more important than his life?" Mo Yuan was taken aback by Zhang Xian's action as well. It was true that his sword was no ordinary weapon, being a middle-tier god artifact, but it was something that he had already tamed and assimilated. The young man wouldn't be able to use it even if he were to pick it up, so why was he doing something so futile? Sure, don't speak. After picking up the sword, Zhang Xian brought his finger to his lips before looking around calmly. Listen closely with your heart. Listen closely with our hearts? Everyone was flabbergasted. What was this young man trying to do over here? Don't waste our time with such crap. One of the bandits eventually lost his patience after listening to the gibberish Zhang Xian was uttering. He raised his brawny arms to slap the living daylights out of the young man. Wong. But before his slap could land, a joyful reverberation suddenly echoed from the sword in the young man's hands. Tamed. In less than 2 breaths after picking it up, the young man had already managed to assimilate the middle-tier god sword, claiming it for his own. Sla. A cold glint flashed from the tip of the middle-tier god sword, and in the next moment, the bandit felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Plop. Before he even realized it, his hand had already fallen to the ground. Ah! The bandit cried in agony, nearly fainting from the excruciating pain. He had intended to slap that fool of a young man awake, but never in his wildest dream would he have expected the young man to tame the sword so quickly. Not to mention, the young man aimed his sword at his blind spot, leaving him with no time to react at all. As a result, he lost his hand in an instant. Streak of Gray also hadn't expected such a situation either. His astonishment swiftly turned into wariness and fury, and without any warning, he charged forth and swung his crescent saber down upon the young man. His saber tore down through the air with tremendous force, crushing down everything that stood in its path. He thought that the young man would raise his sword to fend against his attack, just like what Mo Yuan did earlier, but things didn't go in the way he planned. The young man chose to dash forward instead, rushing up to his steed in an instant. After that, the young man tossed his sword over to his left hand and used his freed right hand to stroke the forehead of the horse. As Zhang Xian was too close to the horse, Streak of Gray wasn't able to follow through with his attack for fear of harming his steed, leaving him with no choice but to forcefully retract his saber. Wanging, Zhang Xian called out as he touched the cheeks of the horse. Wanging immediately caught Zhang Xian's drift. She sprinted over to the steeds of the other bandits and touched them one after another too. Seeing how his hostages were trying to flirt with their horses instead of attempting to retaliate or escape, Streak of Grey was on the verge of going insane. The other bandits were dumbstruck as well. Bro, do you even realize what is happening? We have you surrounded, and your life is in our clutches. Can you have some realization as a hostage? Why the heck are you trying to play with our horses instead of fighting back? Are you all idiots? It's a waste of time to talk with you. Die. With a cold sneer, Streak of Grey raised his crescent saber to strike down on Zhang Xian once more. No matter what the young man was up to, it would all be meaningless once he was dead. Nay, but before the saber could strike, the steed beneath Streak of Grey's crotch neighed loudly before leaping up into the air. The sudden movement of the steed disrupted Streak of Grey's attack, causing his slash to miss the mark. Making use of this opening, Zhang Xian's left hand reached out and touched the saber from the side. Wong. The saber released a soft humming reverberation. You. Streak of Grey widened his eyes incredulously as he swiftly realized what had just happened. He had fought alongside the crescent saber for at least 20 years now, such that there was no weapon that felt right in his hand other than it anymore. But in the blink of an eye, his saber actually submitted to another man? The breakup was so decisive that he actually felt cuckolded. Furthermore, why would his steed suddenly leap up at that instant? It was almost as if it was trying to interfere with his movements. Streak of Grey was a little spooked by all of the unexplainable happenings around him, but he knew better than to be distracted in the midst of a battle. Regardless of who the crescent saber had submitted to, everything should come to an end once he had dealt with the young man. So, he tried to lift the crescent saber to cut down the young man before him, only to find that the crescent saber had become too heavy for him to lift anymore. Shocked, he lowered his gaze, only to see the young man looking at him calmly. You are holding on to my possession. Let go. Right after saying those words, the young man swung the sword in his left hand in a trajectory parallel to the crescent saber, aiming straight toward Streak of Grey's wrist. Streak of Grey immediately tried to move to dodge the attack, only to find that he was unable to move due to the weight of the crescent saber. Flustered, he was left with no choice but to release his grip. The young man before him immediately made use of that opportunity to grab hold of the crescent saber before launching a follow-up slash with it. Streak of Grey instinctively leaned backward to move out of range from the attack, only to have his steed take a step forward at that moment. Streak of Grey. This is too much. To think that I have doted on you for so many years. Due to the steed's forward movement, his evasion maneuver was rendered ineffective, resulting in his head being moved right in the trajectory path of the crescent saber. In that instant, Streak of Grey realized that the young man had tamed his steed too through some sort of sorcery, and it was likely that he would be in greater danger if he were to remain on horseback. Thus, he quickly rolled to the side and tumbled down from the horse. With this, Streak of Grey was able to dodge the crescent saber in the nick of time. While gasping heavily for air, he immediately pushed his hands against the ground to prop himself back to his feet. As long as he could regain his momentum, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the young man before him with his superior strength. But just as he was in the midst of getting back to his feet, he suddenly felt a shadow falling down on his face, mercilessly pushing him back to the ground. A horse hoof had been imprinted at the center of his face. On a positive note, that solved one of the doubts in his mind. He was now certain that his steed had indeed betrayed him, just like the crescent saber. You bastard! Slaughter them all. Streak of Grey was on the brink of losing his mind. He would have never dreamed that he would be defeated in such an unbelievable manner. The young man was surely weaker than him. He had no doubt about that. However, by swiftly taming his crescent saber and his steed through some sort of miracle, the young man was actually managed to push him, a middle-tier god, to a corner. It was one thing if he was overpowered by an even more powerful opponent, but he couldn't accept losing in such a ridiculous manner. It was only after hearing Streak of Grey's shout did the rest of the bandits return to their senses. Recalling the situation they were in, they struck the sides of their steeds, prompting them to charge toward Zhao Ye and the others, but as fate would have it, the story unfolded in a completely different direction than they had expected. All of the horses which the young lady had touched previously turned toward one another and unhesitatingly raised their hooves to kick the riders down. None of the bandits were prepared for such a situation, resulting in them being struck squarely in their core. They fell to the ground while spurting large mouthfuls of blood. What the hell is going on over here? Streak of Gray felt like his thread of sanity was about to snap at any moment. The reason why they rode on horses was so as to ensure that they could strike their enemies unaware and escape before reinforcements arrived. It should have been a key advantage they had over their targets, but all of a sudden, it had turned into a liability to them instead. Slaw. Just as Streak of Gray was at a complete loss to what he should do, a burst of sword chi suddenly surged in his direction. The sword chi swiftly unfurled itself to form a resilient net that bound him in place in the blink of an eye. And before he could even attempt to struggle out of the net, a sword had already been placed next to his neck. Stop! Feeling the chilling sharpness of the sword pressed against his neck, Streak of Gray hurriedly issued the order for his subordinates to stop their attack. If one thing was certain, the bandits were indeed veteran fighters. Despite the initial chaos injuring over half of them, they were able to swiftly regain their footing and continue the attack. With just a few blows, they were able to knock Shincheng and the others to the ground. So, when they heard the order to stop, they couldn't help but turn to look at Streak of Gray indignantly. It was humiliating for them. As the most notorious group of bandits in the area, they should have been able to deal with a group of students even with their eyes closed. Yet, their boss ended up being done in at this critical moment. That's more like it. Zhang Xian nodded with a satisfied smile. With his current strength, if he were to bring forth the full prowess of his heart of intertwined threads, he would have been able to defeat Streak of Gray with ease. However, he didn't choose to do so out of considerations of how thin the spiritual energy in the surroundings was. He wouldn't be able to recover his energy quickly, and that could pose a disastrous situation if they were to come under the attack of another group of bandits. He knew that he would have to win the fight strategically so as to not risk losing the war. So, he tamed Mo Yuan's sword and Streak of Gray's steed in order to throw the latter off. And finally, once the latter let his guard down, he launched the decisive blow. He could tell that the bandits were loyal to Streak of Gray, so as long as he could take down the latter, everything else would fall in place. Have them hand over all of their weapons, Zhang Xian commanded as he pressed his sword tightly against Streak of Gray's neck. Streak of Gray felt incredibly humiliated, but with his life in the young man's hands, he had no other choice. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do as he says. Yes. The bandits swiftly placed the weapons in their hands onto the ground. Zhaoya, Zhangyang, and the rest of you, I want you to take a weapon each and tame it as quickly as possible, Zhang Xian instructed. Yes. Zhaoya and the others nodded before heading over to grab the bandits' weapons. After arriving at the firmament, they swiftly realized that the semi-divinity artifacts that they were carrying were already not of much use to them anymore. If they could tame those low-tier god weapons those bandits were wielding and assimilate them, their fighting prowess should rise significantly. Pressing his sword even more tightly against Streak of Gray's neck, to the point that a trail of blood was flowing down his body, Zhang Xian said coldly, "Tell your men to hand over their treasures, divine coins, and everything that is of value." Streak of Gray felt frenzied to see how the tables had turned, but valuing his life, he turned to his men teeth and shouted, "Didn't you hear him? The heck, I am the one who is the bandit. I should be the one that is threatening you lot to hand over your money." Why, yes. The bandits glanced at one another in uncertainty, but eventually, they emptied out all of their pockets and handed over their wealth. Through his conversations with Mo Yuan, Zhang Xian found out that the 9 skies of the firmament used a common currency known as divine coins. It was similar to the gold coins of the Master Teacher continent, but these coins harnessed the essence of the firmament, rendering fraud impossible. Watching as the bandits whipped out over 200 divine coins, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards Streak of Gray and assessed him from head to toe before swiping away his storage ring. It was difficult to create spaces that were strong enough to withstand the spatial pressure of the firmament, making storage rings an incredibly valuable and rare commodity. Not even Mo Yuan had a storage ring. Most likely, Streak of Gray must have spent a huge portion of his ill-gained fortune in order to acquire it. In any case, the storage ring was his now. Zhang Xian quickly assimilated the storage ring before keeping all of the divine coins and items on the ground into it. Then, he instructed Zhao Ye and the others to swiftly tie up all of the bandits. After that was done, he had Zhao Ye, Shen Cheng, and everyone else get onto the bandits' steeds in pair before swiftly galloping off toward Twilight City. Those bandits have done much evil over the past few years. If we capture them, we can trade their heads for a bounty, Mo Yuan said weakly. The City Lord Manor had placed Streak of Gray and his band of bandits on the bounty list for quite some time now. So if they could apprehend them and bring them to the City Lord Manor, it was likely that they would be rewarded handsomely for their service. There's no need for that. Someone will clean up after us, Zhang Xian said with a mysterious smile as his horse galloped swiftly ahead. Considering that the daughter of the City Lord was here with them, it was hard to believe that there was no one around to protect her other than her middle-tier God Realm teacher. And just like what Zhang Xian had thought, shortly after they left, two silhouettes suddenly emerged from the shadows to stand before Streak of Gray and his band of bandits. Upon catching a closer look at the appearances of the two silhouettes, Streak of Gray's face paled in despair before he released a desolate cry. Damn it! We should have been the ones who were the bandits, yet we ended up being the ones who were robbed instead. Damn it! Chapter 21:12 Twilight City. It was true that handing those bandits over would allow them to earn a sizable bounty, but it would also mean that they would have to hand over what they had looted from the bandits. No matter how much the bounty was, it was likely only to be 40 to 50 divine coins. That wouldn't even hold a candle to what they had snatched directly from the bandits. After assimilating Streak of Gray's storage ring, Zhang Xian found more than 400 divine coins inside, which meant that he had just earned around 600 divine coins from them. This was still excluding the pills, medicinal herbs, and weapons that they had collected. Streak of Gray must have done quite a lot of bad things over the years, or else there was no way he would have been able to accumulate such wealth. Given that he had left Streak of Gray to the City Lord Manor, which was a golden opportunity for the City Lord Manor to assuage the rising dissatisfactions with the City Lord Manor due to the tyranny of the bandits, as well as his merit for saving the City Lord's daughter, it was unlikely that the City Lord would be so thick-skinned as to ask him to fork out what he had taken from the bandits. Taking all of these aspects into consideration, Zhang Xian eventually made the decision to tie the bandits up and leave them there for the City Lord Manor to deal with. That fellow is sharp-witted. The two silhouettes in the shadows looked at the cloud of dust lingering in the distance and the despaired bandits in front of them before remarking quietly. Tasked with protecting the young miss, they had been keeping a close eye out on the situation all this while. Till now, they were still unable to figure out whether the young man was really that resourceful, or that he was actually a powerful expert in disguise. Report this matter to the City Lord, one of the silhouettes in the shadows instructed. Also, get someone here to bring these bandits back. We'll be holding a public trial. Yes, I'll have it done, the other silhouette replied before melding back into the shadows. With steeds to ride on this time around, Zhang Xian, Mo Yuan, and the others were able to proceed forward with unprecedented speed. It took them only an hour before the tall and sturdy city walls appeared in their view. This must be Twilight City. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The city before him was far beyond the scale of any city he had seen previously, such that it was no exaggeration to say that it was even larger than Starchaser Island. The gray city walls seemed to extend endlessly, and a massive formation shrouded the entire city, dyeing it with a color of mystery. Mo Yuan nodded to affirm Zhang Xian's exclamation. He had sustained heavy injuries from his encounter with Streak of Gray earlier, but as a veteran cultivator, he made sure to bring basic recovery items with him no matter where he went. After using those recovery items and recuperating for roughly an hour, he was already able to move around without much trouble. Arriving before the city gates, Mo Yuan took out the special access token he had been given, and the guards permitted them entry without conducting any checks. As soon as they stepped into the city, Zhang Xian could sense a vast difference in the atmosphere. The world outside was barren and vicious. Ferocious winds would often stir up out of nowhere, and the temperature would plummet to levels where it was hard for even cultivators to endure during nighttime. More importantly, spiritual energy was hardly existent in the atmosphere. On the other hand, the interiors of the city felt warm like spring, and the spiritual energy in the air was concentrated and refreshing. It was just a single wall of difference, but it felt like he had walked from one world into another. "This is an amazing formation," Zhang Xian remarked in awe. It would take an extremely powerful formation to isolate the city from the outer world so thoroughly, such that the conditions between both places were entirely different. Zhang Xian knew that he wouldn't be able to pull something like that off in his current state. Even at the very least, he would have to reach the levels of a celestial god in order to do it. This formation is the key to sustaining the cities. Shortly after the receding of spiritual energy began, the 9 god monarchs ordered the god kings under them to construct these formations over major cities so as to preserve their conditions. Unless an equivalent expert were to make a move, or else it would be impossible to damage these formations, Mo Yuan explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. It seemed like he had made an underestimation. He thought that the formation was made by a celestial god, but it would appear that one had to be at the level of the god kings in order to create such a stable formation. Zhang Xian closed his eyes and took in a deep breath as he opened up his pores. Spiritual energy from the surroundings immediately dived into his body, freeing him from the fatigue he had accumulated thus far. The spiritual energy of the firmament is indeed formidable. Zhang Xian nodded in awe. Just breathing in a little of it was enough to leave him revitalized. It had been 20 days since he arrived at the firmament, and despite stuffing himself with plants and various food, his cultivation still remained stagnated at where it was. This was his first glimpse of how potent the spiritual energy in the firmament was. It was not as concentrated as the aura of divinity that he absorbed back then, but it was sufficient for a low-tier god like him. It was definitely not something the Mercury-like spiritual energy of the Azure could compare to. It was already the middle of the night when they entered Twilight City, but the streets were still crowded with all sorts of people and vehicles. Taking a swift look around, even the weakest cultivator that could be seen was at semi-divinity realm, and they numbered in the minority. That explained why Mo Yuan was surprised when he saw him, Zhaoya, and the others. It would appear that those in the firmament were born with the cultivation of a semi-divinity, and as long as they could acquire some aura of divinity, they would be able to become a god. As it turned out, powerful experts that appeared once every few millenniums in the Azure weren't worth a thing in the firmament at all. "Brother Zhang, thank you for saving our lives." Mo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, and he shot a look of gratitude toward Zhang Xian. He thought that Zhang Xian was only an ordinary person that was lucky enough to catch Elder Yang Xian's eyes, but it was obvious that the latter had various tricks up his sleeves. Even Wu Xiaoxiao's opinion of Zhang Xian had changed after the previous incident. From time to time, she would discreetly shoot a glance toward Zhang Xian with a conflicted expression before turning away with a face reddened with embarrassment. All this while, she thought that Zhang Xian and the others were nobodies, and the only reason they were qualified to travel with them was due to their teacher's standing. Yet, with their own strength, they were able to subdue the notorious Streak of Grey, a criminal who was powerful and sly enough to slip past her father's grasp numerous times. Just thinking about how she had mocked them throughout the journey filled her with shame. She realized that she was only lucky that Zhang Xian and the others didn't pay her any heed. Otherwise, even 10 of her wouldn't suffice as an opponent for them. "We are grateful to you too. If not for you leading the way, we could very well still have been wandering aimlessly around the Grand Spirit Mountain right now," Zhang Xian chuckled. He slipped his hand into his chest, took out a piece of leaf, and passed it over to Mo Yuan. "This is the other half of the note which my teacher passed to me." "Thank you." Mo Yuan's eyes lit up as he took the leaf from Zhang Xian's hands. On the journey back to Twilight City, he had been modifying his cultivation technique based on the list of flaws Elder Yang Xian had given him back then, and he immediately felt a clear improvement in his physical condition. His stagnated cultivation had grown a little, and his precision of control over his powers had sharpened a fair bit as well. This was more than enough to show that Elder Yang Xian was the real deal. His encounter with Elder Yang Xian could very well be the turning point of his life. Perhaps, only an expert of Elder Yang Xian's caliber could groom such extraordinary students. Take Zhang Xian, for example. Despite being a realm weaker than him, the other party was able to subdue Streak of Gray. At this point, Mo Yuan pondered for a moment before making an offer. Since it's your first time at Twilight City, I suppose you haven't decided on any lodging yet. Why don't you follow me to the Twilight Academy? I can arrange for some accommodations for you. That would be imposing too much on you. You have been taking good care of us throughout the journey, and it would weigh on me to trouble you any further. All right, it has been a long day for you and your students, so you should quickly head back and take a good rest, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. The only reason why he traveled together with Mo Yuan was so as to ensure that he, his parents, and his students could get to the nearest city safely. Since they were already here, there was no reason for them to stay together anymore. Furthermore, if they were to go with Mo Yuan, it would only be a matter of time before others learned that they were the ones who had subdued Streak of Gray. That would pose some inconvenience to them. For one, even if the city lord was too embarrassed to get them to fork out the money and items they had taken from Streak of Gray, there was a good chance that the merchants who had been robbed by Streak of Gray in the past would still look for them in hopes of getting back the money they had lost. Things could really get ugly if they were to refuse. Not to mention, Zhang Xian didn't wish to be put in the limelight, especially not when he didn't have the strength to protect himself, his parents, and his direct disciples yet. His priority at the moment was to become stronger and gain a better understanding of the firmament before making any future plans. I see. If there's anything you require my help for, feel free to look for me at the Twilight Academy, Mo Yuan replied. He thought that Elder Yang Xian might have made some other plans for Zhang Xian and the others, so he didn't insist on the matter. Let's go. Zhang Xian beckoned the others to follow him before heading into the bustling streets. Young master, where are we going? Sun Chang asked. We'll find a place to stay and gather some information on where we can acquire the aura of divinity. The priority at the moment is for all of you to reach God Realm, Zhang Xian said. Only after reaching God Realm would Zhao Ye and the others have the strength to protect themselves in this world. Otherwise, they would be completely helpless against anyone who intended them harm. I understand, Sun Chang nodded. He was exceptionally skilled at getting such miscellaneous stuff done, so it didn't take him long to secure lodging from the group. It was a relatively spacious residence that could house all of them without being too squeezy. It wasn't too expensive either. The rent was only 2 divine coins per month. It was through this that Zhang Xian realized that the purchasing power of divine coins was far greater than he thought. A single divine coin could be traded for 1,000 semi-divinity coins, and semi-divinity coins were usually sufficient to complete most transactions in this world. It's a pity that there's no aura of divinity in the surrounding spiritual energy, so you won't be able to achieve a breakthrough just by cultivating here. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy here is still very beneficial to your cultivation. The last few days have been rather difficult on you all, so make sure to rest early after you are done cultivating, Zhang Xian said. It had been 4 hours since they had moved into the residence, and the crack of dawn could already be seen at the horizon. After everyone was settled down, Zhang Xian went into his room and sat down. He immersed his consciousness into the storage ring he had taken from Streak of Gray, and a moment later, a heap of pills and medicinal herbs appeared in his hands. This was the wealth that Streak of Gray gradually accumulated over the years through his plundering. Through touching each and every one of the medicinal herbs, it didn't take too long for Zhang Xian to fully understand their properties. They were indeed all expensive stuff, but the Mayung beast blood that he needed wasn't amidst the pile. It was the ingredient he needed to complement the green beast ancient grass in order for him to raise his soul cultivation. He knew that it was unlikely for him to raise it all the way to the level of a celestial god in one shot, but it would still be great if he could reach the level of a high-tier god realm through this. The more he came to know about the firmament, the more urgent he felt it was to quickly bulk up his strength. Unlike his time in the Azure, he was no longer alone. He couldn't allow anything to happen to his direct disciples and his parents. Since the ingredient he needed wasn't inside, he quickly turned his sights to the pills. There was a diverse selection of them, ranging from recovery pills to those used for replenishing spiritual energy. All in all, there were 3 bottles of the pills that replenished spiritual energy. God Essence Pill, this was the name of the pill. It could replenish one's God Essence, which was basically another name for the divine energy that gods harnessed. Other than that, there were also some books in the storage ring too. Zhang Xian quickly went through them, and they broadened his understanding of the firmament considerably. Most of what he had heard from Mo Yuan was covered inside too, but of course, the information in the books was much more detailed. He realized that the God Essence pill was actually quite an expensive product. Due to the receding of spiritual energy, many medicinal herbs had withered and died, causing a great spike in the prices of pills. Pills that replenished one's spiritual energy were especially in demand. As a result, even though the God Essence pill wasn't particularly potent, it was still priced at a jaw-dropping 1 divine coin each. Also, it appeared that the God Essence pill was rather similar to the immortal pills of the Azure. It was also split into 4 tiers as well, namely low tier, middle tier, high tier, and pinnacle. Usually, low-tier God Essence pills were enough for the cultivation of God Realm cultivators. Only after reaching Celestial God Realm would one require middle-tier God Essence pills. Let me give it a try. Zhang Xian placed a God Essence pill into his mouth, and a great amount of spiritual energy was swiftly released inside his body. He quickly drove his divine energy to refine and absorb the spiritual energy. Through the cultivation technique he had comprehended during his fight with Kong Shi's clone, Camaraderie of Brothers, he was able to assimilate the spiritual energy quickly. One thing he had realized about comprehending the pathos of heavens was his emotions weren't individual entities. Looking at the materialization of his emotions in the form of his cultivation technique, he could see that they were interlinked, weaving closely with one another to form a massive network. Rather than simply stacking onto one another, each emotion he comprehended synergized with his previous enlightenments, causing the entirety of the cultivation technique to be raised to a new level. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, he was able to swiftly reinforce his God Realm cultivation, creating a firm foundation for him to advance to greater heights. Slowly but surely, his aura was growing stronger. Chapter 21 13 Lottery. Before Zhang Xian knew it, he was already standing before a vast and boundless ocean. He could feel a great amount of divine energy pulsating within the ocean, and he could see innumerable surges of golden aura of divinity swimming freely within the water. For some reason, he had to concentrate really hard in order to move his hand. He wanted to reach out to grab a surge of aura of divinity from the water, but as his body moved, his surroundings suddenly receded from him like an ebbing tide, plunging him into darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself seated back in his room. It was as if what he had just seen was nothing more than a dream. Was it a hallucination? Zhang Xian frowned. He had never encountered any inner demons of his own ever since he started cultivating, and the inner demons that dared to appear before him ended up becoming his students. As a result, he had never experienced any hallucinations before. Why would he suddenly start facing such a problem now? Did this mean that the cultivation technique he comprehended was flawed? With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian quickly took out an empty book and began writing his comprehension of the pathos of heavens down on it. But before he could even finish jotting it down, the book suddenly dissipated into ashes. This shocked Zhang Xian. He had not used any cultivation technique, and he did not exert much strength. He was simply writing as he usually did, but the book abruptly dissipated, as if its pages were unable to harness the knowledge of the pathos of heavens. Zhang Xian looked at the ashes before him in bewilderment for a while, before he took out a resilient alloy from his storage ring. Judging from its quality, it should be possible to forge a middle-tier god artifact using it. Even with Zhang Xian's strength, it would be difficult for him to leave a dent in it. With a brush in hand, he began writing down the pathos of heavens on it. Once again, before he could even finish jotting down his cultivation technique, the alloy suddenly disintegrated into dust. It looked as if it was also unable to harness the knowledge of the pathos of heavens. The pathos of heavens is a cultivation technique that is beyond the understanding of the heavens. This is a sign that the heavens of the firmament forbid its existence here. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. He knew the strength of the pathos of heavens. Even though it was free and unrestrained, it was far stronger than the perfect heavens path divine art that he had cultivated thus far. This meant that it was a cultivation technique that had surpassed the heavens. How could the heavens permit the continued existence of something even stronger than itself in the world? This explains why I was unable to summon the god ordeal back when I was still in the azure. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. Cultivation ordeals were the manifestation of the heavens' rage toward the cultivators who dared get too close to them. Yet, when he summoned his cultivation ordeal, the latter had completely disregarded him, choosing to strike Little Chick instead. That bizarre occurrence had left him baffled for a long while, but thinking about it, he might have unwittingly stepped out of the heavens' jurisdiction, becoming an existence that even the heavens dared not punish. Even if I can somehow find a way to write down the pathos of heavens, there's no guarantee that the Library of Heaven's path will be able to evaluate it. It seems like I can only count on myself. All along, Zhang Xian had relied on the Library of Heaven's path in order to perfect all the techniques he had practiced, thus ensuring that he was on the right path. However, it seemed like he had finally reached a stage where he could not rely on his trusty golden finger anymore. He only had himself to count on. He would have to slowly figure things out through trial and error and take a step forward at a time. Fortunately, the sheer amount of knowledge he had accumulated through reading millions upon millions of books provided him with the foundation and intuition he needed for this daunting task. With a helpless sigh, he quickly reviewed his understanding of the pathos of heavens, and so far, he was unable to find any incongruencies in his comprehension. So, he took out the god essence pills in the jade bottle and continued swallowing them one after another. Sometime later, Palipala, a series of cracking sounds could be heard from Zhang Xian's body as he rose to his feet. Somehow, he looked much taller than before. Vaguely, one could feel stupendous amount of divine energy circulating within his body. Judging just from the quantity of energy, he was at least 2 times stronger than before. I have reached low-tier god realm pinnacle, Zhang Xian murmured as he stretched his body to loosen up his stiff joints. The last few hours had been rather fruitful. He had managed to raise his cultivation from low-tier god realm primary stage to pinnacle, and he was not too far off from making a breakthrough. If not for the fact that he did not have sufficient god essence pills, he might have already become a middle-tier god. But again, it wouldn't be wise for me to force a breakthrough right now. Having read through the books that Streak of Grey had left behind, he had been able to gain some understanding of the various cultivation realms of godhood. Given his current condition, it would be possible for him to become a middle-tier god as long as he had sufficient spiritual energy. However, he had only managed to bulk up his divine energy thus far. His physical body and soul had not grown correspondingly stronger. If he forced a breakthrough, his body and soul would be placed under great pressure from the immense divine energy flowing through his meridians. Once that happened, not only would he be unable to exert his full strength, it would also be equivalent to having a ticking time bomb within him. He would be taking on unnecessary risks. Looking out the window, he saw that the sun had already risen high in the sky. It was probably around noon. Barely after Zhang Xian walked out of the room, Sun Chang immediately approached him. "Young master, I have managed to gather some information regarding the aura of divinity. Just like Mo Yuan mentioned previously, the aura of divinity is a carefully controlled resource, and the only way one can acquire it is through scaling the celestial mountains. However, the celestial mountains are not places where a cultivator can visit anytime he likes. They only open once every half a year, and only those who are deemed qualified are granted entry to the region." Deemed qualified? Zhang Xian frowned. That's right. Only 1,000 cultivators are allowed to enter the celestial mountain at a time, which means that one must find a way to get onto the name list in order to be granted an opportunity. Sun Chang replied, "I see. How long do we have before the celestial mountain opens once more?" Zhang Xian asked. "We have less than 1 day. The celestial mountain opens tomorrow," Sun Chang replied with an awkward smile. This abrupt news left Zhang Xian slightly stunned. He did not think that time would be so tight. Taking in a deep breath, he asked, "How can we make it onto the list of candidates?" "Those who are beneath 30 years old and possess cultivation beneath the god realm are qualified to apply for the candidacy to enter the celestial mountain, but the results of the selection are already out. The only way we can get onto the list now is by challenging those on the name list and defeating them. We'll be able to replace them." Sun Chang paused a moment here before continuing. It's just that the presence of this rule has led to those who are on the list going into hiding. There's no way they will risk losing their chance to enter the Celestial Mountain. Furthermore, most of the candidates are from major powers, so it won't be easy to replace them. There was a good chance that they could become a god after entering the Celestial Mountain tomorrow, so who would be so foolish as to stake their future on a duel? There was a huge difference between a god and a non-god. If they missed this opportunity, they would lose their right to continue cultivating. Is there no other way to go about this? Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown. Given the capabilities of him and his students, he was confident that he would be able to acquire the required slots by tomorrow. That did not pose a problem at all. However, he felt uncomfortable doing that. He would be robbing others of the hope for a better future, and that would weigh down on him. He knew that the firmament was a place where the powerful could do whatever they pleased, but that was not the kind of person he wanted to be. If possible, he did not want to resort to that. Sun Chang pondered for a brief moment before replying. Based on what I have heard, there is another way. Perhaps because the sky of drifting specters felt that giving 1,000 slots to Twilight City is too little and would risk major chaos, it bestowed another 200 slots to the City Lord Manor, otherwise known as Netherworld Palace. Netherworld Palace placed these slots on sale, and those who successfully acquire these slots are also able to enter the Celestial Mountain. Twilight City was governed by rules, and those who flouted the rules would be severely punished. But when a person was completely deprived of hope, they would not hesitate to take risks to achieve what they wanted. It was to avoid such a situation from happening that the sky of drifting specters prepared such a hand. On sale? So, the slots go to the highest bidder? Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. If that was the case, a person who had enough money would potentially be able to take all the slots. This was no different from open bribery. That isn't it. The price of the slots isn't too expensive. The key to acquiring the slots is not money but luck. Sun Chang replied. Luck? Zhang Xian repeated in bewilderment. How did luck find its way into the equation? Nodding earnestly, Sun Chang explained. These slots aren't sold directly to the cultivators, but through a system similar to dice rolling. Netherworld Palace put 100 numbers on sale for each slot, and a cultivator can choose to buy any of the numbers. Once all 100 numbers have been bought, the results will be announced right after. The person who bought the right number will acquire the slot, and the rest can only try again next time. To prevent abuse of the system, there are certain rules put in place. A person can only purchase one number a day, and each number can only be bought by one cultivator. Zhang Xian was taken aback. This sounded no different from gambling. With a doubtful look on his face, he asked, How much does it cost to buy a number? I wouldn't say that it's really expensive, but it isn't cheap either. Each number costs a divine coin. Sun Chang replied. Zhang Xian nodded slowly. A divine coin was expensive to the common populace, but it was not a completely unreachable goal. In a sense, they still stood a chance even though it was extremely slim. At the same time, it was not cheap enough for the rich to abuse the system. It was true that they had an advantage in terms of money, but given a probability of 1%, they would have to spend dozens or even hundreds of divine coins before they were guaranteed a slot. That was one hell of a lot of money, and even those from wealthy clans could not afford to squander their fortune like that. While it was practically gambling, Zhang Xian had to agree that it was a fairly good idea in order to placate the various parties within the city. Where is Netherworld Palace? I want to take a look at it myself, Zhang Xian said as he began walking over to the entrance. After taking a few steps, a thought suddenly passed through his mind, and he instructed, bring Zhao Ya and the others over. Naturally, they should be present too since it concerned their chances of entering the Celestial Mountain. Furthermore, since a person could only buy a single slot each day, they would need as many people as possible to maximize their chances. All right. However, Netherworld Palace seems to be quite far from here, so it might take 7 to 8 hours in order to get there, Sun Chang said. It's fine. We can ride the horses there, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. They still had the semi-divinity realm horses that they had taken from the bandits. Riding on horseback, they should be able to get there in an hour's time. Without further ado, Sun Chang quickly moved around the residence to gather Zhao Ya and the others in the courtyard. Judging from the thrilled looks on their faces, It seemed like Sun Chong had already filled them in on the details. Let's set off. Zhang Xian and the direct disciples quickly climbed onto their horses and set off. Just as he had estimated, they arrived before Netherworld Palace in around an hour's time. The group quickly found a place to dismount from their steeds before heading in. The so-called Netherworld Palace was rather spacious, but it lacked the magnificence of the ethereal hall. Rather than a palace, it might be more accurate to call it a marketplace. The area was flooded with people when they entered. I managed to acquire a slot. Is there anyone who wants to buy it? It's on sale for 50 divine coins. I only accept full payment on the spot. I want it. Sell it to me instead. I'll offer 51. I'll offer 52. A group of people immediately gathered around the person who had acquired the slot to make offers. A single divine coin is sufficient to buy a sliver of hope, so there are quite a few people who come in hopes of trying their luck. If they succeed, they will be able to sell the slot to others. As long as the price is beneath 100 divine coins, there's bound to be buyers. After all, even if you have 100 divine coins, it would still be troublesome to gather trustworthy people to buy up every number of a certain slot, and that's assuming that others haven't taken up the other numbers. A probability of 1% didn't mean that one would succeed just by buying 100 numbers. Unless one found a way up to buy up all 100 numbers of a certain slot, there was no guarantee that one would be able to obtain a slot. As time went by, people began making a business out of this. There are quite a few people that are trying to spot a trend in the numbers, hoping to make a killing out of this, Sun Chong remarked. Spot a trend in the numbers? Zhang Xian shook his head. This was similar to the lottery in his previous life. So what kind of trend could there possibly be? One would be better off living a down-to-earth life. The chances of making it big through working hard were much higher than winning the lottery. Of course, there were many people who could not understand that. So there were still many people who lived day after day groggily, hoping that Lady Luck would favor them eventually. He had seen too much of that in his previous life. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.